morning. Nice to have your company. Typical, isn't it? Sunny spells and showers. Just what we don't need today. Mind you, beats snow showers. They didn't say not snow showers, did they? Welcome to the show. It's Thursday, the 4th of November. Oh dear, am I stupid or something? I've just worked out. The 5th of November, I kept thinking it was the Saturday. It's not. It's tomorrow night. Tomorrow night, so I'll be sitting out there in my deck chair watching everybody else's fireworks. I'm not letting mine off. Not just yet. It's too I might do mine over the weekend. Because that's what most people will do. They'll sort of stretch them out. Because if you're working tomorrow, there's no point, is there, coming in, then going home and trying to stay awake so you can have the... I mean, I'm more interested in the mulled wine and baked potatoes and stuff like that. Not particularly bothered about the fireworks, but I do have quite a number of rockets to let off. Quite a lot of rockets to let off. I've got 25, 2, 7. I've got 100 rockets to let off. But they're not big. They're not these huge barrage balloon things. They're very small. Some of the stories in the papers today. Woo! Get your hair curling, I tell you, on these ones, mother. And 3 more Met officers accused of sharing photos of these dead girls' bodies. I seriously, I can't get my head around it. I can't even begin to understand what on earth would possess anybody to take photographs of somebody's family members who've been killed in a park. I really can't get my head around it, and I don't even want to go anywhere near it. It just frightens the life out of me. A bill shock as a 20th energy supplier has failed. I've never even heard of any of these energy supplies. There must be little piddly ones that are all over the place. The former England cricketer who says he regrets using a racial slur. The argument being that he called this person the P word because they're bezzy mates, and apparently that's acceptable if you're bezzy mates. Is it? I don't know. I would never even... And so the club then just goes, oh no, it's been dealt with. And everybody else has gone, I don't think it has. And it's amazing how from sort of seemingly nothing, as far as he's concerned, it builds up into something that's all over the newspapers. What else we got? We got the Hollywood's the Hollyoaks producers who fired one of the actresses. I didn't know who it was. I've never heard of them before. And the reason, she's on Hollyoaks, and she's also on this website where people pay you to take your clothes off. And it's a bit sad and a bit tragic, but she said she made £7,200 one week. Well, it won't be like that every week. It really won't be, because nobody will know who she is very shortly. She's 40, and they fired her because they said, listen, in your contract, and it must be in everybody's contract. I mean, I shouldn't imagine Global would be too happy if I started posing for a site showing me bits and pieces. Not that I think anybody'd ever be paying for it, put it that way. Can't even give them away at the moment. Would you like a free... No, okay. Would you like a free... No, okay. Free? To have 2? Okay, thanks. You know, it's not going to happen, is it? And she refused. She basically said, no, I want to carry on doing what I want to do, and it's part of my freedom. And I'm thinking, oh, people come up with the biggest excuses. Why don't you just admit to people you're doing it for the money? Because it's not for any other reason. And so they've said, well, you have to go. So go she goes. So we'll talk about her a little bit later on. And also a teenager. Now, what have we been saying over the past, oh, God, I've lost count of how many years? You end up saying something which doesn't kind of sink in. And this is, don't touch fireworks that haven't gone off. OK, if you light a firework, we've all had it, when they used to have the little bit of blue paper on there. Now, of course, they have fairly lengthier sort of firing systems and a little bit of blue paper. And so this firework fails to go off. And what do we say to you? If the firework doesn't go off, leave it. Don't go anywhere near it. This boy gets given it by his friends, and he holds it in his hand, and then he does the ultimate act of stupidity. He tries to light it again while he's holding it. What happens? It blows up in his hand. He is now disfigured, and he said, I've learnt my lesson. And I thought, well, obviously you haven't learnt absolutely nothing. I mean, surely you must realise this has got explosives in it, even when, and they had a programme on the television the other evening, they were talking about making Tudor fireworks to the same recipe. They've always been made in the same recipe. You get the paper which you roll into a tube, and then you sort of have a little insert in it, and then you pour the gunpowder in, and then you compress it. You can't just leave it there because it will do all sorts of horrible things. And you bang it with a hammer, but you've got to be extremely cautious because banging it with a hammer could produce a spark which could blow the thing up. So when they make fireworks, they work to... Well, I know they didn't in one particular factory, did they? I remember it was the one in China. The whole factory blew up because somebody had done it, and it was an absolute disaster. But, a lot of people want to go out there and celebrate and they want to enjoy it. But, the risk posed by fireworks is absolutely unbelievable. Absolutely unbelievable. And you've got to be so careful. You're dealing with gunpowder. You're not dealing with something that just goes, oh, look, pretty colour. It's something that blow your hand off. It's as simple as that. It's highly dangerous. Anyway, this kid who's 16 and should really know better, and then has the audacity to preach to us afterwards by going, I'm just sending this out as a warning. No, we know. We know that they're dangerous. We know that they're gunpowder. I mean, the one thing you should have learned by the age of 16, seeing as you're very nearly able to vote, is you don't relight a firework that's gone out. Because the fuse has gone. You are lighting dynamite. And dynamite blows up in your hand, as you've discovered. To be honest with you, I mean, it's just almost embarrassing, isn't it, really? Also, the Little Mix star, Jade, set to upset people. This will upset people, because apparently where she comes from, and I can't remember exactly which part of the country it is, but she says they have an old-fashioned mentality about the LGBTQ community. In fact, they wouldn't know, because they're obviously people who come from a different generation, and nobody really knew about it. I think where does she come from? That's right, South Shields. I mean, she's 28, and she said people wouldn't understand about it. And she's a prominent supporter of the LGBT community, which is lesbian, gay, transgender. I can't remember the last one is. I always forget about these things, because as far as I'm concerned, it's far too complicated for anybody, isn't it, really? Perhaps it's lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, and the Q is... What's the Q? Oh, the Q is queer or questioning. Queer, that's what LGBTQ means. So it's lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer or questioning. Which just confuses me even more. I get confused by everything nowadays. And she thinks that the people up in South Shields are a little bit too sort of stuck in their ways. They wouldn't understand what this was. If you mentioned to your grandparents, oh, you're gay, well, they wouldn't have known what the word gay was anyway. It didn't come in until fairly sort of recently. We were having a long discussion before the programme. We don't have these sort of discussions every morning, but we decided to have one this morning, didn't we, Mehul? And we were sort of just chatting about it, saying, in certain parts of Ireland, because he's Irish, and that's why he would know about it, it's not gay. What is it? Not gay or... No, sorry, there's another word, isn't there? Queer, but it sounds a bit like queer, but that's what older people would have used years ago, and it just meant basically it was you felt a bit odd. Do you feel a bit queer? Yeah, you feel a bit odd. You weren't quite within yourself, or things get confusing or whatever else. It had a completely different meaning. Nobody sort of really knew what it was, and even when they did know what it was, they didn't know what it was, and so you have to accept that some people have got a different mentality. I told you some friends of mine went to live in a little village because they thought the idea would be go and live in a little village and it'll be lovely. People will protect you. Not so in their case. They were fine for the first week. They went to the local pub and they had their drinks and chatted with the locals. The moment the locals found out they were gay, that was it. That was it. Life changed dramatically. For them. In the end, they had to sell up and move out, because they said it was probably safer. These people didn't understand anything like that. They were as backwards, as it were, when you look at these videos which have been made on YouTube. Very good they are too. And it's about people's prejudices. One of them I told you the other day was a bloke who goes into a bank. He's black and he wants to deposit some money. And the woman in there goes, "Where did you get that money from?" And it's really very interesting. And they've filmed all these there's a whole raft of them, of all these different scenarios of somebody saying, "Wait a minute, you're Asian, why are you doing this?" This is all in America. And then he goes, "Well, actually, I own the company." And the woman goes, "What?" And they're basically trying to pinpoint people's stereotyping, like they had a police officer pulled over. Well, they didn't know it was a police officer, and they're pulling him out the car. And then they realise he's the new police chief. And he's black. And he goes, "I'll talk to you immediately down the police station." Because these racist stereotypes exist all over America. You've never seen anything like it. It is absolutely phenomenal. We know because a lot of the cases have been highlighted. 32 Insulate Britain protesters face jail. Yes. So we've heard. Winter Wonderland is back. Open shortly. Got to pay for it though. It's not free. You book a space. I think you can go off. What do they call it? not off peak, and it's free. But if you want to go peak, it's like £7.50. I've never paid to go in a fun fair in my life. And I don't want to pay to go into a fun fair, so I'm going to have to go off peak, which makes me feel a bit cheap, actually. But it doesn't matter, because they've started assembling our Christmas market outside here in Leicester Square. I mean, don't get me wrong, I do love Winter Wonderland. I just don't want to pay. I just don't want to pay for it. Put it this way, it costs enough to go on the rides. I know that the Showman's Guild will always say to you, listen, you can go to a fun fair and have the most time you want without having to pay for anything. You don't have to go on the rides. You can watch other people screaming their brains out. And so I don't have a problem with that. But I just don't want to pay £7.50, but I have a horrible feeling I might have to. Because I can't see it's going to happen any other way. So, it's sold out. This is for Saturday, the 20th, 1 o'clock till 5 o'clock, and then 5 till 10. I love the idea. The last entry is at 9:30, so you get 30 minutes in there. Fantastic. How riveting is that? Yeah. Sunday, not sold out, but I mean, the moment it's got a red marker on it, it's sold out. Do go onto the website, and they say, yeah, now I've talked about it, people are going, what? Not only do the kids not get their toys for Christmas, but we can't go to Winter Wonderland either. But you can stay as long as you like, but you must arrive within the time slot you have chosen. And it's no good saying to them, I'm terribly sorry, but we couldn't find anywhere to park the car, because they're not going to buy that. That's up to you to make sure that you get there, as quickly as possible. I mean, I love it because the European rides a bit. Have you ever been to it, Michal? It's good, isn't it? Did you have an alcoholic drink? You didn't fall. No, I noticed the ice. We don't allow him now near the ice skating. It's a bit of a disaster for him. We're thinking of getting one of those sort of blow up toys that you push around, so you look as though you can't manage to skate at all. And to be honest with you, judging by his last appearance, he didn't skate very long. It was a bit of a waste of money. £18 to cost just over £1,000 in A&E. Zippo Circus are there as well. The Magical Ice Kingdom. Zippo Circus is fab. Very good, backed by popular demand. And I always want. Cirque Berserk is there too. They've just recently been in Richmond. Ice sculpting workshops. I mean, to be honest with you, if you go there, you need to take a lot of money. And of course, the one thing people don't have this year is a lot of money, do they? We don't have. No, I know. I used to go there and have a hot chocolate with brandy in it. And if you were lucky, the girl serving it quite liked the look of you, and so she'd slop in an extra bit of brandy. Off my face I was within about 5 minutes. And that's where you go onto a ride and you regret it halfway. You think, I don't think I should really go on this ride. But it was good fun. They've got Santaland, they've got Christmas markets. But I tell you, when they show you a picture on the website of the Christmas markets, it's all lovely and empty. When you go there, in theory, you're so rammed in with everybody else. Look at the size of that hot dog. Look at that. Yeah. Real ice slide. That's just basically frozen water. They've got the Explorers Alpine Bar. It's just basically sitting around in the freezing cold. And they've got the Munich Loopings in again. They had that before. And the Carousel Bar, Santaland Chill Space. It is big. But do you know they have them all over the country? They have all these over the country. Do you get it in Ireland as well? Oh, right. Good Lord, how exciting. We have included you at long last. I'm taking a break. I'm just explaining about the excitement. Because there's not going to be much fun this Christmas, is there? Oh, apart from me. I'm here with you on Christmas Day and Boxing Day this year, like last year and the year before and the year before. Yeah. Big up us. 19 minutes past 4. I trust you are well and kind of, going tickety-boo because it's Thursday, one day away from the weekend, and bonfire night. So tomorrow night, although probably tonight as well, because most people, when I was younger, we bought our fireworks. We would buy a little box of fireworks, which probably cost, 17 and sixpence, something like that. I mean, not very expensive at all. Well, I mean, in those days, they seemed expensive for us. And you would get what they called a mixture in the box, cardboard box, and in it was a Mount Vesuvius, a Roman candle. I mean, these are long forgotten. You don't find these now, do you really? And there'd be, what else there was? It was a couple of bangers or something like that. Just little fireworks that didn't do very much at all, but you would buy them and you would take them out of the box and you'd assemble them the day before, deciding which one you were going to let off first. And if one of them didn't go, you were mortified. Absolutely mortified. But the Mount Vesuvius just went, it probably lasted less than 3 seconds, but we were quite happy with it. And the Roman candle would just be a thing that sort of stood about, I don't know, 8 inches or something like that, and you just push it into the soil, and it would just go, and it would die down, and you go, wow, that was good, and you discuss each firework as you played it. Nowadays, you look at the size of these things that people put in their gardens, and I'm not surprised that animals go crackers, because if you've got 147, and I've seen 180 shot repeater, it's about 90 different little tubes, all with gunpowder in it. She goes, you light it once and the whole thing goes off. Seriously, I mean, they do woo, 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 woo. They do all these different things, but completely different. So they'll start doing them, if they haven't done them already, in your area, and then they'll do them over the weekend as well. She'll end up this year, unfortunately, because of the day November the 5th falls, with about a week's full of fireworks. But I quite like the idea that you can get big fireworks. I like big. I like a big rocket, but I've suddenly worked out actually that size does not guarantee something impressive. You can have something that's quite big, but in fact doesn't really do the job. You know what I'm saying? I worry about things like that. And so last year I bought some medium-sized rockets, and I got just as much fun out of something that was about 6 inches long as opposed to something that was sort of nearly a foot long. That was the difference. Little Julie says, Steve, hope you are well. Well, I got a bit worried because I thought that I was going down with a cold, and I wasn't, so that was quite good. And I spoke to Richard Spur. Well, I didn't speak to him, actually, because I was doing my recordings and sort of texting backwards and forwards, because he's not been very well, and he's got everything that you can chuck at him. But then, Emil's had the same as well. He had COVID for 11 weeks. 11 weeks. That must be absolutely dire. So I'm being careful. I've still not had my booster jab. I'm sure they've forgotten about me. They won't. And then I should get my flu jab. I'm surprised. I mean, I might have to go to the chemist and get it done. A lot easier. But Richard's not feeling very good. Joe's been off for 2 nights now, the producer of the programme, but he doesn't have COVID. We think it's just he's got a bad cold or something. Or he'd eaten something that made him sick. You can get food poisoning very quickly nowadays. I don't think he drinks that much, actually. Well, actually, I tell a lie. He enjoys going out to a pub. He's a bit of a pub boy and things like that. But he said he was sick, so I don't think that's a side effect of COVID, is it? Are you sick with COVID, or do you just feel ill? You don't know. I don't think it's COVID either. I don't think so. Although he has isolated before. Yes, we wish him the very best and hope he comes back soon. Little Julie says, Winnie and I are finally going to see Frozen today. Can't wait. Oh, apparently you'll love it. You'll love it. The special effects are very, very good. And especially the transformation, where she goes, let it go. And all of a sudden she goes from this dreary gown into this, woo! You all wish you could change clothes as fast as that. Monica had a booster jab yesterday. Quick, simple and painless. The centre was superbly run. Stuart's moving you from one point to another. That's what I want. Don't know why they've taken so long. Matt in is it Masteg? I don't even know where that is. But it says gloves that work with mobile phones are called smart gloves. I have a pair myself, but they don't feel very natural near the fingertips, where they have special padded material on them to allow you to make contact with the screen. I just think it's a bit odd trying to do anything with gloves on. It doesn't work the same, does it? You put the gloves on. I know they're supposed to work like that, but I mean, because I seem to have bigger fingers than most, it's a case of sometimes I hit, trying to do www comes out as WAW, which is very frustrating to keep going backwards and trying to do it. I need thinner fingers or something, or a bigger screen and bigger keypad. Colleen has netted £1 million deal for Wagatha TV. She wants to do a programme highlighting this. I don't know why. I've got no idea. I wish this thing would hurry up and get itself over and done with. This is her and Rebecca Vardy complaining about who leaked stuff to the press, and it's going to cost them a fortune, and nobody will win at the end of it. Nobody is going to be bathed in glory, I'm afraid. But now she wants to make a programme about it. I really couldn't care less, Colleen. I think you should deal with this yourselves, really. Also, what was this one? Oh, a mum who works in a beauty salon, which there are many down in the London area, probably where you are. They're all over the blooming place. Get your nails done here, get your toes done, painted and all the rest of it, and take your dead skin off and all the rest of it. It's all very lovely. But she was working there full time, and then she said, well, I've had a baby. I want to cut down on my work in just 2 or 3 days. So the salon owner fired her. And so she took him to court. She's just been awarded £73,000. That'll teach them. Can't just get rid of somebody because they want to cut down on the amount of days they do. She's had a baby. People seem to have rights nowadays, sometimes a bit too many, I suppose. Also, Timothy Spall, the actor, puts two Yorkshire tea bags in a cup of tea and an Earl Grey tea bag as well. He said because that's the working class in him and the middle class. And so he has 3 tea bags in a cup. That is a lot of caffeine. It is actually. I mean, I tend to find... Oh, I haven't got one. I tend to find having 1 tea bag is quite enough. And in fact, sometimes, if I'm feeling particularly sort of lazy, not mean or anything like that, I'll use the same tea bag and get another cup of tea out of it. It seems pointless just having one cup of tea out of a tea bag. No, in the war, I think people used to take them out, dry them, and then use them. Why not? Goodness sake, you pay enough for tea bags. And I have English breakfast tea and Earl Grey tea from Twinings. And don't ask me why Twinings, because I've tried all the other ones and I come back to Twinings. It's like, Heinz salad cream, bird's eye fish fingers, bird's eye beef burgers. There's certain things that you kind of become addicted to. But 3 tea bags in a mug, that's like, putting lots of spoons of sugar in there. And why? I've got no idea. I lost the taste for sugar years ago. I know it's in Prosecco and I know it's in obviously loads of other bits and pieces that I eat. But even so, I wouldn't have sugar now. I can't remember the last time I bought sugar. Makes it very difficult when there's certain things I like, which are stewed rhubarb and things like that, which of course are just absolutely loaded with sugar. Even yogurts, even when they go fat-free, you look at it carefully, it's not as fat-free as you think it is. It's the fat and the trouble is they had that programme on the telly the other night. I couldn't watch it. He's too boring. The bloke who weighs 40 stone, 60 stone or something. And he's been on the television before. He obviously revels, because I remember I told you that he's filmed and they weighed him. He didn't want to be weighed because he seems to think he was at one time the fattest bloke in the world. Why you'd want to be proud of that, I cannot imagine. Because it's very unhealthy, very, very unhealthy. And then you looked at what the poor soul was eating. And he was eating, just a whole packet of bacon for breakfast, together with the toast, together with the tea. He was doing 100 packets of crisps a day. I wasn't even sure it was possible to eat 100 packets of crisps a day, and sweets and biscuits and all sorts of things. And it was and 4 takeaways a day. Surely as your body gets bigger and the clothes... He's not been outside the house for 2 months, but they did a programme on him 10 years ago, and I remember then they wanted to weigh him. He didn't want to be weighed, because it turned out he wasn't as big as he thought he was. And he got in a bit of a strop over it, because he thought that was taking away some little bit of glory. As opposed to making programmes about somebody like that, they should be getting him medical help. It's an awful lot of weight. An awful lot of weight. The best mince pies... in a blind test taste. Which one's won? Morrison's. Best supermarket offering. And they're called the best. So they said they actually scored more points than any other supermarket, including M&S. And they got placed higher than Harvey Nicks and Prestat, as well as the brand favourite Mr. Kipling. Wow. You could buy 2 packs. Morrison's saw off competitions. From loads of other people. It's 2 packs, I think. £2 for a pack of 6. Less than 35 pence. You can't make them for that price. And you can freeze them as well. And an even bigger bargain, 2 packs, £3. You buy them, don't freeze them in the box, take them out of the box, put them in a Tupperware box, and then pop them in the freezer, and you've got all your food that you ever need for Christmas. You don't need to worry about it. If, of course, you enjoy mince pies. If you don't like mince pies, do not worry about it. Do not worry about it. There's always other things you can have. Stollen's quite nice, and a bit of fruit cake. Have to take the icing off because that's all sugar. But apart from that, I like a good bit of fruit cake, especially if it's doused in brandy or something like that. But I don't like brandy cream. Isn't that funny? The only thing it makes me feel bilious. You think, oh, brandy cream? No, thank you. It's like bread pudding. People do. Well, no, it's not. Is it bread pudding? Yeah, that people use on their crisp. No, not bread and butter pudding. What do they call it? Bread sauce. Ugh, disgusting. I don't mind a filling in the turkey or something like that, but bread sauce, no thank you. I don't do any of those sort of strange, peculiar things on them. And somebody yesterday, in fact, Henry has got in this building. He's got that Christmas dinner in a tin. They did it on Loose Women the other day. Why they were 2 days out? All the other news places, I've got no idea, but they did it. And the only person who liked it was Ruth, which was very odd because nobody else on the panel liked it at all. They all thought it tasted just like soup. which was a little bit dull. And I was quite surprised to hear Ruth doing it. I thought, I wonder if she's going to be flogging that very shortly. Although they haven't made enough tins, it's all gone anyway. Makes no difference. Still to come, the BG, honoured with a set of stamps in the Isle of Man, where you can get anybody put onto a stamp. The remote tribe, who've only just found out about COVID. The primary school, who tells the boys you can wear a skirt. It increases equality. And Andrew, facing a trial over the rape claim next autumn. I told you it wasn't going to go away, this one. When it first started, I remember thinking, it's not going away. I mean, he's been charged with nothing at the moment, absolutely nothing at all, and he said it's got nothing to do with him, but they're determined to put him in court. Watch this space. I can't bear gherkins. I cannot bear McDonald's gherkins. It's just one of those, I don't know why, it's obviously an American idea, because I don't remember ever having a burger in the 60s and the 70s which had gherkins in it. No, you had onions and a piece of processed cheese, and that was about the extent of it. All this gherkins malarkey came in with McDonald's. And so somebody the other day who adores gherkins ordered extra gherkins. They got a box full of them. They gave them a whole box full of gherkins, which would have made me feel quite ill, actually. Also, water lilies, painted by Monet. Now, Monet painted lots of water lilies. There wasn't just the one. It was like Van Gogh's sunflowers. And where is it? Show me. Now, did you... Sorry, I have to do this. You have to bear with me. It's the big soup. The big soup. Okay. Did you buy it?
No.
Did it come in?
Got sent.
So it comes in a box. Can I open it?
Yeah.
This is so great. This is Henry, by the way. Henry, the world Henry. And so they've sent it in a box with fake snow. Look at this. It's quite heavy, isn't it? Christmas dinner, the big soup. What's in it? Oh, everything. Turkey, potato.
He's going to eat it.
I'm not. They did it. I'm going to give it back to you. I think that's so sweet that they sent them in, because you can't get the blooming things.
I know. I think there's only 1,000 of them.
No, 500.
Or 500?
Yeah. You're going to eat it?
Yeah, there's all fake snow everywhere out there now, though. I've opened it and all the snow's gone everywhere.
Bless your heart. See you later. See, that's where they got them from. They obviously got sent out because Henry got one, because he's important. And Loose Women got one. But it's heavy. The tin's heavy. And it comes all beautifully packaged. I mean, it's a very clever marketing ploy. I can't knock them for it not being... And you open up the box and it's got the fake snow in there and everything else. And it's got turkey, roast potato, stuffing, sprouts and something else. But when they emptied it out on Loose Women, it just looks like grey soup, grey mush. I don't think Janet Street Porter was taken by it. As I say, the only person who liked it was Ruth. She was the only person. And then she did say Eamon would like it. But then I thought, if it's got the word food written on it, Eamon would like it anyway. Doesn't make any difference. He loves takeaways. He's big into takeaways and something like that. But they did say it just tasted like the big soup, which they do. They do one with vegetables and one with bits and pieces. So they obviously thought, let's expand it. Very clever. Janet says, good morning, Steve. My tray arrived yesterday. We're doing very well with these trays. But as I say, there are thousands and thousands to send out. Nearly as many. I was trying to find out from James O'Brien how many of his games he's sold. And I can't find out. I shall have to check, because over the years we've sold for charity lots of trays, tote bags, tea towels, glasses. I'd forgotten how many different items we had. With sort of loads and loads of them. And Henry says, my Christmas Day will be producing Nick Abbott and eating that. Oh, you're not going to eat it on Christmas Day, are you? Well, I think you'll have to empty it out and then put it in a bowl for the microwave. You can't put the tin in the microwave, Henry. Definitely not. But I'm going to... See, the funny thing is, you'll be having that on Christmas Day. I'll be having breakfast on Christmas Day, and I'll be bringing in smoked salmon. I bring in smoked salmon most years for Christmas Day, because they do little smoked salmon parcels. They do a very nice thing as well. Well, they did last year. Little scallop dishes with a bit of smoked salmon, a bit of salmon, and a couple of other things with a nice little sauce over the top. They're very nice. Little snack things. Not sure we could eat... don't eat that in front of Nick Abbey. He'll go berserk. He'll be so jealous that he's not been sent one. So you should hang on to it, actually, for years to come, and it goes down as a sort of something quite nice, because they packaged it beautifully. I didn't know it came in a box. I was very impressed by that. I shall be finding out from them why I didn't get sent one, and making a big brouhaha about that one, as you do. So I'm glad that your trays have been getting there. I'm still waiting, as I say, I've been promised a free game from James O'Brien. He's promised me, because a friend of mine wants one and he wants it signed. And James went, yeah, I bet he's forgotten. I bet he's forgotten, so I'm reminding him on the programme now because I know that somebody will text him tomorrow and go, Steve Allen was mentioning that you're giving him a free game. It's not for me, it's for a friend of mine because, as I said, listen, I should imagine I've probably boosted sales quite easily by just mentioning it because we shift a lot of things on this programme. And so I wonder how many games he's actually shifted. I'm curious. No, I hope it's not more than the trays. Or failing that, not more than what do we sell the most of? I think it was the tote bags. The tote bags, I think we sold them, or was it the tea towels? I can't remember. There were so many different things that we've sort of sold very, very quickly. But, I didn't give him one, but, I'm sure he'll be delighted to offer me something there. He didn't ask. I was talking about the water lilies painted by Monet, of which there were many different versions. He just liked painting water lilies. It was a bit boring, actually, really, if you like that kind of thing. And the one-trick pony, what shall I paint? Oh, why don't you, Monet, paint water lilies? What a good idea. So he painted water lilies. And as I say, it was like Van Gogh. I forget how many sunflower pictures there were. There were loads of them because once they got... It's like if ever you see them in the summer and they're right pain in the rear end around Trafalgar Square, but you can't because they're digging up the square at the moment. Typical, coming into Christmas, the Christmas tree will be going up very shortly. And what are they doing? Digging up the square. I can't get my head around it. But it'll be interesting to find out what this water lilies goes for. They say when it was bought ages ago, it was 5 million. They reckon this time round it could go for 30 million. 30 million pounds. Imagine having that sort of money. 30 million pounds. I love it. What was the other one? Diana Ross releases a music video, the first one in 10 years. And the Remote Tribe, which I must tell you about a little bit later on, actually, have just found out about COVID. And so they're being, there you go, 40 million heading to auction. I like the frame, but I'm not particularly bothered about the water lilies. It doesn't do anything for me at all. And people like Monet, and I think it was Monet completed the works during the last decade of his life. I think another one from the series sold for £40.9 million, $80.5 million at the time from the estate of a philanthropist, Irwin and Xenia Miller. I love these philanthropists. They just have limitless money. They had a bloke on the television a while ago when they were looking at, I think it was Sotheby's, a programme on Sotheby's, and they said that the big art market now is the Chinese billionaires they look just like children, some of them, just very ordinary people. They don't dress up in flashy suits. They come in and they look at the works of art, and if they like it, they'll bid for it. And this particular bloke had in his dressing room Picasso's, he had Degas, he had literally every artist you could think of in this, what looked to me like a very ordinary flat. And his daughter said he just likes buying things. He likes nice works. Imagine the security on these things. Absolutely phenomenal. But I like the idea. There was one here. I think there was Topping Out Monet is an example from a series of haystack paintings bought by a German software mogul, Hasso Plattner, at Sotheby's in May 2019 for $110 million. It spent 35 years in private hands, and somebody went, oh, let's flog it. I'm bored with it now. $110 million. So we shall see how much the latest one goes for. It's phenomenal, isn't it, when you think there's that much money about in the art world? And the answer is there is. For the most odd... Listen, if that what's-it lady can get so much money for her unmade bed, £2.5 million, people will buy anything. People will buy absolutely anything nowadays. I'm not really sure what is out of the loop, and the answer is nothing at all. I could dismantle the studio, put it in a room, and go workplace, and people would go, "Oh, I'll give you 10 million for that." People were buying all sorts of rubbish, all sorts. To me, an unmade bed didn't constitute art, but that's just me, I suppose. Excuse me. Oh, free at last, the fishing boat. That the French were holding has returned to the UK. I told them yesterday, don't mess with us. We're not going to be messed at with our fishing quotas. And guess what's in store for you this Christmas? Very expensive adverts on the television. I believe £6 million for the John Lewis advert, which involves a spacecraft and everything else, and a woman singing a well-known song. I can't remember what the song is, but they were literally listing all of the different... In fact, all the papers are running it today. All the different adverts which are advertising all the stores and all their Christmas goodies. And you think it's an awful lot of money to spend on an advert. £6 million is a huge amount of money. But they're made by professional filmmakers. They make these things, and the idea is to get you to go into the store and spend money. And I'm looking at this one here. John Lewis is launching their Christmas advert 2 weeks early with an unexpected guest. What they're tagging it, there's an unexpected guest, and it's a young boy introducing an alien being to Christmas traditions while she is lost on Earth. Both the kids have been seen before in television and film before. They're hoping it gives people the warm, fuzzy feeling of Christmas. I wasn't aware that there was a warm, fuzzy feeling to do with Christmas, but apparently there is. That's all the alcohol, isn't it? So John Lewis have given fans this early Christmas present. I've not seen it. I'm told it's very nice, and it probably will be. All of these sort of things are really, really good, actually. The John Lewis song, my friend Jordan tells me, is Together in Electric Dreams. Da, 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 da. You know that one? And I forget who it's sung by. Do you know who it's sung by, Jordan? Somebody did tell me. I know she's a lady, but it was originally done by Together in Electric Dreams. I can't remember. Here we go. Phil Oakley and Giorgio Moroder. Giorgio Moroder was very good. Wasn't he part of the Munich Machine? I only knew you for a while. I never saw your smile. I can't sing it. You know me, I can't sing for toffee, but I'm going to make the effort of getting the words right, which was quite good. So Giorgio Moroder, and he was everything. He was known as the father of disco. He pioneered high energy, and he had, he did the film soundtracks to Midnight Express, American Gigolo, Superman 3, Scarface, Never-Ending Story, which was sung by, I can't remember, Never-Ending Story, Limahl. But he's also got Grammy Awards, People's Choice Awards. He's created scores of songs for people like Kylie, David Bowie, Janet Jackson, Melissa Manchester, Blondie, Japan, and France Jolie. Loads of people. But the one he's most proud of is Take My Breath Away by Berlin, which got him the Academy Award for Best Original Song and the Golden Globe Award for Best Original Song. So, he's done very, very well. She's a singer, isn't she? She's called Lola Young. She's 20 and she's from South London. And she's singing for the John Lewis ad Together in Electric Dreams. My friend Jordan told me that because he knows, because he works in music radio. I've always wanted to have a sung jingle for the programme, but we've never actually managed it yesterday. Pat says, my tray arrived yesterday. Thank you very much indeed. Oh, listen, I'm not sending them out, but I'm grateful that they are arriving. Slowly but surely, they're going all over the world, these trays, which is lovely. The shameless MPs who've sunk back into sleaze, not looking very good, is it? And the record haul, more coins than Sutton Hoo. Sutton Hoo, the treasure, which they found, a treasure ship. We think it was a Viking longboat, and obviously somebody had been buried on it. But what they used to do was in the original days, they would put them on the Viking longboats, set fire to it and push it out into the ocean. And so that would take their spirit to the other side. This one was found on a farmer's land, and all you got was the outline of the timbers. The photographs have been released and they've been enhanced. You can see exactly what it looked like. And it's famous because of a helmet, which we were talking about earlier on this morning, because it's so indicative of Sutton Hoo. You look at it. But they found coins there, but this time they found a fantastic collection of coins, even bigger than Sutton Hoo, because buried under our feet, God knows what there is. There must be tons and tons of stuff. So November's here. The temperature's dropped to -2. -2. Not at all surprised. And what was the other one that we quite liked, actually? We've done the remote tribe, who've only just found out about COVID. And, Louise Redknapp celebrates her birthday today, 47. 47. And the PTSD veterans, post-traumatic stress disorder veterans, who dread Guy Fawkes night, because it just isn't one. If it was just one night, you could understand it, can't you? But, because it seems to run for about a week, most people suffer with it quite badly. I think they're really pretty, but you can buy silent fireworks, not completely silent, but almost noise-free fireworks. And there's a lovely list of and photographs of, I think, about 6 women from the 1920s. They're all thieves. They plagued Oxford Street. They were out there thieving, and there's pictures of them. They always used to look guilty in those days. Steve, are you looking forward to tomorrow? ABBA Voyage. Giorgio Moroder's also worked extensively with Donna Summer. You can hear it in the music. I think he was part of Munich Machine, wasn't he? Munich Machine. I think worked very well indeed. Did you know the inventor of the Ferris wheel and never met the inventor of the merry-go-round? That's because they moved in different circles. You're barred. Okay. And Jilly from Designer Pets said you said you were good at shifting things on your show. Don't suppose you fancy coming to my stall at North Weald and help me shift my dog coats, do you? I did get one of your wonderful trays. Don't let me down. I love it. I love it. I don't doggy coats. They had a picture in one of the papers today of doggy coats. They're very popular, aren't they? People like putting their dogs in, because I suppose little dogs feel the freezing cold the same as just about everybody else does. Matt Lucas has become a German. I don't know why he's become a German. We shall have to find out a little bit later on. And I think it's Jeff Hurst has been fitted with a pacemaker, which they do. They're tiny. They last 10 years. Little tiny battery, and you don't have to have open heart surgery for a pacemaker. They drop it in your shoulder. They make an incision in your shoulder and they put it in that way. So he's actually had it because he had an irregular heartbeat. Here it is. I don't believe this. I don't believe it. Countdowns. Anne Robinson has had Rachel Riley's microphone muted as part of a toxic feud. They're trying to drum up interest because I think people are looking at Anne Robinson going, how old is she? How much makeup she got on, and is she wearing a wig? You know, it's a bit difficult to tell because Rachel's been there for some time, but they say that Anne's a diva. No, she's not. No, she's not. Listen, she's been very grateful to be having the work, and somebody says she's been silenced. Listen, if it was really that bad, they would have got rid of either one of. It's as simple as that. But they've literally put out a silly little story to try and drum up interest in Countdown, because the ratings now are at a 9-year high. And so then what they've done, in a way of sort of tacking on to this, because Rachel worked with Jeff and worked with Nick and now works with Anne, and they say she has a big say in the show. Well, she doesn't understand the show. She's 77. She just has to sit there. And, I mean, she has to offer very little compared to Rachel, who talks to the audience beforehand. And I think they're actually trying to drum up some hatred between the two of them, of which I believe there is no hatred at all. But they talk about The Feud, which is the latest TV personality clash. Eamon Holmes and Anthea Turner were thrust together back in 1994. The gloss soon faded. He called her vain before nicknaming her Princess Tippy Toes. She said she was left feeling hurt. But the trouble is, she was always a bit fake. Hello, hello. It was always a bit like that, hence Princess Tippy Toes. Philip Schofield and Amanda Holden have battled on and off camera. He said he admitted he found her quite scary, which is lovely. And Sharon Osbourne and Danny Minogue had a bit of an upset. Danny claimed that Sharon likened her to an annoying mosquito that should be squashed. Honestly, I mean, come on, for goodness sake. Not everybody gets on. I know people who've worked on television and radio who hate the person they're working with, because I've always maintained that the one difficult thing to do nowadays is to do a double-headed programme. It's very difficult because in a double-headed programme, somebody has to emerge as the leader of the programme. You can't have two people battling for it. Somebody has to learn to hold back. And the other person leads the programme, and they will get paid more, and they'll be sitting in the top chair. It's as simple as that. It just, you know, it's no good trying to be I did see somebody on the television a short while ago. I can't tell you who it was, but I remember watching them, and they almost looked as though they were trying to take over the programme. And I remember thinking, you're not going to be invited back on again. You don't overtake anything that the main presenter does on a programme. The moment you step on their shoes, that's when you get problems. But it's very difficult. Double-headed programmes, you know, don't automatically assume that everybody who works together likes working with each other. They don't. They don't, but they have to pretend. But on television, it's a bit more difficult to pretend because you can see it in people's faces. You know, if the camera does a quick cutaway, you've got to be aware of the fact that the camera is watching you all the time. So that's my advice. But in fact, I don't think there would be anything. Anne Robinson is just grateful to be sitting there, not having to work very much, and gets paid a lot of money. She's apparently got a bigger dressing room, got her own makeup artist, but that would be normal. That would be built in to the contract. Her agent, whoever he or she is, would have said, well, you know, she needs a big dressing room, which goes along with the fact that she's the biggest star. She's been working the longest in television. And they'd go, yes, that's fine. Her own makeup artist, yes, that's fine. They would agree this car backwards and forwards, yes, that would be fine. It'll be a limousine, will it? Well, it'll be a Mercedes or something like that. That's fine. That's what they agree with. They don't just make these things up and go, this is how it works. You want to see the clauses in contracts. You know, I mean, and it's not just clauses in contracts. It's when you get groups going out doing shows, big stadium shows, you don't think they've got riders in their contract? They have. I mean, some of the groups I've seen want Smarties, big bowls of Smarties, but with no blue ones. So somebody has to go through and take the blue ones. It isn't they don't eat blue Smarties, it's just they're being stupid. That's what it is. It's people being finicky. And we only want bottled water. I think there was one American star came over to the BBC. They had to redecorate the room that she was residing in for all of 10 minutes because she had certain colours she liked. In the same way that Elizabeth Taylor, when she appeared in the play Little Foxes in New York and Over Here, she had to have a light violet dressing room. So they had to redecorate the dressing room. There was one star came to the BBC for a 10-minute appearance, and she had to have her tea to the right temperature. The tea had to, otherwise she wouldn't touch it. And you think, oh, you pretentious old tart. Honestly, I mean, come on, it's like me coming in. All right, so I've done it a few times. The tea's not hot enough, OK? I want hot water in the tea. You know, the tea bag's broken. Take it away and do it again. You know, and if they don't, back onto the rowboat, and you're rowing all the way to America. No, you've got to put your foot down. You've got to put your foot down. You've got to. People have demands. People get made. I mean, I am actually able to make my own tea, believe it or not. It's one of those things I've learned to do over the past few weeks. And you can. But I'm sure if I said to them, "Oh, can somebody go and get me a cup of tea?" there'd be no hesitation. There'd be a few mutterings, you know, bloody pain in the arse, and you know, but they'd get me a cup of tea. You know, because that's what it is. It's called give and take. It's called having a great working relationship. That's all it comes down to. It doesn't come down to anything else. The McCanns are back in. Now, you know why? Because there was this girl in Australia who vanished for a number of days, 18 days, and they found her. And she said to them, hello, you know, I'm Cleo. And her parents must have been an act of God if ever there was one. And they have traced back the person who abducted her, not known to the family, which is fairly unusual. Normally, abductors are known to the family. But, of course, it's given the McCanns hope that their daughter will be found alive. I don't think 18 days can equate to... How many years is it now Madeleine McCann's disappeared? Long time. Long time. But they think she could be found safe. I think it's highly unlikely, especially after this amount of time. They've been over there. I mean, if she has been taken. This is such a long time ago now. Such a long time ago. And I think Madeleine vanished in... Everybody lives in hope, but they've taken dogs over. They've done everything. There's no footage. There's no CCTV. There is nothing at all. We've wasted millions looking for this one child who vanished in 2007. In fact, I think even at Praia de Luz, they're renting out the rooms where she vanished from because there was no... How you can not have any CCTV, I've got no idea. I couldn't understand that. But more funding is set to be approved. So we'll have to wait and see. But they're following this story, and they're still willing to say she's going to be found safe. Where, we have no idea, because we don't seem to have any new sort of leads, which they normally throw in at this particular time. But Cleo went back safe and appears to be absolutely unharmed. She looked at the policeman and said, my name's Cleo, and that was it. Happy days. Morning, nice to have your company. It's Steve Allen's Early Breakfast. It's Thursday, one more day, and then it's bonfire night, although actually it's also Diwali, I think tonight and tomorrow. So there's going to be intense fireworks, and they will start. Because the trouble is, there is no point in having fireworks if it's light. It's got to be dark. It's the only time you can see fireworks, is when it's dark, and there will be loads around me, because around my area we've got Hounslow, which is a very big Asian community, so there'll be loads of fireworks for Diwali. You've got Southall down the road again, loads of fireworks for Diwali. Connie in Stockwell says, Steve, I'm an ice skating enthusiast myself, so please tell the person who was falling on the ice I'd be delighted to give him free skating lessons, only if he's interested. Oh, listen, he has to go to hospital, Connie. There's no point in me trying to explain this, but he fell over on the ice. OK, I'm not putting it down to drink or anything. I'm not casting aspersions in that particular direction. But anyway, 1 minute he's up, the next minute he's down. He goes to hospital and he's had stitches put in his chin. A bit of a drama over the whole thing. You know, it's a case of crying all the way, as you can well imagine, sobbing. I think they got through half a box of tissues, just, you know, taking him to A&E. He was crying, and then they put the stitches in. And he's having the stitches taken out, which is very nice, by somebody who claims to be a private nurse. And, I mean, to be honest with you, it could be anybody they found, you know, in the Exchange and Mart. And, and just give them some money. Oh, I'll take the stitches out for you, rip. And so he's having those taken out. So to be honest with you, Connie, very sweet though your offer is, we'd rather he didn't go near ice ever again. You know, and I include in drinks as well, because he'll just fall over. He has been banned. Technically speaking, it's a case of, are you going on the ice? No, I'm not, thank goodness. Because to be honest with you, it's too much stress. I mean, next time he could sort of knock all his teeth out. It could be, you know, he could be in a worse state than he is at the moment. But yes, and he's paid a lot of money for his teeth. But the sobbing is intense. I mean, seriously, we start the programme this morning, and I'm going, hello, it's Steve Allen. And he's going, ooh. I'm thinking, listen, I'm not buying into it. I'm not buying into the mamby-pamby way you're dealing with this. I've fallen on the ice. Although, I have to tell you that the older you get, the more dangerous it is to fall on the ice or fall on anything at all, because you don't want to fall over. Because, you know, if you're sort of carrying a little bit of weight, not that he's carrying weight or anything like that, I'm referring particularly to Henry, you know, if you do fall over on the ice or something like that, you could do yourself some serious damage. Seriously serious damage. So be very careful, but very sweet of you, Connie. Thank you for that. I shall pass on your good wishes to him, although, frankly, we're bored witless with the story. I've never heard anything so dull in my entire life. Only joking. Steve, tea tray arrived. Thank you, says Mark. At stock in Essex. Popped onto Amazon for a small kettle and a mini tea caddy. All set up now in my bedroom, so I don't need to go downstairs when I get up. Woo! Now that is what I call a result. Wonderful story about Cleo in Western Australia, says Shane. When she was found, the whole of Australia was thankful. I'm in Sydney. I started to cry. Well, I tell you, it's a miracle she came back after that amount of time. The parents must have got to that stage where, you know, you hold out every bit of hope, but in the back of your heart and in the back of your head, there's horrible thoughts running through. So when they found her, and she was clever enough to go, hello, I'm Cleo. And you think, woo, fantastic, absolutely fantastic. So that was very, very lucky. But, you know, in the case of Madeleine McCann, I mean, I don't know how many children go missing every year. I think it's quite a number. And they've always said, and I've always subscribed to the same thing, if they don't find a child within a short amount of time, they fear the worst. Because they worry about it, because you don't know. And if a child is 3 or 4 years old, which Madeleine McCann was, who knows what happened? Nobody knows. I mean, that's the stupid thing. They've come up with, oh, there's this paedophile in prison. He's the one who's guilty. And before they knew what was happening, he'd been sort of named in all the papers. And then he went, no. And so we're back to square one. We're back to the base where we don't know what happened. You can only guess. Did she wander off? Was she abducted? And if she was abducted, why did they take her? Why did they not take the twin boys? I mean, all sorts of questions have to be asked about, you know, what happens? Where do they go from here? I mean, I think now she'd be about 15 or something. Well, I mean, that's what it used to make. I mean, we went through a phase of people saying, oh, I've just seen her on holiday. She was with these two people. When they saw us looking at them, they scuttled away. And you think, you're just lying. You're just lying. You wouldn't know what she looked like now. You'd have no idea. Children age. They look different from when they're 3 to when they're 15. John in Smithfield says, my sister fell on the ice, broke her pelvis. Yeah, that could have happened to me all as well. I mean, you know, we lived in hope. And no, because you see people being carried off the ice. They've broken their legs or they've broken their foot or something like that. You know, you've got clomping great big boots on you with a blade underneath it to help you stand upright. I mean, why he just didn't admit he can't ice skate, I've got no idea. Why did he not say to the people, listen, I'll go round the ice rink, but I'll be clinging on to the side because I can't skate. No, he had to try and show off, didn't he? Here's me doing a backflip. Woo! Here's me skating forward, and then, okay, now we're skating backwards, and now I'm doing it on one leg. You know, all that kind of stuff. And in the end, he paid the price. And the price is we're going to put stitches, you know, in your chin. I mean, he will be disfigured for life. Forever now, he's going to have a beard. He's always going to have a beard. He's going to be 73 and he'll still have the same beard he had today. It's as simple as that. He will never be able to shave ever again. And the stitches will be in because it'll turn out that the person who's promised to take the stitches out for an amount of money hasn't got the faintest idea how to take stitches out apart from with a pair of kitchen scissors. You know, it's as simple as that. I mean, I thought stitches nowadays were self-dissolving. I thought they self-dissolved and the body's very good at healing. Although, as I say, yes, very old-fashioned stitches. They were basically done with a needle and cotton. I had to have that, actually. When I stupidly, I moved. Well, it wasn't stupidly moving. I did move some years ago, and I thought I'd save money. Even though it's quite cheap to hire removal people in, compared to what it is for other things. And so I had a transit van. I loaded it up with stuff to move to my new place. And when I got out of the van, I slammed the door shut, but unfortunately, my thumb was still in the door. And I had to open the door to retrieve my thumb. And I looked at it, and it was like Tom and Jerry. It goes, and my thumb was, I looked at it, I thought, oh my godfathers. Well, within a short space of time, my thumb had turned black because I had damaged it, and the blood that runs through your nail had started solidifying. So I had to go to the hospital, and she went, oh, right, that's easy. And she got a needle, she heated it up over a Bunsen burner, and she pushed it into my nail. I nearly went through the ceiling. And then she squeezed, and the blood came out. She said, in a couple of weeks, the nail will drop off. Oh, good, I said, thinking, I love the NHS. I'm a huge fan. And so she was quite right. In 2 weeks, the nail, first of all, it started to become loose. And I remember thinking, please God, because you're frightened to sort of touch anything in case you rip the nail backwards. And the nail eventually fell off, and it was a little shrunken thing. It didn't look at all like my nail. And then blow me down, a new one had started growing underneath. And I was very, very impressed. Very, very impressed. But I always remember getting out of car doors and being very careful. I got trapped by my coat the other day. I got out and my coat had flapped into the door thing. I slammed the door shut and my coat got jammed in the door. Bit of a pain, but you have to put up with these. But you've got to be careful. And falling over, one of my friends used to have a pub in Twickenham, and he fell out of the bath onto a concrete floor, and he damaged himself quite badly. And it took him ages to slowly recover, because when you're older and you fall over, you see people, and sometimes you see people probably in your area who've fallen over because they've slipped on something, and you worry about it. So you've got to be careful. So no more ice skating. Watch, and enjoy, but just don't take part in it, because next time it could be worse. You could break your leg and then think how you're going to ride your bicycle. You're not going to be able to, because you'll have bandages on and all the other bits and pieces. It's not good. Jonathan in Deal, who's a curtain twitcher. I always talk about curtain twitchers because it's sort of people go, well, what are they doing over there? What are they doing? Let's have a look. You might hear a bit of noise out there. Let's have a little look. Oh, look, what's that? Alan Bennett wrote some very good stuff about curtain twitchers. He didn't call them curtain twitchers. It was the Lady of Letters, and Patricia Routledge did a very, very good one talking about the couple next door. It was basically a monologue, but very, very clever. And she said, I don't know what they're doing. They've gone out and left their kiddie alone. And she'd written to the police saying, this is disgusting. Why are these people doing it? And it turns out the kiddie was not very well and was being looked after by the nurses and everybody else. And Patricia Routledge got taken to prison because she was a curtain twitcher. She'd basically misinterpreted a scenario. So that's how it goes. I live in Hillingdon, says Lewis. Lots of fireworks for Diwali last night. Not as cold this morning. I don't think cold affects fireworks, does it? No. Have you got some fireworks this year, Mihal? God, that's your fate sealed, isn't it, really? Let's face it, you can't stand up on a bit of frozen water. There's no hope with a firework. Absolutely no hope at all. You don't want to be back. No, you don't. And I bet you anything, over in A&E last night and tonight, there'll be a lot of people sitting there. They've had accidents with fireworks, and they'll be sitting there, with their hands throbbing, or they've burnt their legs or done something like that, because people don't. Yes, but people don't follow the advice nowadays. You can sit here on the radio till you're 67 and tell people about it. They just ignore it. They just think, oh, it won't happen to me. It will. That's the person it will happen to, like that 16-year-old kid in the paper. Christine says, I hate fireworks. They frighten my old cat. It's not funny, and it goes on night after night at this time of year. Pet owners dread it. Chris is in Yorkshire. Sandra says, I loved your tray. Made me laugh. Your face made me laugh. Thank you. What? Don't start that, I tell you. I have people like you for breakfast, mate. Steve, somebody else talking about people falling over on the ice, because it's dangerous. It's very, very dangerous.
Sometimes running a business can feel like cycling uphill with square wheels. But Xero online accounting software can help predict the future cash flow of your business, so you can stay one step ahead. Soon it'll feel more like freewheeling downhill.
Woohoo!
On a tandem.
All right, mate.
With a masseur on the back.
Oh, that's nice.
Search Zero with an X, because healthy business is beautiful business.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. You know, we have programmes on the television every so often which look at buildings which are under threat and buildings which they say, listen, we need to find some money and put them back to... Why we don't have limitless amounts of money for things like this, I've got no idea. But the thatched cottage where William Blake wrote the words to the hymn Jerusalem and one of England's oldest windmills are among historic sites in danger of decay. The poet's Grade 2 listed home in the 1800s at Felpham, I think it's called Felpham, in West Sussex, and Bourne Mill in South Cambridgeshire are among 130 venues added this year to the Heritage at Risk Register. London's Battersea Power Station and Plumpton Rocks in West Yorkshire, the subject of an 18th century painting by J.M.W. Turner, are among 233 which have been saved from neglect. Well, London's Battersea Power Station is full of flats. What do you mean saved from neglect? Somebody's making an absolute fortune flogging flat. I forget how many flats there are at Battersea Power Station, but there's loads of the blooming things. Absolutely loads of them. Loads and loads and loads. Rod Liddle talking about all sorts of things, actually, on his column. Especially, he says, he talks about Piers Morgan being unique. And he says, I see Richard Madeley is being lined up to replace Piers Morgan on Good Morning Britain. No disrespect, but it's not quite the same, is it? He said GMB bosses must rue the day they let Morgan go. He single-handedly rescued a floundering show. Since he left, the programme has lost 2/3 of its audience. The reason? Those bosses might not like it, but more often than not, Piers Morgan's views were the views of the silent majority. And the silent majority has since switched off GMB. It's interesting, isn't it, really? Because I wonder whether or not Richard Madeley's going to sort of bring the people back again. Because unfortunately, the press don't ever take him seriously. They always put him down as a bit of a buffoon, somebody who sticks their foot in it, you know, and can't get things right and stuff like that. But that might work for their audience. Let's face it, it was a glove puppet that rescued TVAM. You know, had it not been for Roland Rat, TVAM would have sunk without trace. Definitely. Steve, we are visiting the area of Windsor this weekend. Any tips of places to go apart from the castle, says Stella? Well, actually, the only place you can go apart from the castle, because there's nothing in Windsor. I mean, I tell you, there's nothing. But what you can do is walk down from the castle after you've done the castle and walk into Eton. You cross over the bridge and you're in Eton, where the school is, and you can go and have a look there. That's like stepping back into time. Unfortunately, of course, I don't think any of the boys are at school at the moment, but you can walk through Eton. That's quite a nice little thing to do. Go and get a cup of tea. There's loads of pubs by the river. But once you've done the castle, that's about it. Windsor doesn't have a lot. Not very much at all, really, apart from the road out. How much is Eton? Oh, blimey, I wouldn't like to imagine. About Eton figures, 28,000 a term, something like that. I know that for Eton, the boys get put down when they're babies. Parents put their names down for the school when they're babies to make sure that they can get them in there, because if you're a well-heeled family, then you would want your child to go to Eton. But the clothing alone, I should imagine, must cost a small fortune. It's one of, I think, only 3 public schools, along with Harrow and Radley, to retain the boys-only, boarding-only tradition. It's the largest boarding school in England, ahead of Millfield and a place called Oundle, which you might not have heard of. Eton charges up to about £50,000 a year. It's about £15,000 per term, with 3 terms per academic year. So that's what you've got. I think there is about 60% of the school fee assistants. 63 receive their education free of charge. Because, it took some time to do that, but mainly, you know, it is the 6th most expensive HMC boarding school in the UK. However, the school does admit some boys with modest parental income. Now, whether or not that's common knowledge to the people in the school, I've got no idea. But it reminds me of that Richard Attenborough film, The Guinea Pig, where if you can get hold of it, get hold of it. It's a great little film, black and white, and Richard Attenborough playing a boy of probably about 14, 15, whereas in fact he must have been, I would have thought, in his mid-20s, if not later. And he got sent to a boarding school because he got assistance to go there. His parents had to pay a little bit, and they wanted him to get a good education. And so he got the good education, but at what cost? Because he was working class family because his parents had a little tobacconists and it was... Oh, you've made me a tea. You now made me feel guilty. See, now I'm getting a cup of tea. I never even asked. Thank you, Minty. She wants biscuits, doesn't she? I can tell she wants biscuits. There's got to be some trade-off for this, I can tell. Is there a trade-off? Do you want biscuits or something, or mince pie or something like that? No, sure. Chocolates? I've got... Okay. She's going to hold this like over my head with a sword. I could just tell. I made you a cup of tea the other day. What's that? What have you got? You got a mince pie? Where'd you get that from? You had a mince pie in the fridge. Waitrose, you've inherited money, haven't you? Why are you going to Waitrose all of a sudden? He's normally the person that only goes out to these supermarkets where they've got yellow stickers on the food to let you know that it's reduced in price. Sorry, let me just move my cup of tea. Slide it along. Don't want to risk lifting it up. I'll probably drop it everywhere, just knowing my luck. They're very kind to me at my age in here, you know. It's like being in an old people's home sometimes. So when you go, Stella, go to Windsor Castle, and go and have a look around. Go in St George's Chapel, because now you'll know under your feet. That's where Prince Philip is. He's there at the moment till the Queen dies, and then they'll move them both to Frogmore. But that's where he was interred at the moment. And that must be really odd when you go to St George's Chapel, you know, knowing that he's actually under the ground. I think that's really bizarre. It's quite a big crypt down there, but his body will not be buried or anything like that. The coffin will just be sitting there, I would think. Because they found Charles I in there, didn't they? I told you they went down there and they had a coffin, and they knew it was a royal coffin, but they didn't know whose it was until they opened it and discovered that it was a body with the head separately. And the only person whose head would have been separate was Charles I. And they knew because of the cipher on the coffin that was his burial place. Interesting, isn't it? The things you learn. So here's Sarah Jane Dunn, who's been axed by Hollyoaks. I have to be honest, probably the dumbest move she's ever made. You know, I mean, obviously you want to be an actress and you want to go on and do different bits and pieces. But she's 40. She refused to stop posting despite the threat of losing her six-figure salaried role as Mandy Richardson, one of the biggest characters. But I said to you before, nobody's bigger than the programme. You know, the moment you go to a programme and go... And it works exactly the same in radio and television programmes generally. If you go there, years ago, you probably could have done it. You probably could have gone and said, listen, either I get this much money or I'm going to leave. And most places, years ago, would go, oh, OK. I mean, I can tell you chapter and verse on this, believe you me. Not that it's affected me, but I know of other people who've tried it. And they would sort of say, oh, well, we can do this and we can do that. Nowadays, they go, we don't have the money to do something. Money is tight. And so if you then go, if you threaten somebody, I'm going to leave unless I get, they're going to let you go. And in her case, you know, either you're an actress, you know, playing in Hollyoaks, and I have to be brutally honest, I have watched Hollyoaks. I couldn't tell you any of the storylines. I don't know the characters. I know there's a couple of people in it who've been in it for God knows how long. But, you know, if you want to go there and then appear on what, you know, many would describe as just a dirty site, you know, people pay you. They're not paying you to keep your clothes on. They're paying you to take your clothes off. And that's a bit sad and tragic. But anyway, if you believe that is worth more than your career as an actress on the television, that's your business. Nobody can advise you to do it. She sort of says here, it's about taking back control and confidence and having full power over my choices. Where you get that garbage from, I can't imagine, darling. No, it isn't. It's called taking your clothes off and some bloke anonymously will pay you money. It's as simple as that. There's nothing any more complicated. I've looked at some of the pictures of her on the site. I feel immensely sorry for you because you've thrown away a career. You know, whether or not, depends whether you call Hollyoaks a career, doesn't it, really? But, I mean, I just don't understand why anybody'd want to do it. Very odd, very strange. A famous seaside Lido, has partly collapsed after decades of neglect. It's an Art Deco pool, and it's in Margate. Apparently Tracy Emin learnt to swim there. It's finally shut down in the 80s, and plans to revitalise it have floundered. The public have now been told to stay well away. Why don't the councils put money into these things? That's our heritage. They're so mean and stingy, aren't they? They don't bother with doing anything. Oh, they've got scallops in Lidl in champagne sauce for $3.29. I've never had scallops. You had scallops before? Oh, you had them. Oh, you like them? Yeah, of course you do. Yeah. Do they do them in Waitrose? Seeing as you seem to know the entire shop's stock. They've got 2 lobster tails. $10.99. See, that seems quite a lot just for the tail of the lobster. They sometimes use the tails in scampi, don't they? Whereas I do like scampi. Scampi's very nice. Very nice. Seafood, yeah, seafood's like, okay, cool. Yeah, I agree with you. Just can't afford it. Smoked haddock gratin, that sounds quite nice for £3.49. And butterflied stuffed sea bass. I've never had sea bass. Never appealed to me in the slightest. Never appealed to me. Holly Willoughby is adding another string to her bow. She wants to kickstart a career in activism. Oh. She wants a further career challenge. And it's interesting, actually. Another one here. A lot of people talking about, she was doing an audience with Holly Willoughby, I think. And so she's got this new lifestyle brand called Wild Moon. And so, but she's quite expensive. A pair of earrings, like 500 quid. This teenager is called Rio Deveni. He needed metal pins inserted before it was stitched back on. His thumb was taken off by a firework. He also suffered burns to his arms and chest. He said, I've learnt, if somebody offers you a firework, don't take it. I'd have thought at the age of 16 you would have realised that. Taken you a long time, actually. He was hurt when his pals found a £25 rocket that had failed to go off in an Oldham street. They took the firework apart, exposing the gunpowder. But when Rio, an apprentice joiner, decided to light it, so they've taken the firework apart, and you're now looking at gunpowder, and this idiot set fire to it. The rocket exploded. He now faces weeks of physiotherapy. His dad, Ricky, said the doctors said he was lucky his hand wasn't blown off completely. Too true. Too true. And also be very careful. Gosport, Fareham, Leon Solent, Loxheath and Swanmore. What are they missing? Manhole covers. Manhole covers. People steal them. You know why? They will sell them to unscrupulous people on the black market. They're worth money. One particular councillor in Gosport, Graham Burgess, said, I know of 15 or 16 that have gone. It's a hazard. I mean, who in their right mind, unless they're really the lowest of the low, and they steal a manhole cover. It was bad enough some years ago when they went to a cemetery late at night, not too far from me, and they removed all the metal plaques honouring the dead soldiers, which I thought was about as scuzzy as it gets. I can't really believe things like that. Oh, Dawn Neeson's back with us again. I got so worried, Dawn. You disappeared from my life. She said, because she's doing her Woman's Own column today, listening to Steve Allen talking about mince pies. Perfect timing, even though she said I'm eating blueberries. Bless your heart. Bless your heart. Thank you. I missed you for a little while. We missed you for obvious reasons. And we have to talk about mince pies, mainly because the poor aforementioned producer, or as we prefer to call him, the stand-up, fall-down person. They have churches like that in America. Have you ever seen them? They do these, and they've held them over here, where people go up there to be healed for whatever reason, and the preacher touches their head, and they fall backwards, and somebody catches them. They were known as the stand-up, fall-down brigade. And I can't remember which church it was, but they've had the American churches. So, yeah, sometimes it doesn't touch them, and then they all fall down, and you think, are they just acting? I've never heard of that. Have you ever been to any of those, Mihal? No. Well, you did when you were on the ice. You just stood up 1 minute and then nobody touched you, and the next minute you're on the ground. Presumably all these churches have got people standing around on ice. Do you go to church? You've been to church before? You have? Did you like it? Was it? You were an altar boy? How lovely. Right little creep, honestly. Typical, isn't it? Yes, I was an altar boy. Me mammy says I was. I was never an altar boy, but I was head chorister for a brief period, so I got to hold the cross as we walked down singing, which I thought that was fairly cool and important, at my age, 9.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
I don't know. 26 minutes to 6. Nice to have your company. Welcome along. It's Steve Allen's early breakfast on LBC. Steve, I went to a talk on heraldry, says James, and the Knights of the Garter with my dad at Windsor Castle a few years ago. Beforehand, we went to a nearby pub and decided to have a cream tea, and they used squirty cream. Oh, no. Mind you, squirty cream that I've bought in Costco comes in a big tin, a big can. You can buy it in Marks and Spencer's and all the other supermarkets. And they use it in all the coffee shops They use squirty cream. They put it into their machine and they put it on top. That's why it dissolves very quickly. Not the best advert for a cream tea. John in Weybridge says visitors to Windsor can go to Prince Charles's shop on Old Windsor to where the Magna Carta was signed. No, the Magna Carta was signed in Runnymede. And I know that because I used to live down the road in the Staines and I used to go to Runnymede on a regular basis. And so it definitely wasn't Prince Charles's shop. Runnymede, you go there along the river, then you have to park the car because you can't drive to the thing, and there's a memorial there where the Magna Carta was signed all those years ago. In fact, I think I've seen a copy of the Magna... I'm pretty certain I've seen a copy of the Magna Carta. Pretty certain. Okay, I don't have it. Oh, you've really got it in for me today, haven't you, honestly? You're picking on me like that. Go on, choke on your pork pie. He's already had a mince pie today just to make everybody feel very ill. But Dawn is eating blueberries. Perhaps that's what gives us her energy. Gives her her energy. I've had blueberries before, but I mean, sometimes my local greengrocer Dawn, Paul Cooper, will have blueberry day, and they'll do a case of blueberries for like £3. A case, because I don't know what you do with them. I don't know whether you can make them into jelly or something like that. Smoothies, yeah, good. You could probably make smoothies. I bet she's just sitting there picking at them. They're supposed to be very good for you. Blueberry yoghurt, yeah. You really do live in another world, don't you, honestly? Blueberry yoghurt, mince pies, and pork pies as well. Anything that's got the word pie in it. I love it. Steve says, Roger, the thieves that steal manhole covers are the same lowlifes that nick people's catalytic converters from cars. Yeah, they're worth a few quid, aren't they? Those catalytic converters. I said, I've got one, but you can't get to it. It's sealed. Most of them are not sealed, I'm afraid. What was the other one? Steve, your voice is cheering me up today, especially as I'm feeling, says Elaine, so miserable with extreme trigeminal neuralgia pain on my tongue. Really? What the dickens is that? I've got no... On your tongue? Honestly. That's the advantage to early morning radio. At least you've got somebody who can share the moment with you. Because I've got no idea what that is, but it sounds terrible. Catalytic converter theft in Willesden. Green is high. And they can get them out in about a minute and a half. Seriously, not on my car they can't. I've electrified it. One here. Between January 2019 and August 2021, there were nearly 3,000 recorded catalytic converter thefts in Brent and Harrow. Brent and Harrow! Just two places. What a bunch of thieving little so-and-sos. Steve, you must try sea bass, says Martin. Do you know, I can't get my head around it. I'm not a great fish eater. I mean, I'll eat a fish pie, because I quite like a fish pie, but I'm not sure I could eat sea bass. I was the same as you until somebody implored me to try it in London's Chinatown. Until then, I thought all fish was like eating wet cotton wool with needles in it. But this was a whole fish, steamed, boned in front of me by the waiter, and then had soy, ginger and garlic sauce drizzled over the whole thing. Very meaty fish, unbelievably tasty. And now I never have anything else. I should try it, shouldn't I? But listen, if I can't even do... What's that cheese I haven't eaten yet? This halloumi. I haven't done halloumi yet. I don't really... Everybody keeps saying, let's try halloumi, Steve. And now I have heard people say sea bass is a meaty fish. And, you know, I have got the best fishmonger in Twickenham. If I went in there and said, listen, I'd like a piece of sea bass, but you'd have to take all the bones out. I couldn't... That's the thing that frightens me about fish. Bones. I mean, Mary Berry does baked sea bass fillets. And I'm sure... See, look, she's cooked... There's a whole fish to cook there. I couldn't do that. I feel a bit guilty. But I suppose you could probably have sea bass curry, couldn't you? Or you could do it with thyme and tomato and stuff like that. It just doesn't appeal to me. But I might try it and then go, oh, this is lovely. I'll have grilled sea bass all over. I can't even say the word now. But I don't want anything that's got bones in it. If I have a bone in it, I had some Dover sole once and they deboned it at the table, but they still left a couple of bones in. And I've got this horrible fear of choking to death on a bone. Make of your own jokes, I think. My wife and I were discussing, Steve, come dine with me. What would you serve your guests if you would take part in the celebrity version? Says Phil in York. Do you know what? I do what Biggins did. Biggins did something very simple. He did a... What is the matter with you this morning? What's the matter with him? Is he on something? I don't know. You're not on licorice all sorts, are you, again today or something? Obviously had a little bit too much sugar. But Biggins did a stew, like a winter stew with dumplings in. And I would do probably something like that with mashed potato or Duchess potatoes, and just do a beef stew with some carrots and some other vegetables and things like that. And then for pudding, it would just be a sherry trifle. Something simple, because sometimes some of these people try and do really posh food on Come Dine With Me, and it's totally wasted on some of the Neanderthals that they put round the table with them, because they've obviously never eaten food before. Some of them, they're on a food programme, they go, oh, I can't eat that. And you go, what are you doing on a food programme? What is the point? It's a programme about cooking for... Oh, I can't eat that. So I'll have to leave that. Well, go home then. Go home, you're wasting everybody's... It really annoys me. Mind you, I did remember when they first started, people weren't at all adventurous. One woman served up ice cream. She'd not made it, just bought some ice cream and put Maltesers over the top of it. She thought that was an exotic dessert. I've looked at some of the kitchens of these places. I wouldn't be eating in there without a hygiene certificate from the local council. Seriously, I'd want every service to be washed down. There was one woman, she had cats. I don't mind cats, I'm a big lover of cats. But this one was sort of climbing over the work surfaces and leaving hairs all over the place. And people were finding cat hairs in their food. Not nice at all. Still writing the Christmas cards. Glitter everywhere, says Viv. Mince pies, pork pies, blueberries on the radio. Well, the blueberries are Dawn Neeson. I mean, now those I can eat. I can eat blueberries. And the Chinese pears we're loving at the moment. Did you have you had a Chinese pear the other day? Did you like it, or did you throw it away on the way home? Did you give it to a homeless person? What did you do with it? You eat all of it? Good lad, honestly. That's why you look so healthy. He's only healthy on this programme. It's just when I leave him to his own devices, he falls over on the ice. You know, he should really write to me or send me because he managed to get hold of my phone number. I don't know where. I didn't give it to him. And he's managed to get hold of it, and he started texting. I don't want to make a big deal about it because, it could be a court case. And he started texting, oh, looking forward to seeing you again. I go, yeah, stalker. And so, because all of a sudden he sort of came up on my... So I've had to mark it down as, be very careful with this one. Don't respond too much to the phone calls. But I think what he needs to do is tell me when he's going out and where he's going, so I can advise him. If it's something that carries, sort of danger signs with it, then I should be able to say to him, listen, I don't think you should go bungee jumping off the Shard. Yeah, I can be your legal counsel. Don't go bungee jumping off the Shard. It's not for you. Because knowing you, just as you fell over the side, they'd be going, we haven't done the back strap, and that would be the end of it. Very pleased, says Sidcup Julie, you're on at Christmas and Boxing Day. You'll be in my kitchen on Christmas morning. It's not Christmas without you on the radio. Well, we're hoping to offer you all the cooking advice over Christmas, because there will be people who've got no idea about cooking over Christmas. So we're going to be here to advise you, and then we can sort of get through it together. Because, listen... all for one and one for all, as far as I'm concerned. Angela says, I had my catalytic converter stolen in Twickenham. Left me stranded and cost me £400 to replace it. The insurance did cover it, but minus the excess. Now I'm much more careful how and where I park. Yes. I couldn't agree more. I mean, luckily, my car's covered by, I think, about 16 CCTV cameras. Fully recording. So we could check on anything. The moment somebody walks into a car park, got them. Got on 4 cameras immediately. But you couldn't get my catalytic converter off because it's a sealed unit underneath the car, whereas most of them they're visible apparently, and they can get under the car. I think about a minute to go get the screws off, take the thing away. They're worth about £400. So of course you're going to nick them because people are like that nowadays. What's Duchess potato? Says Steve. It looks like swirly potato, and you bake it in the oven. They look like little pyramids, and so it's sort of like mashed potato made in. You pipe it. You can pipe it. There they go. Duchess potatoes. They're absolutely good. So it's mashed potato with egg, yolk, and butter, which is forced from a piping bag, and then you bake it in a high temperature oven until golden. They're a classic item of French cuisine. They're delicious. It's just mashed potato, but baked in the oven, so it goes crispy on the outside. You'll eat a whole packet of them, I promise you. I mean, you could make them yourself if you can mash potatoes and you've got a piping bag. Then go for it. My mother used to have piping bags and nozzles and everything else, and she would make Duchess potatoes. Really nice. I mean, roast sirloin and Duchess potatoes is like yummy, yum, yum. Yeah, not for you though, is it, Mihal? They don't do that in Waitrose. Can't believe he started shopping. I think he's got a discount card as well in Waitrose. But we never got the Christmas dinner. We found it on the street. He was an altar boy. That changes everything, doesn't it? It's like Father Ted come to life. It really is. I watched that the other day. It was just how they get away with some of it. I couldn't believe it. But I love Mrs. Doyle because I interviewed her. And I hadn't actually watched the programme up until that moment. And now I've become such a fan of Mrs. Doyle. You will. Just stand there with a tray of sandwiches and people couldn't eat another thing. You'll just have the one. And love it.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning. They've got pieces in the paper today, as indeed you would expect them to have, to save stress on fireworks. So they're basically saying go for fireworks. The same newspapers that will probably be running with stories about so-and-so was burnt, some child was burnt, this happened here. Mega sparklers, 10 inches long. Funny enough, I don't consider 10 inches mega, but there you go. Obviously, they do. 50p for 5 in a pack. They must be really cheap to produce, mustn't they? Sparklers, you get 5 in a pack for 50p, which is 10p a sparkler. I wonder how they make them. Perhaps they should do that on these programmes. And then they've got Funky Frog Fountain Box, £10.99, the range. There's a most expensive I found here is the Demon Display Pack, Morrison's at 25 quid. And the Illusion Missiles, 100 barrage shot for 6 quid from Morrison's. Now this to me is a very noisy firework. They do low noise fireworks, and those are the ones which they say you should be buying, but most people don't. A sparkler emits coloured flames, sparks and other effects, metal wire coated with a mix of potassium perchlorate, titanium or aluminium and dextrin. Good God in heaven, have you ever... I thought it was something a bit... I thought it was just... what do they call them? I don't know, can't remember. Like sort of something magnetic that sort of sticks together, like iron filings. That's what I thought it was. I didn't realise it was so complicated. Aluminium and dextrin. You ever heard of that before? I haven't. But that's what's it. But they're blooming dangerous. Don't give them to kids. Please don't give them to kids. That's what worries me about people. They sort of, little babies are holding these things. You think, if you drop this is, it's I wouldn't even like to imagine the consequences. I really wouldn't. Gary Balance, the former England batsman, has admitted using racist and offensive language to his teammate Azim Rafiq in a controversy that has engulfed Yorkshire County Cricket Club and the sport as a whole. Because he said they're mates, and that's apparently banter between mates. And the cricket club have said, oh, well, it's all been dealt with now. And other people are going, I don't think it has. More than 40 countries at COP26 have agreed to phase out coal. Somebody said, would it not be easier the next time they do a COP26 or a COP27, could they not do it on Zoom? Would that not be a lot easier? Then we wouldn't have to waste all this money with flying all these blooming people in and out again, because it really is quite ludicrous. On Zoom, then they could all sit there at home. They wouldn't need to go on their gas-guzzling jets or anything else. What else we got? John Ronson, My Cure for the Culture Wars. Like John Ronson. Also, Justin Bieber and Coldplay have been lined up for Capital Radio's Jingle Bell Ball. And they've announced the first day, the Saturday, I think. And I think they're going to be announcing for the other day as well. First one's at the London's O2 Arena on the 11th of December. You've never seen anything like it. I only mention it. I mean, obviously, LBC doesn't get involved with it because we don't do that kind of thing. But when you see the organisation behind this, I can only stand back in admiration. I've been on the receiving end of some of Global's outdoor people who work putting together these things. And when they do it at the O2 Arena, this is huge. I mean, it's so enormous. Just the actual... bit of getting celebrities to and from the event. They fly people in. They have all the food catered for backstage and everything else. Thousands upon thousands of people go. And Bieber and Coldplay. I mean, as far as I know, Bieber's not doing anything else. This is the only thing that he's doing. And it attracts like some of the biggest names. Admittedly, I have to put my hands up and say I have heard of both Coldplay and Justin Bieber. Some of the other people I haven't heard of. So, but it's only because I'm of the age group where, if you told me it was the Beatles playing, I'd understand what was going on, but I haven't got the faintest idea in any other departments. But it's a good lineup, really is. So they will perform alongside Years and Years and DJ Jax Jones. I don't know who these people are. Does that make me a bad person because I don't know about these? Dawn Neeson wouldn't know this. She wouldn't know who these people were either. Richard Madeley has confirmed he will continue as a guest presenter. There we go. So he's not replacing Piers Morgan. He's going to be one of a number of guest presenters. He'll be doing either 2 or 3 days a week, depending on, what he wants to do. I would have thought 2 days a week would be fine for him. Then they have somebody else on for maybe 3 days or 2 days and 1 day. And so he's a guest presenter. I'd quite like to see Judy Finnegan doing it, but I don't think she'd do anything like that now. I don't think that's her sort of thing at all. Barry Gibb has been honoured on a set of stamps in the Isle of Man. It's for his tireless charitable work. I met Barry Gibb once. I met him in a magic shop in London. He was going in and he wanted to buy for his son, who was little at the time, a cape and a top hat and all these sort of things. And it was very interesting. I remember thinking, it's Barry Gibb. I was very excited, actually, the fact it was Barry Gibb. He's a big fan of the Bee Gees for ages and ages. Sharing a photo, Mr. Neil, this morning. He says, congratulations to my daughter Hayley and husband Mike. You met him at the Magic Circle on the birth of their baby daughter yesterday. After 4 boys, it's our first granddaughter. 8 pounds, 4 ounces. A very happy Lorraine and I. Oh, I'm thrilled for you. Love the little outfit. Love the little outfit. So well done, Hayley and Mike. Hayley, of course, did all the work. But isn't that lovely, actually? So they've got 4 boys, and it's their first granddaughter. 8 pound, 4 ounces. Didn't we have the biggest baby ever the other day, who was a stone, which it was a very, very big baby boy, I think, that got born. Not Mr. Neil's, bless his heart. Bless his heart. Honestly, I love these sort of things. It's like one giant family, this, isn't it? I've suddenly realised we know everything about that. Apparently, David says, Steve, one of the best come dine with me's was when I'm going to sneeze. Sorry. I have to warn you in advance of these things. Woman gives, but there you go, 3rd biggest newborn at 14 pounds, 15 ounces. That's what you call a big baby. Big bones, do you think? Only guessing. So the woman put sausages in her starter, main course and dessert. I like that. Steve, Iceland do sea bass. I cook it in one of those bags in the oven. It's delicious. Never had a bone in it. Oh, right. And Ian in a place called Sparkford says, I believe if you were on Come Dine With Me, you'd go to Costco and buy ready meals. Very low opinion of me you have. Actually, it's not such a bad idea. Do you know what I'd do? I'd go there and I'd go and get 3 or 4 packs of their spare ribs. They do cooked spare ribs, which are delicious, but they do ready meals. They do them with dumplings, they do curries, they do prawns, they do all sorts of things. And or they do sandwiches. I just give sandwiches. Come dine with me with sandwiches. Why not, for goodness sake? Steve, in Windsor, is the Oakley Court Hotel, which was where the Rocky Horror movie was filmed, among other things. It'd be lovely to have afternoon tea there from John in Peacehaven, which is near Brighton. I didn't know that. The Rocky Horror movie. That's what Biggins is in. Biggins is in the Rocky Horror movie. And I've interviewed the author, so many times. He spent most of his time going around America stopping illegal versions of the Rocky Horror Show. And just when you'd sort of close one down, another one popped up. But no, it was a great... I remember going to see it live on numerous occasions. It ran for years in the King's Road in Chelsea, in the theatre, which was filthy. All the rubbish that people had, they didn't bother cleaning it up. It just added to the atmosphere. So they just left all the rubbish on the floor, which was very good. Apparently, fake tan and skin creams face a major shortage within weeks. Uh-oh. So if you're a fake tan fanatic, you might not get it in a few weeks' time. And also acne treatments as well, because that's a big thing. I used to have a producer years and years ago, and he used to suffer with acne, but it came on and off. So one day it would be absolutely clear, totally clear. You wouldn't notice anything at all. Then the next day I'd come in and he would have an outburst, all over the place. And he used to think, oh, that must be absolutely dreadful. And he said, I've just got used to it. And I did the same. I've got bits of my body that don't tan, which is very strange. Because when I went to the south of France years ago, I picked up a bug on one of the beaches. And it meant, effectively, that my body doesn't tan. So I look a bit blotchy if I tan. Not on my face. I don't tan anyway, actually. It's not particularly good for you. But it's one of those things that I had to go to the hospital and they said, oh, that won't ever tan. And then when I burnt myself, there's bits of my skin which won't ever tan ever again. Not that I'm not particularly bothered about changing colour. Makes no difference to me, actually. Opinion on Percy Pig, says Peter. Is Peppa Pig. Do you mean Peppa Pig or Percy Pig? Oh, sweets. I'm not a big sweetie fan. I have had sweets, don't get me wrong. I'm not a brilliant diabetic, but I wouldn't eat Percy Pigs. And I have seen Peppa Pig, but I don't understand it. I like Pingu, the penguin. I was a bit better with Pingu. At least I understood what he was doing. He was standing up on the ice all the time. He was all right. He never fell over. Pingu never fell over, Mihal. He was standing up all the time because he was a penguin. He was okay. You look deep in thought, aren't you? Deep in thought. Thinking about deleting my number from your phone, maybe, or something like that? Am I going to get plagued with more of these blooming phone calls? It'll be one of these, you missed a call today from. I can just tell. So, the festive flashbacks, the John Lewis Christmas ad. I don't know, actually, but it features a space traveller called Sky being introduced to festive traditions. The Boy and the Piano was the Elton John one. That was in 2018. The Long Wait was The World's Grumpiest Kid. Which was the one that I really liked? There was one, some of the Christmas... the orchestra's in already, honestly. We've just sort of started to talk about the Christmas ads. But one of them was really good, and it was set in the World War, where they were playing football. And I can't remember if that was John Lewis or if it was somebody else. Whatever it was beautifully done, beautifully shot. With them, that was where they had the ceasefire. And they played football and they exchanged cigarettes and photographs and cards, and all based on fact. And then they had to go back, and it was, war is a very sad thing. Very sad thing.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, just to stay within the Christmas theme, which is not really running, but it's only because all of the newspapers are full of all the Christmas adverts, because they're all coming out now. A few weeks, people complaining to me about a month ago, going, "Oh, you shouldn't be talking about Christmas." Now we're all talking about it, because there might not be a Christmas if you can't get the presents. The kids will disown you. They'll have you put in a home. You know what it's like, and all of a sudden you have to fight through the courts to get yourself back out again. But I couldn't remember who did the advert for the soldiers over Christmas, where they stopped firing on each other and they came together in no man's land and exchanged gifts. And a gift in those days was a cigarette. People were grateful for a cigarette. Everybody seemed to smoke in those days. And I couldn't remember who. I thought it was John Lewis who did it, but it wasn't, because Minty said, I think it's Sainsbury's, and blow me down, she was right. And it was the year 2014. No, 2014? What am I talking about? Yeah, 2014. That long ago. I couldn't believe it. I felt a bit guilty that I don't remember who it was, but she remembered because she said she was at school. Imagine how I felt about the whole thing. But no, it's good. Very good indeed. But there's all these different adverts, and it's a combination. Do you remember Buster the Boxer? This is the trampoline and the foxes bouncing up and down on it. Do you remember that one? Oh. That was 2016. This is for John Lewis. The Boy and the Piano was Elton John in 2018 because he got paid a huge amount of money. The Long Wait was this grumpy kid. And Monty the Penguin. A boy, Sam, and his friend Monty the Penguin get us, but the penguin wants a penguin friend to love. Sam gets him one but seems a little disappointed when he turns out they're not real penguins. And they started selling them, because what they do is they sell the toys that seems to go along with them. I think in one of these, and I think it might be in the John Lewis advert, bit of a swizz, the kid's got a jumper on which is studded with lights. And John Lewis have said, oh yes, we are selling the jumper, but not studded with lights. They want it to last a long time. And I thought, well, that's a bit of a swizz. I mean, what's the point of having a jumper if it's not covered with lights? You can get bulbs that last for ever and a day now. But it'll be interesting to see it. I've not seen it, but you now know it's a 20-year-old girl from London who is singing the song in it, and for that you will be eternally grateful. She's 20 years old. Her name is called Lola Young, and the song is Together in Electric Dreams. So I can't wait to see them, because some of them are works of art. They're beautifully shot, and they're done by sort of proper people, not just something cobbled together. Ridiculous. A former director of one of Spain's most prestigious museums has gone on trial. Now, the only reason I mention it is because it's such an unusual one. He's been accused of using more than €4 million of public funds to buy works of art, knowing they were fake. They were fakes. A total of 2.4 million was started off, and he bought these pictures, €500,000, £423,000, and he headed up the State Museum between 2004 and 2014. He's said to have bought 8 works of art knowing that they were fakes. Because I couldn't tell the difference. I mean, some of them are very, very good on the... And there was a bloke who appeared on... In fact, he went to court. He produced fake pictures. And his name was... I'm trying to think. Tom somebody. And he did fake paintings. And he ended up with his own programme on the television. Not showing you how to produce a fake pic, but he did everything. He faked the... Tom Keating. There you go. He was a famous restorer. He claimed to have faked more than 2,000 pictures. In fact, it is said today that there are lots of people who have his pictures, but they don't know they were painted by him. They think they're original. They reckon that his forgeries amounted to about $10 million. He studied at the National Gallery and the Tate. He was picked up by a restorer and he started doing them. He was counterfeiting, I think the first one in 1962, an Edgar Degas painting. And he could basically fake anything you wanted. And he had a fantastic technique. And what he had to do was get to know the artist to find out how they made things. Because when they checked for fakes, and in fact, I remember going to the V&A Museum, and there was a couple whose son was... He had an illness, but whatever it was, this illness made him very gifted and he could fake anything. And so he faked antiques. What they would do is they would go along to an auction, or they would buy old auction catalogues, find a piece of work. He would then paint it. They would then use that as the provenance. And the V&A put in an exhibition of the shed where this young lad worked. And his parents were the most ordinary people he'd ever met. It's just that his father would hawk these paintings around to dealers saying, oh, we bought this in an auction. He'd produce the catalogue and say, listen, it was here. And the dealers would buy this without realising it was their son who was painting it. But Keating ended up with a television programme showing people what he did. And I didn't actually see anything the matter with this. I thought that was terribly clever. He died some years ago, buried in a cemetery in Dedham. Very, very ideal place. But he was asked to star, there you go, Tom Keating on Painters. It aired in 1982, and he demonstrated how to paint like the masters, like Titian, Rembrandt, Claude Monet and John Constable. Now that's, as far as I'm concerned, that's a talent. The fact that he fooled people is more fool them. In fact, they have programmes on the television. I think Fiona Bruce presents a programme where they have to work out if something is genuine or if it's not. So they go around to see the experts and, because there are so many copies of things. People copy all sorts of things nowadays. I think it's really clever. But I love the idea that Tom Keating's legacy is that there must be loads of people who've got his pictures, but they think they're genuine. I've got a genuine Constable. And somebody's going to go, no, it's Tom Keating. And you go, no, I paid £50,000 for it. Hello, it's genuine. But definitely the John Lewis Christmas Market. So the film is called The Unexpected Guest, and the annual big budget. I mean, I've heard the figure of £6 million, which seems like an absolute fortune, doesn't it? Really, but in fact, when you think that John Lewis have endured more than £500 million of losses during the last 18 months. How they could, I think this is the first year, was it first year or last year? It was the first year that the partners, that's what they call people who work for them, didn't get a bonus. And I went to work for John Lewis years and years and years and years ago in Reading, and I got a bonus, and I'd only been there a matter of months, and I got something like £90, because the bonus is based on the profit that your department makes. So if your department works really well, your boss could pick up something like 20 or 30 grand as their Christmas bonus, and it filtered down, so everybody got money. I got about 90. I'd never seen £90. I was earning less than £12 a week. £90 bonus, very happy, very, very happy. So we'll wait and see what happens with this advert. The alien invader is like millions of young children experiencing for the first time traditions that define a British Christmas. They miss out eating cold sprouts and arguing with relatives. Everything else will be thrown in there, which is lovely. Prince Charles out at the extreme e-car, McLaren's e-car. Do you know, Prince Charles, when he puts on a long overcoat, he just looks wrong. I think he needs to wear shorter coats. The long coats just don't suit him. They sort of age him a little bit. What's this one here? It says, make the season anything but ordinary. This is M&S. They're sort of doing it, and they've got, jumpers. I must buy some Christmas jumpers this year. I like a Christmas jumper. They're not very expensive, but I want them with lights in. I've got one which has got a fire on the front of it. It's an animation. It's electronic, and it's lovely. It really is lovely, actually. Social media sites are harmful by design, says the watchdog boss. And here she is, girl in a million, Cleo, missing for all those days, 18 days. Hope had faded, and she was found, and she waved from hospital. They'd given it looks like an ice lolly, actually, bless her heart. She's obviously very easily pleased with an ice lolly. And the biggest Anglo-Saxon hall that they found, the largest from the period, discovered in England, found by a metal detectorist and a police officer. Unfortunately, the police officer's been arrested. He tried to sell it. His share, and you cannot sell it, his treasure trove. You cannot sell these things. The assessment was made by the British Museum. Discovered between 2014 and 2020, and it was buried shortly after AD 600. Wow. I mean, most of the coins could not be recovered, as they'd already been sold and had disappeared into the antiquities trade. Because if you find anything like that, if you do not report it and you try and sell them, you'll go to prison. It's called stealing from the crown. But they found these ones here, and I want this metal detector. I mean, the find is very close in date to the Sutton Hoo ship burial. And the liaison officer for Norfolk, Helen Geek, says it underlines the value of metal detectorists. Because you see people on the side of the Thames. If the Thames is down particularly low, just by the National Theatre, you'll see people going along the foreshore with their metal detectors, because stuff gets moved and because the Thames is fairly fast flowing, and so people find things. But in theory, you have to report them, especially when you find something as valuable as that. Still to come, £8 million just for a few old Chinese antiques.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Steve, do not worry, says Shane. I'm an Aussie, but I'm not real tanned. Actually, the funny thing is, I never thought about Aussies being real tanned, but then I'm assuming because you go to the beach all the time, although that's probably the misconception that we have in this country, that you're going to be bronzed Adonises. But I suspect you and me together, definitely not. Leslie says, pan-fry halloumi, Steve, and squeeze fresh lemon and black pepper over it. Delicious. Okay. Steve, do you remember on Come Dine With Me, a woman had the pub opposite the house cater for her. The chef put the food through the kitchen window, nearly rumbled by a guest. She won. Well, there's no reason why you can't cheat on Come Dine With Me. Why shouldn't you get somebody in to come and help you cook something? Why not? I would. Steve, Max Brandrett is Britain's #1 art forger. His biography is coming out soon. You can see him on YouTube. Yes, he's also been jailed 3 times. He's been in prison 3 times. He's 70, for God's sake. This is for forging famous masterpieces. He's going to stage an exhibition of his fake work. He's copied Caravaggio and a portrait for the Cray twins. And he just copies. I think the most profitable piece was Clarkson's Stanton Dover shipping scene, which sold to a private buyer for £12,000. Because I see no reason why you shouldn't buy something, as long as you're aware it's a copy. He's also done Jack Vitriano as well. This is a man who does the dancing couple and things like that. He's done a forgery of that one. And what's that one there? Oh, that's interesting. This is Michelangelo Merisi di Caravaggio's The Taking of Christ, was forged by Max. The copies featuring in the exhibition. I mean, also this one, this is Max's copy of A Girl with the Pearl Earrings by Johannes Vermeer, one of the pieces being showcased. He left, interestingly enough, Max left Bernardo's children's home to join the circus at the age of 15, when he groomed the elephants for 2 years and painted the trucks, because they all needed, but what a fascinating career. But then he was approached by the Crays, who asked him to copy a painting of their mother. And he turned up with it at the pub in London, Rogie on the seat, Frankie Fraser in the corner, and Ronnie Cray at the bar. He said, I sat in between the Cray twins, and Ronnie said, that's Mum. Bloody marvellous. I'll give you 2 for it. He said, I thought he meant £2, but no, it was £200, because the Cray twins adored their mother. And when she died, they had to bring one of them out of prison. And what they did, they actually put him, I think it was Reggie, but they put him with two of the biggest detectives you've ever seen in your life to make him look small and insignificant. It was quite very interesting. But he says here he did a pretty good job of a Caravaggio he hopes to sell for $2,500, while an original could fetch 200 million. So he's got the Caravaggio copy is displayed at Max's exhibition at Unit 52 in Burgess Hill. Clever, isn't it? So he's also filming for a documentary about his life, which he hopes will air next year. You see, I like the idea that he ran away from a children's home, Bernardo's, and joined the circus. And for 2 years worked with the elephants and painted the lorries, with the signage of whatever the name of the circus was. I think that's quite interesting. But I don't see anything the matter with, as long as people know they're buying a forgery, then that's actually quite good. So that's Max Brandrett, Britain's #1 forger. But as I say, he has spent 3 terms in the prison. John Lewis hired my friends Woodland, Steve, adjoining her house in Lynn this year for a week to film part of their Christmas ad. She's sworn to secrecy, but they had a spaceship which a little boy came out of. Please keep my name off the air or she'll kill me. Is it a little boy that comes out of the spaceship, or is it a little girl? I wasn't sure, actually. I looked at the picture, and to be honest with you, I can't tell nowadays. I get a bit confused by most things. But it is definitely a spaceship. Definitely a spaceship. And it's talking about the delights. So, your secret is safe with me. Shh. I shall tell nobody at all. 23 minutes past 6 if you're catching a bus or a train this morning. And people still run for it. Isn't it funny? You I see people running at the station, running for buses. And you think, why don't you just get up a bit earlier? Get up a bit earlier. Now you know that you can listen to this programme on flights. You don't need to worry about it. You can listen to it while you're waiting for the flight. You can get on the flight and listen to it, because they've all got Wi-Fi, or as I used to call it, Wi-Fi. I don't know why. Traditional children's favourites like Hot Wheels, Barbie and Lego among the bestsellers this Christmas. Apparently, there is a desire by parents to wean their children off video games. I never got into video games. I have had a few over the years. I did try them, but it's not for me at all. Really not for me. Also, the hundreds of thousands of people able to test their blood pressure with monitors being handed out by the NHS. 220,000 people have had uncontrolled high blood pressure diagnosed and could benefit from regular checks. And it takes you but seconds to do. Not difficult at all. The Duke of York could face a civil trial in New York next autumn over the allegations. Prince Andrew is 61 and up to 10 other witnesses will be expected to give depositions before the trial. Lawyers for both sides indicated at a hearing. There's been speculation that the list will include Sarah, Duchess of York, and Princesses Beatrice and Eugenie. Good God, this thing's moving on apace, isn't it? In the lawsuit, it is alleged that she was recruited by the financier Jeffrey Epstein and lent out to his friends. Epstein killed himself in prison. Nobody ever understood that. Nobody ever understood whether he killed himself or whether he was killed. But the Duke has unequivocally denied the allegations. Simon Brettler for Andrew noted that the lady in question was being sued for defamation by Rena O, who accuses Epstein of sexual abuse. It's not going away, is it? Somebody's paying for this one. Somebody's paying for it. And it's obviously not going to be cheap. They must have run up some huge bills at the moment. A British trawler impounded in France over illegal fishing is sailing home after the French appeals court overruled demands that the skipper pay a £150,000 bond. Thank God, at least somebody's on our side. Dreadful, isn't it, really, when sort of people don't sort of worry about it and they get all uppity about about who's fishing where and who's doing what. NHS staff won't have to be jabbed this winter. NHS workers will not be forced to have the COVID jab under plans being considered by ministers, despite warnings that rising cases could cause greater restrictions. But you won't find anybody working inside the NHS who's not wearing a mask. They're all wearing masks. You know why? They don't want to die. They don't want to die. It's as simple as that. 3 of the country's biggest lenders have pulled mortgage deals from the market and increased the cost of their loans. They think the Bank of England will put up the interest rates today. This is HSBC, Nationwide and NatWest. Announced the changes as markets brace for an expected rise, probably about 0.25% from the historic low of 0.1%. Dreadful to try and make any money at all now, isn't it, really? You can't, you've got your savings. What are they worth? Not very much. Not very much. Wagatha Christie, the film, Colleen in Deal. This rumbling row over the Drearies, I'm afraid, Rebecca Vardy and Colleen Rooney. I mean, I really could not. There are better things in heaven and earth to worry about than two wags fighting, about who said this, who said that, who leaked this story, who didn't leak this story. And at the end of the day, you just wish they'd both disappear and stay away forever and a day. I'm really not interested. I couldn't care less. And so Colleen is planning a deal for a TV show about the Rebecca vow. I thought they were fighting it in court. How can you fight something in court and then do a TV show? I mean, they're really not that important in the, in the story of things. They're really not important at all. Also, boxing champ Tyson Fury could be cashing in on his rise to world heavyweight title by becoming an entrepreneur. He's riding high after boxing. Yawn, yawn, yawn. I'm afraid I couldn't care less. Makes no difference at all. And they've got Carol and Ashley at the ceremony in London. This is the incredible Pride of Britain Awards. Actually, normally Nick Ferrari goes to this. He'll probably see loads of people. They must have already done it, actually, I think. And they've got all sorts of people who've done all sorts of wonderful things, and they get acknowledged, which is quite nice, Otherwise, they wouldn't really. Also, the ads on the Boots have got a Christmas ad. Boots have got a Christmas ad, which apparently is made by Tom Hooper, known for The King's Speech and Les Miserables. It's called Bags of Joy. And it shows Jenna Coleman getting ready to go out, and then, Dyson hairdryer and this. Have you seen the price of the Dyson hairdryer? It's like £400. It's absolutely phenomenal. I couldn't believe it. They were selling it on QVC, and I remember mentioning it some time ago, thinking, do ladies really have that much money to spend on a hairdryer? There you go. They've got, in fact, there are various ones, actually. No extreme heat now with the new flyaway attachment. I must get one myself. I don't want to miss out on this. But the price for it, you can choose a colour. Wait a minute. We shall find a price for you eventually. Bit difficult. Shop now. Here you go. And there it is. And where's the price? Come on, for goodness sake, honestly. There you go. £299.99. 300 quid for a hairdryer. I don't think so. It's got 5 styling attachments, and it looks lovely, but it's £300 for a hairdryer. That does seem an awful lot of money, no matter how wonderful it is. But mind you, I've discovered most of Dyson's stuff is phenomenally expensive. But £300 for a hairdryer. I think I paid about £35 for my hair. Don't laugh. I used to have a hairdryer. You know what? Dry myself after a shower. I mean, they've actually got Corral, which is a hair straightener. £400. Perhaps I've misread. No, £399.99. But you can make 3 payments of £133.33. Well, that'll ease the burden over Christmas, won't it? If you want to get your hair straightened. Curl, wave, do whatever you want. Mind you, for £400, you could have your own private hairdresser, I should imagine. It's an awful lot of money, isn't it? I wonder why they're so expensive. Mind you, I don't know. I don't think half these looks of these hairdressers would suit me. I don't think I'd look good with curls. But you've got all sorts of things. The special edition Dyson Airwrap comes in Prussian blue, is £449.99, which seems a bit... How can you justify £499.99? £449.99. That's a Christmas present and a half, isn't it? Be very grateful to get that. Give that to the kids instead of Lego and a Barbie. They'll be thrilled. What is it? It's a hairdryer. Oh, I don't want that. You should do. Once you find out how much it's worth, you'll be eBaying it immediately.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Steve. Did you get your appointment for your booster jab? No, Kim, I haven't. I haven't done it. I've got to check, actually, on when I had my last jab, because I should have actually had the flu jab by now. I should have had it. I'm high risk. It's ridiculous. Perry says, Steve, the reason the hairdryers are so expensive, because if it can straighten your hair, it must be a miracle worker. Well, believe you me, it would be a total waste of time. But in fact, Minty said she nearly bought one. She obviously is another one who's won the lottery on the programme. I can't believe it. But she said they are really brilliant. And I should think so too for £400 odd. I would expect it to be a bit more than brilliant. That's like buying a car for £100 and wondering why it breaks down within the first few days. Buy a car for £50,000 and you're going to get a car that's going to last you an awful lot longer. Chris says, do you do that awkward little run across the road when you know you're not going to make it when the cars are coming too quickly? No, I never run across the road. I don't run full stop. I don't run full stop. I don't know why, actually. I just don't. I don't. So, unfortunately, not. So you've had the Boots ad. Disney have got an advert called The Stepdad. It follows Nicole, the granddaughter from last year's story, that racked up 106 million views, who is now grown up with a family of her own. So that sounds quite nice. The Jonas one you know about. M&S, not just a Christmas advert, it's an M&S Christmas advert. And it stars Percy, who started off as a bag of sweets and is now found on cakes, cotton bedding and clothing. It's called Percy's First Christmas. Dawn French is voicing the festive fairy. That'll be good. And Hobbycraft, they've got, for a simple message, centering the story around a sense of achievement. I've seen another one, actually, which has just got, they look like cartoon-type characters in something, and I can't remember what it was. There's so many of these different adverts now, all of them trying to do exactly the same thing, which is get you to buy their products. Because if you've spent £6 million on an advert, for example, if you were, say, John Lewis, you're going to need to take in at least 12 million. And seeing as they've lost 500 million, they need to take in an awful lot of money. So spending the money on an advert must be justified, I suppose. But they've dropped that slogan, haven't they? Never knowingly undersold, which I think was possibly one of the best things they've ever done. Steve, Richard in Halstead says that clip of you on Five's Company when Dale tells everybody the secret of how you used to do your hair with a hairdryer. Yes, I never forgave him for that, actually. Still puts a smile on my face. Yeah, Dale was a guest. Well, there was sort of, it doesn't matter. But I used to have a hairbrush, and I would sort of turn my hair in it and then blow dry along the front of it, and then sort of, because I had very fine hair, and you wanted to make it look a little bit more. And he told them on this television, which was live. If it had been recorded, we could have taken the blooming thing out, but it went live. I said to him afterwards, what'd you say that for? I could say things like that to him. So thank you for reminding me of that, Richard, very much indeed. Steve, didn't go out yesterday, says Paul. Studying for the wine exams all day. Went in for an early morning walk before I got back into my studying again. On my doorstep was the tea tray. Very happy. Good. Well done. Well, there's thousands to go out. So if you've not received yours yet, just be a little bit patient. It will arrive. It will arrive. I promise you, hopefully very, very soon. Here's a strange one. I mean, people nowadays, we are in, that situation which they've got in America, which is everything's woke. I didn't know what everything woke meant, but here is a schoolgirl who has won an age discrimination claim because she was fired for being too young. Okay. Her name is Hazel. She was then 14. She did 2 Saturday shifts at a cafe. She'd given her date of birth on a form when she applied for the role, but the manager at Morris Equestrian Centre in Ayrshire, run by the Daimler Foundation, later told her she was too young for health and safety reasons. I mean, well, they should have checked this, surely, because work on the assumption equestrian, that means she's going to be near horses, and, she's obviously a big fan. The board ruled that she was a victim of direct discrimination and ordered the Daimler Foundation to pay her £2,800. The tribunal board said the Daimler Foundation Limited has not proved that age was not such a factor. I mean, she'd only done 2 blooming shifts, 14, and they obviously went, no, you can't be 14. It's all to do with the health and safety things. I don't know whether you can employ people in 14. I suppose you must be able to, actually, I would think. So the Water Lilies painting by Monet, likely to increase 6 times in value when it's auctioned. And Shirley Ballas has described the last 2 weeks as a whirlwind, but says she can't let health fears slow her down as people rely on me. This is after viewers noticed a lump under her arm during the show. Viewers told her. Because you don't know. How many times you lift up your arm and notice? You don't. You don't stand there, do you, and go, oh, look, I wonder what that... I don't know. I've got no idea. I mean, I'm going to start doing it, though. Definitely. So the show goes on as she's awaiting the test results. Adam Peaty is told how his confidence took a knock after finding himself in the bottom 2 on Strictly at the weekend. Who goes out this week? We lost Judy Love the other day. She's only just come back after COVID, for goodness sake, poor soul. And Matt Lucas has gained German citizenship. I didn't quite work out why Matt Lucas would do that. It's via his Jewish grandmother, who fled Germany prior to the Second World War. He quipped he'd received gummy bears from the German embassy, saying, my grandma fled Berlin in 1938. Having been offered citizenship, I've just been to collect my certificate of naturalisation. I'm officially Anglo-German. They gave me some Gummibärtchen and this lovely badge. So there you go. He's now declared, I think, FC Union Berlin his new German team, which is good. Very nice indeed. Cinderella star, James Acaster. I'm fascinated by James Acaster. Have you ever seen James Acaster? I'm fascinated by him. I can't work him out. I really can't work him out. He claims he only got into food once he was a grown-up. He said, when I was in my 20s, I realised I'm going to have to do this forever until I'm dead. He added, I reasoned I might as well just stop and stop it having as fuel. He was telling a podcast he still enjoys the junk food he craved as a child. But I don't know anything about him at all. I just know he's a stand-up comedian. He's 36. And I think he currently hosts the panel show Hypothetical with Josh Widdicombe, who nobody knows anything about at all. He's married with 2 children. He keeps all of that side of it very quiet at all. But he also does a food podcast with Ed Gamble, and also James Acaster's Perfect Sounds on another one, Born in Kettering. And apparently he's had a long-standing fascination with industrial catering equipment. He's played drums, and he's done everything else. But I just find him interesting. I can't tell you anything else about it. I don't know anything about him at all. I don't know if he's married, got a girlfriend, or if he hasn't. I just find him very interesting. I'm not sure if he's a bit too off the wall and a bit too wacky. He did win Breakthrough Act some years ago, and he's a good 36, and he's got a website, jamesacaster.com, and he studied music. He's worked as a teaching assistant in a school for autistic children, and then he started doing stand-up. Very lonely existence. Mind you, I reckon in a few years' time there won't be anything like stand-up. I don't think that, because even Josh Widdicombe was saying, and I think another couple of comedians are saying, it becomes more and more difficult to say anything now because everybody's censoring everybody left, right and centre. So very shortly, you won't have shows with comedians in. It'll have to be done, pre-recorded, and you'll watch it on Zoom. Steve, received my tray, very pleased. Been listening for 4 years, says Cass in Surbiton. Thank you very much indeed. 4 years, a novice. A novice. Out of This World, the heartwarming John Lewis Christmas ad the Sun are running with today, and the Alien Pal bond over a special gift. They must work these things out, that it must be worth an awful lot of money to them, because people want to go out and buy the toys associated with things. But I think not doing the jumper with the lights in is a bit mean. They've probably worked out they could make more of a profit not putting the lights in there. Plus. The home, but we've done that actually, haven't we? The home blood pressure monitors. The Queen and Eva Simpson in her unfiltered and undiluted column telling people there's too much hot air at the climate change summit, going by what I said, which is let's do it on Zoom. And then nobody can complain about taking in 400 aeroplanes, Prince of Wales flying in by helicopter, and the security risk and Biden's 20-car cavalcade. No, do it on Zoom. Much, much easier. We do things on Zoom here. Our management if they have meetings to do and there's somebody in America and somebody here, they do it on Zoom. It's easy to do, and you just do it, and then you can put it out on television. Very, very annoying. Very, very annoying. Not so good. Not so good. Bee Gees legend, sealing his greatness. Do we do licky stamps now? I only ask because I don't remember whether or not you could go out and buy stamps and you have to physically lick them. Whereas all the stamps I buy come in little books, and you just peel it off and it's self-sticking. Which is much easier. Gone are the days where you licked a stamp. Maybe COVID? Probably. I don't know. You don't lick a stamp twice, as far as I know.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7. I know, all of a sudden people go into complete panic mode. What did he say? 10 to 7? 10 to 7? Are you mad? Goodness sake, it can't be. Will you be getting a Christmas jumper this year, says Martin? I think so. What I tend to do is I do buy a couple of Christmas jumpers every year, and I wear them, and then I give them to charity. Because you can't keep them, because sometimes you might see another jumper which looks even better, and I don't like spending a lot of money on them. I just like something that looks a bit sort of festive, a little bit festive. BBC newsreader Hugh Edwards last night criticised censoring history after the portrait of a slave owner was taken by the National Museum in Wales. The picture of Lieutenant General Sir Thomas Picton, who was the most senior British officer to die at the Battle of Waterloo, has hung in the museum for 100 years, but it will be stored away after being reappraised in light of the Black Lives Matter movement. And Hugh tweeted, as a journalist, I feel uneasy about this element of censoring history. Should not Picton remain on display as a reminder to Wales of an aspect of its past, no matter how disgraceful? And so it goes on, because we went through a phase of doing all these sorts of things, didn't we? People pulling down statues and everything else. We found some Christmas jumpers. So here they go. Oh, I don't want anything that says ding dong on it. Thank you very much indeed. See, I quite like that one there. See, look at these. 20 quid. This is in the M&S novelty Christmas. See, I think 20 quid is about right for a Christmas jumper. Now, the ladies are far more expensive, £29. But no, I think, and the kiddies ones are quite cute, 14 quid. I think £20 is about my maximum. I don't want to spend any more on a Christmas jumper because you're only going to wear it a few times, aren't you? Don't want to be seen as wearing it out a bit. But there's quite a collection that they've got. Well, look at this one, a sequin one at £55. Way to it. So it's done up like a parcel. See, the trouble is, if you buy something like that, somebody will have bought the identical jumper and you're bound to bump into them somewhere. You can imagine both standing there in the same jumper. The kids' ones are great. I think the kids' ones are very good indeed. I like those. Space knitted jumper, 2 to 7 years old, £16. It's cheaper to be an adult. £19.50. I mean, look at the, not much difference in price, is there? The amount of material used is, a lot less material for the little girls and everything else. Very nice. Can you find Christmas jumpers with lights in? Christmas jumpers with lights. See, that's the nice thing. When you have your own programme, you can ask people to do things for you. They're basically doing my Christmas shopping. I mean, if I actually trusted them, I'd give them my credit card. But, yeah. Bring it on. There you go. Light up Christmas jumpers. Oh, it's quite a selection, actually. I didn't realise. £25. £25. Quite nice. Is that a unisex light up one? Yeah. And presumably it's got sort of a battery in it. It doesn't have huge amounts of it. It's not bad at all, actually. But that's £35.98. It's for men and women. Goes up to size XXL, thank goodness. And they say when you're cleaning it, disassemble the LED battery first. So you've got a little pocket with the batteries in. I might have to get something like that. I like that, actually. I'm not sure if I'm 26 inches or not. Look at that one there. Look, a woman's unisex Christmas sweater dressed up like a Christmas tree. I'm not sure, but where would you wear that? You can't sit on the train wearing that in the morning. People would attack you. I mean, what's she dressed up as? She's dressed up as a Christmas tree. But no, I think just lights in. Just sort of, I quite like loads of lights, but I don't think I'm going to get No, I don't. Not interested in reindeer. And that's only for ladies as well. What are you suggesting? But some of them are very pretty. There you go. I'm sorted out. I'm sorted out now. What else we got? What else we got in the paper? The race to get the best mortgage deal as rates are set to rise, which is something that's quite worrying. I think next year is going to be very expensive for people. I think people are going to suddenly realise that you've really got to start reining in on everything else. A football fan who live streamed himself racially abusing 3 England players after the Euro 2020 final has been jailed for 10 weeks. Jonathan Best, 52, should know better, posted a rant about the black footballers Marcus Rashford, Jadon Sancho and Bukayo Saka, who failed to score in the penalty shootout. So he's a forklift truck driver. Not anymore, he's not. Not anymore, he's not. They'll be dumping him very quickly. He was sentenced at Willesden Magistrates Court. And it's called communicating a grossly offensive or indecent or obscene or menacing message or matter. In fact, he was caught out when a colleague and Facebook friend reported the clip to the police. After he refused to take it down, Elizabeth Jenkins of the CPS says hate crimes such as these have a massive impact on players and their mental health. So he's gone to prison for 10 weeks. And that's what people face. If you write something offensive to somebody, which can be, in this particular case, he was racially abusing them. And then somebody said you should take it down and he went, no. So he paid the price. You've lost your job and you've gone to prison. Good. Seems to work out quite well. Oh, here's this thing. Disney's 3-minute epic. They're like cartoon characters. Sort of like cartoon, but I do like it, actually. So that one I'm looking out for. You know why I like it? It's got snow in it. Any Christmas thing that's got snow, I'm not too worried about the present side of it, but as long as you've got houses covered in snow and stuff like that, I'm there. Straight away. Absolutely love it. Love it. Other stories in the paper, we found a lovely lady called Betty Shaw. Betty Shaw is 82. She spent 45 years cutting her bush into different shapes, which is lovely, isn't it? So there's a picture of her here, cutting her, I think they call it topiary. And she's been doing it for ages, and her latest one is a teapot. And you get all sorts of people. She said, I love people's smile as they pass by. I mean, to be honest with you, still cutting your bush at this age is good. She lives in Shipley in West Yorkshire. She's a former NHS worker, and now she derives great pleasure out of watching other people smile as they go past looking at it. I love it. It's so clever. I couldn't do it, but I think it's very clever. Imagine having a teapot in topiary. Something funny, Mihal, about that? Have you ever had any topiary? Do your parents, your mum, does she do topiary at home? No, probably best. Probably best if you're away for Christmas, you know. Not to leave something like that unattended, do you? Goodness sake. This is the beauty clinic manager. This is Frances Dolcy, who told The Beautiful Body that she could only work part-time to care for her new baby. So she couldn't return full-time after she'd had maternity leave. But the director, Rudy Fieldgrass, said she would either be demoted or fired. Big mistake. Another executive, Georgia Hewitt, also criticised her for not wearing makeup and properly fitting clothes at work whilst pregnant. So it was pregnancy and maternity discrimination, and she's been awarded £73,000. £73,000. So it was pregnancy and maternity discrimination. Lord above. No end of it. No end of it. Also, what was the other one? Oh, yes, there's some ladies in the paper today. Oh, I've just about got time to tell you. Maggie Hughes, Gertrude Scully, Bertha Tappenden, Laura Partridge and Alice Diamond. Who are they? They're thieves from the 1920s. And they regularly rivaled the Peaky Blinders. This was the equivalent in the ladies' camp. It's a fascinating story. You'll find it inside the Daily Express for today. Thank you very much indeed for your company. Most enjoyable. Jez in Waterloo says, wonderful to hear you back. Thank you. Morning, everybody. Welcome. It's Friday. It's the 5th of November. Gunpowder, treason and plot, and Sainsbury's have stopped selling fireworks. A little bit late on November the 5th, I would have thought. If they had any sort of decency, they'd have done it ages ago. But better to flog the ones we brought in. Otherwise, what do you do with them? You can't do anything with old fireworks. It's not like you hang on to them and they sort of increase in value. Because after a while, they sort of do give up. Because I had some that I had for 5 years. And a friend of mine said, you've not still got them in your hallway? I said, I have. Big rockets they were. And he said, so literally I did dismantle them. I pulled them apart and emptied all the gunpowder out and everything, because I thought I don't want to risk it, just in case something could happen. And you've got fireworks going off like it's Mary Poppins up on the rooftops with the window sweeps or the chimney sweeps or whatever they were. On the programme today, how I gave Lionel Blair a job. I got him a job on the television. And how did he repay me? He broke my cake. I'm not even sure I can tell you this morning. But luckily, it's documented. Because it was a television programme. You get to see Lionel destroying my cake that I'd lovingly made for Fives Company. And if you want to see it, and please don't write in and say, by God, you were good looking in those days, you can just find it by going to YouTube and typing in Lionel Blair Fives Company. And I think it's something like Lionel destroys Steve Allen's cake or something like that. And you can have a look at it. And then people writing in going, oh, you scrubbed up well, didn't you? And then, yeah, well, it was a long time ago. Definitely. Plus Ed Balls on the social care crisis. He's obviously just desperate to work, isn't he? And so he's also part of the team on Good Morning Britain, together with Richard Madeley and Adil Ray and a few other people as well, who are all going to be doing it. So they're basically going to get 1 or 2 jobs a week each. And then it could take ages for you to be back on again. Diana Ross could be making her appearance at Glastonbury. And what do you think the oddest book title of the year is? You'll never guess it in a million years. Mind you, the producer knew how to spell it, so I was even more amazed, actually. I was very impressed, very impressed. Nurses threatening strikes over pay. The world's first pill to combat COVID to be handed out within days. And Dancing Green ABBA in Eco SOS, because the album is out now. And it really is apparently better to give than to receive. See, I prefer that. I'm much more a giver than a receiver. And the producer, he's the same. He's the same, actually. He's much more a giving person than receiving. Eco-morons, believe it or not, have blasted the John Lewis Christmas ad, saying it sends out a damaged message because the spacecraft crashes into trees. Where do they get these people from? Where do they get them from? I've got no idea. Ed Sheeran wonders when ginger jokes will be considered offensive. I didn't even know the word ginger jokes. My producer, Joe, is ginger. Although, I mean, because you get redheads, and it's a bright, vivid colour, or you get ginger people. I didn't know they made jokes about ginger people. Did they? Apparently so. Axe soap star Sarah has her 5 seconds of fame. Okay, so we know that you take your clothes off, dear, and you do, you're owning it yourself, and it's great, and you're earning money on it. Fantastic. Well, good for you. Good for you. But don't come crawling back in a few years' time when you've been sort of trolled by 500,000 people, because that's what happens. Dave Prowse. Remember Dave Prowse, Green Cross Code Man, and he was also Darth Vader. It's my only impression of Darth Vader. But you didn't know it was Dave Prowse because he was all covered up. He just had to stand there and breathe heavy like he was asthmatic. He left £700,000 in his will, give or take a bit. And that generally is the price of a house nowadays. When you consider the film grossed $3 billion, they make a lot of money. Tom Hanks turned down the chance to fly to space because of the eye-watering cost. That they were prepared to take him up there for the cost of $28 million. And he said, I don't think so. I think I'll wait. I could live without it. Yeah, it'll be on YouTube, won't it? If you want to see what space looks like. What was the other one? Oh, the other one that I quite like, actually. The guard who faked an accident is shopped by his ex-girlfriend. She decided she wasn't having it, and he's in big doggy doos. The children who thought that Guy Fawkes invented the fork. I know you can't believe it, can you really? And the activists, the numpties sitting on the road, supergluing themselves, basically people who are time wasters. We've spent far too much money looking after them. I think we just leave them there. Let them stay there. Don't put the police on them. Just leave them. They can sit there as long as they like. I mean, the other day, they're so stupid. They were blocking a lorry carrying insulation partitions. It's a huge lorry because they didn't know, because they're a bit dim. The row going on at Countdown, they're milking this one for all it's worth. Is Rachel going to walk out? Will Anne Robinson retire Grace? Oh, I tell you, none of that will be happening, of course. But what they're doing is getting publicity. People like publicity. It doesn't matter whether it's good or bad. Something that's been said about somebody, it translates into audience figures. What was the other one? Oh, the jailed PC, too sick to work, who did 10,000 steps a day. 10,000, that's a lot of walking, I think. And the race route at the Yorkshire ground given a match ban now. It doesn't matter whether they're friends or whether they're allowed to get away with this kind of stuff. I don't think it's right to use that sort of language, especially if other people hear it. To be honest with you, I couldn't care less what anybody says about me. It's water off a duck's back. I don't think you ever go into radio or entertainment if you're not prepared for somebody at some point to say, oh, I think Steve Allen's rubbish. Because, if you went off crying boo-hoo every single time, you wouldn't go anywhere. You develop a very thick skin very quickly. What was the other one that I quite liked, actually? I've done the Ed Balls one, haven't we? Oh, Brendan Cole has been confirmed as the first guest on Dancing on Ice. Producer wasn't too sure who Brendan Cole is, or was, I suppose. He was dropped from Strictly. He's a very good-looking boy, but a bit of a fiery temper on him, and it backfired badly. So he's had to hang around now. And you do. I thought you would. I said the moment you see a picture of him, you'll go, I know who that is. And so he's the first guest on Dancing on Ice. The programme that was axed years ago because they couldn't find anybody. Now, unfortunately, they've sort of dragged them out. He's a good-looking boy. But he was on Strictly, and there's a picture of him on Love Island. I don't know if he actually went on Love Island or he was talking about Love Island or perhaps he was auditioning for it. I've got no idea. But it means he takes his shirt off, which means he becomes terribly appealing. It's just that he's got a vile temper on him. But I'm sure he'll be enjoying it. It's a bit desperate for poor old Tony Beak. He's doing his first pantomime this year. I hope he realises that you have to stick to the script. If you go off script, the pantomime drags out and the children go to sleep and they're bored. Not that they'll know who Tony Beak is. They'll have no idea at all. And don't ask. I don't know which one of the sisters he's playing. I have no idea. But he's the only name in the show. The rest of them, I'm sure they're all lovely people, but we don't know who they are because you're supposed to know who these people are. They spend a lot of money on the star, in inverted, but somebody who's never done pantomime before. I hope he's not managing to be the idiot that we all suspect he might be, and he's actually going to knuckle down and learn how to do it, because it's a completely different genre. You're playing to an audience of children. Don't play to the adults. Play to the children, because if the kids get bored, they'll be talking, they'll wander off, they'll go and get an ice cream, do all sorts of little bits and pieces. Curry's emergency gear to be delivered in 30 minutes. The Tiger King cries wolf. And a doll-obsessed loner is charged with snatching Cleo Smith because I said the other day that she was found after 18 days. I mean, a miracle in itself, an absolute miracle, and 500 miles away. And then when the police turned up, and I think they did it by finding out, it might have been DNA or something else like that. Whatever it was, they found something, and went round there, and she said, "Hello, my name's Cleo." And I thought, thank God, they must have breathed a sigh of relief. Parents must be doing double prayers. And I've seen on the Sunrise show, says Shane, this morning, the Heinz Christmas dinner in a can. I thought that's what Steve was talking about. I know, we do it first, other people follow. Henry got a tin of it. But when they tried it on Loose Women, they said it just tastes like a thick soup. Because it would do, wouldn't it? It's just a bit heavier because it's got a sausage in it and a Brussels sprout and a bit of... whatever they call it, that they stuff turkeys with and things like that. A bit of turkey and a roast potato. So it's going to be fairly heavy. But theirs look grey and uninteresting because it's in a can. Most things that come out of cans are very grey and uninteresting, unless it's sweet corn, in which case it looks sort of slightly bright and cheery. Oh, look, custard. I like custard. It doesn't like me, but I like custard. I can become quite ill on custard. I used to like jelly. Jelly was one of my favourites. And then the moment I became diabetic, makes it sound like an act of treason. I became diabetic on that day, way back in 19, whatever it was. And I can't have jelly because it's all sugar. But I used to love it. I used to like a fruit. My mum used to do a fruit jelly with mandarin slices in it and everything else. It was delicious. And we'd have it just with carnation milk, evaporated milk, or, any one of these other sorts of things. You'd have it with cream as well. There is a sugar-free one. It's horrid. Believe you me, I've tried it. I think Rowntree's do a sugar-free jelly. Naff. If you're going to have something, have it in the way it's made, not the substitute for you being a poor diabetic or anything like that. They used to do diabetic chocolates. Well, they're like laxatives to us diabetics. Seriously, I mean, you might as well just eat them in the bathroom. It saves walking anywhere. Otherwise, you might not get too far. So we gave up. Boots used to sell diabetic chocolates, a whole range of diabetic food. Well, I mean, when I was diagnosed, they said, eat what you want. Just do it in moderation. Don't go crackers. Not like that show-off man on the television who's 60 stone. And he was the one who was on the television 10 years ago going, oh, I don't want to be weighed. And they weighed him and found out that he was a lot less than he was claiming, because he obviously revels in this publicity. He sits in bed. We were watching it. We both stood there. Both Mule and I, and we were watching this bloke eating what looked like a meal for a family of 6. And then he took his teeth out to clean them. Somebody's got to come in and clean him up and do all the rest of it, because I couldn't work out how you were going to get him onto the toilet, if indeed you could get him onto the toilet. It's just really awful. He needs to get some medical help. There's obviously some addiction to eating food. We all like... Well, there you go. Hartley sugar-free jelly. Waitrose, Hartley sugar-free jelly. Tesco groceries. Hartley's no added sugar. Ocado. They just don't taste very good. There you go. Is sugar-free jelly good for you? And I suppose it is, if but it doesn't work for me, I'm afraid. It really doesn't. You get a twin pack for like £2 or something like that. I just like eating raw jelly. Did you ever eat raw jelly? Raw jelly. You know what it's very good for? Fingernails. Very good for you, jelly. Not putting it on there, but apparently eating it sort of absorbs into the skin and gives you nice nails. So there you go. But not for me, I'm afraid. Even though they do in Marks and Spencer's do a jelly with fruit in it. And I thought, perhaps I'll buy one. And I thought, no, I can't. I just can't do it. But I'm on my way sort of thinking about what sort of pudding I was going to buy. And I don't have pudding very often. It's a once-in-a-month treat as far as I'm concerned. I went to the doctor's to say to them, I haven't been booked in for the flu jab and I'm high risk. I should have been booked in ages ago for the flu jab, normally. And so she said, I'll book you in. She said, have you had the booster? I said, no, I've not had the booster either. So I'm booked in for the booster and the flu jab on the same day. They have to ask you if you want it on the same... I thought, listen, I might as well be hung for a sheep as a lamb. So I might as well go for it. So next Tuesday, 2:15, I think, 2:15, 2:30, something like that, I'm going in to get them both done. Let's hope there's no reaction. We should know, apparently, because I've spoken to people before who've had the reaction, and they've said normally you wake up in the morning and your arm's a bit stiff. And I'm hoping that it won't be. So I'm very good. I'll be fine, actually. Yeah, I'll be fine. Thank you. That's what he says now. I'll be fine.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning. Yeah, so Tuesday is going to be D-Day. Going to get both the injections at the same time, which is good. But they have to ask you twice, apparently. Or once, and then you sort of have to tell them, because, you know, there's no point going there and having the two if you then sort of go, oh, I only wanted one of them. No, I'll have them both. Might as well. Let's face it, it's, you know, it's going to sort of save you. I'll leave you to ponder on the oddest book title of the year. You wouldn't guess it in a million years. And two of the world's rarest chicks have hatched at Chester Zoo. A bottle of whiskey found from a ship wrecked in 1941, which formed the basis of the film Whiskey Galore. Whiskey Galore was a very good British film. It came out as part of the Ealing franchise, and it was the true story of this shipwreck. What used to happen years and years ago is ships used to come in, and unscrupulous smugglers would wave lights guiding them in, so they thought, but they weren't. They were basically hoping the ship would be grounded on the rocks, and then whatever the cargo was, they would steal it. And so in this particular case, the ship wrecked, I think, by itself off the rocks. They didn't have to do anything about it. What was its cargo? Whiskey. Whiskey galore. There was more barrels of whiskey floating around, and the villagers decided that they had to get it off the ship. So they all organised to go down there. They had to stay well away from the men who came round to charge you for having whiskey, and they literally were plundering the ship, getting all the whiskey off it as much as they could. Ladies, kids, old men, young kids, everybody. And they were hiding in their own houses, hiding it in the bath. They were hiding it anywhere they actually could to get away from the people who were trying to chase them to find out where the whiskey had gone to. And they just said, oh, no, we had no idea where the whiskey was. There might have been Ireland, actually. I can't remember where it was set. But anyway, it was a very good film. But a bottle of whiskey from 1941. The name of the film was Whiskey Galore. Whiskey Galore. And it was part of... You can buy it as part of a box set, or you can buy it as a single film. It's very good, actually. Whiskey Galore. And the film was about 1949, I think. And produced at Ealing Studios. Here we go. Joan Greenwood, Gordon Jackson. Filmed on the island of Barra. They overran their 10-week schedule by 5 weeks, and it was £20,000 over budget. It came out the same year as Passport to Pimlico, Kind Hearts and Coronets as well. And so Whiskey Galore, with Basil Radford in it, Joan Greenwood, Gordon Jackson, you know, of course, from Upstairs, Downstairs, ran 82 minutes. It's worth watching, and it's very good, but based on a true story in the Outer Hebrides. Largely unaffected they were, but during a nighttime fog, the freighter ran aground, and there were 50,000 cases of whiskey. You can imagine, can't you? They had it everywhere, and they had to hide it from the tallymen who came round to charge you. And of course, nobody ever 50,000 cases of whiskey. You can imagine, can't you? Everybody was high as a kite. They had it everywhere. They had it everywhere. There wasn't a place where they didn't have it. It was emptied into cisterns in the bathroom and in basins and everything else, just to make sure, because, you know, stuff like that don't come along too often. So anyway, they've just sold a bottle from 1941 for £2,000. Imagine what that haulage would have been worth today. That's not bad. 2,000. I mean, I've heard of whiskey fetching an awful lot more than that. 100 grand, easy, I would think. The most expensive bottle of whiskey? Let's have a guess. What do we think? I think over $1 million. I think over $1 million for a rare bottle of whiskey. I suppose it's like fine wines, isn't it? I don't know. I've never bought fine whiskey because I'm not really a whiskey drinker. But I've got friends who drink whiskey and who love it. It just doesn't do it for me. When I used to work in a pub years and years ago, it was a case of, there you go, we found it, the most expensive whiskey ever sold at auction. And the Red Collection, the Macallan Red Collection, went for, this is the rare set of 6 whiskies, last year actually, it went for $975,000. £756,000. Wow. There's also the Macallan Lalique which is the bottles, of course. Six Pillars collection, $993,000. And the Macmillan Peter Blake 1926 60-year-old whiskey, $1.4 million. Unbelievable, isn't it? 1.7 million for the Macallan. Macallan's obviously the most popular make I've ever heard of, or haven't heard of. And there's another one here, 1.24 million, the Dalmore Decades No. 6 collection. Because it's quite an art, making whiskey. There's the full card series, which is an ultra-rare Japanese whiskey, 1.52 million. Mind you, the Macallan Michael Dillon 1926 whiskey goes for 1.53 million. I mean, would you drink it? Would you drink it, or would you just put it away somewhere? Here you go, Craft Irish Whiskey Company's The Emerald Isle Collection, $2 million. Irish whiskey, the best. $2 million. Who's got a bottle of that you know? I mean, you'd be frightened, wouldn't you, to drink it? I would, definitely. So they actually smashed all records on St. Patrick's Day, when in partnership with Fabergé it sold for $2 million. Although technically the Emerald Isle collection is the most expensive whiskey lot ever sold, it can't quite claim full ownership, as a large chunk of the value is down to the 18-carat gold and emerald Fabergé Celtic egg and 22-carat gold Fabergé timepiece. Even so, it's still a fair amount of money, isn't it, really? God in heaven. But I'm not a whiskey drinker, but a friend of mine used to collect whiskies. And in his kitchen, he had like a sort of a high dado rail shelf thing put up with all these whiskies from all different years. He was a member of a whiskey club, and you could buy certain... How you would ever know this, I've got no idea. But the bottles had, say, like 1934, and he might have bought a quarter of a bottle of it. And you get the whole bottle, and they put a quarter in there, and you spend your hundreds of pounds or whatever it happens to be. And so he had all these rare whiskies, all the years going back to, the 1900s. And he collected. I couldn't have told the difference. I could not have told the difference. I wouldn't have had the faintest idea, because I don't know anything about whiskey. But when I used to work in a pub, people would come in and have whiskey, and they'd have it with water. I'd take whiskey and water, please. Or whiskey and soda was very popular. Somebody says, Steve, the child in the John Lewis Christmas ad is not wearing a mask on the bus. It's an advert. It's an advert. It doesn't matter. I mean, they've got other things to worry about in the John Lewis advert. The fact that the spaceship crashes into trees and destroys them. Noreen says, please, you've got your flu jab and booster booked. I had my flu jab yesterday. My booster is in 2 weeks. The Solid Gold 60s tour goes on, but musicians are going down like ninepins with COVID. We're off to see the show again next week. Great excitement for Neil and family, a beautiful little girl with 2 big brothers and 2 boy cousins. So love to them from all the gang, says Noreen. Well, you have a great weekend. She loves her 60s shows. She loves her 60s shows. She can't get enough of going out to see all these groups. My friend Ian in I Like to Be in America, okay by me, he says his mum used to make strawberry jelly, which we'd have with evaporated milk. I used to love evaporated milk. Oh, I loved it. And she made another jelly, which she'd mix the evaporated milk into. It made the jelly more of a pink colour than red. It was lovely. Oh, I used to love jelly. Really did. I mean, a strawberry jelly, or the favourite one actually was an orange jelly with orange pieces in. She'd get a tin of mandarin segments, drain off the juice, and then mix it in with the jelly so that it was distributed throughout the jelly as opposed to just settling on the bottom. There was a way of doing it. Can't remember what she did, but I mean, she was a very good cook, my mum. And if she made, Christmas lunch, which she did every year, I don't think we ever went out for Christmas lunch, it would have the crispiest roast potatoes, the stuffing would be ideal. I don't want any Ponzi stuffing, apricot and guacamole or something like that. I just want a normal stuffing that you sort of stick in your bird and then just sort of go for that. But the only thing I never manage Christmas Day, pudding. I can't manage the pudding. I'm so stuffed with the pigs in blankets. I'm so stuffed with all the other little bits and pieces that there's no way. No, we don't do cheese board. Cheese is so fattening. So, you like a cheese board? Yeah. Well, this year you won't get it because you're away, aren't you? Going to be in Cyprus. And they won't be doing Christmas lunch over there, will they? No, they won't. They've lied to you. They don't do Christmas lunch in Cyprus. Everybody goes and sits on the beach. Sit on the beach. Oh, do we have turkey? No. As long as they've got whiskey. Are you whiskey man? Oh, right. Oh, they'll have whiskey. Cyprus whiskey, I suppose. I don't know if Cyprus produces any whiskey. It might do, mightn't it? I don't know. I've never been into whiskey in the first place. I mean, vodka I can manage. Gin I can't do. Makes you very bad-tempered, gin, so I'm not good with that. Steve says, Beverly in Orpington, our doctor told my husband that next year they'll be jabbing people with the flu and COVID vaccine at the same time, probably with the one injection, so don't worry. He had them both together. He was fine. I know. I'm not worried about it. I'm really not worried about having them. I just want to have them. It's as simple as that. I want to make sure I've had them because I want to make sure that I've made every precaution that I possibly can to sort of just make sure that everything's fine. You know, I want to try and protect myself as much as I can. But I'm still seeing mums getting on the bus in the morning with their little school kiddies not wearing masks. I'm not expecting little kiddies to wear masks because they're about 3 and 4, but the mums should be. Total ignorance. Total ignorance. If they go down with it, who's going to look after the kiddies? You know, father's out at work. You've got to do it. What are we going to do? We're going to take a short break in a moment. I love the story. Well, I don't really love it, actually. It's a lie. Oh, I've lost my... What have I done with my paper? Oh, there it is. But I'd lost my paper, obviously. Got a bit panic-stricken. This is Tyson Fury. He met 2 fans and after posing for a selfie, and they asked him for a selfie. One of them's called Stella. The other one's called Kayla. One's 21 and one's 24. And he took them out on an 8-hour bender. To be honest with you. Well, no, they have photographs in all the bars. Photographs of them in the bars. Wife Paris was at home. A pal says the girls couldn't believe their luck. Yeah, Paris will be having a few words with him, won't she? What do you think you're doing, pal? What do you think you're doing? Not very good. And Darth Vader star David Prowse left £693,000 despite his hit role in the £3 billion franchise. He died aged 85 from COVID last November when COVID was rampant. Still out there. No, 2 pages. Tyson. Here they are. They're showing off nifty footwork in a bar, downing shots and everything else. He wears the most peculiar clothes. I don't know where he gets them from. Got no idea. Why does Versace turn out such naff clothing? They're really... I mean, this is one here. I don't really know what it is, but it doesn't suit him, whatever it is. And there's a picture of the 2 girls. They're called fun-loving party girls. Make of that what you will. Because when you see a picture of them out with him, they look completely different into when they're sort of going out on the town. I'll leave you to make your own mind up. I think it's so much easier that way. And the row between Rachel Riley and Anne Robinson. I can't believe it. I don't believe they're having these rows. Now she's threatened to quit. She's had enough of the TV antics. I don't believe it. It's publicity, isn't it, for a show? They're not going to... Listen, nobody's going to walk out and quit. She loves doing it. Everybody loves her. Anne Robinson is sort of known as the Queen of Mean, and that's about as good as it gets. I mean, you know, she's 77. Very lucky. But they were telling that they'd muted her microphone after tiring of hearing her talking to contestants. She's putting them at their ease. Anne Robinson couldn't talk to anybody. Far too beneath her.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. Friday. Cold, bonfire night, although where you get fireworks from now... Actually, you must still be able to get fireworks now. But you can buy the quiet fireworks. Kind of defeats the object, doesn't it? But it doesn't really matter. Steve, will you wish me a happy birthday? We've got loads of birthdays today, actually. I'm 40, says Aaliyah, and I've listened to you for a decade. We live in beautiful Guernsey now. I'll be going back to the one and only Manchester in an hour. How nice. Mind you, we've got miserable weather over here at the moment. It's not the most exciting weather. I wish I could try and sort of big Manchester up. Halinka and Christina say, could you wish little Julie a very happy birthday for today? It's a major one. Not 20. I don't know what a major one is now. 40? Would that be considered major? Could be, couldn't it? 40? 50? 60? I don't know. In my case, who knows? I've passed so many of them as markers, so I'm not too sure. But anyway, we'll just say it's a major one, and little Julie can get away with that as only she can. And she's going to tell me, hopefully, what she thought of Frozen, the musical. They went off the other day to go and see it, her and Winnie. had hopefully a very, very nice time. What was I going to tell you? There was something else I was going to tell you. I can't remember what it is, actually. All of a sudden, you sort of get these blank moments. Oh, I noticed that Prince Harry's wife, Meghan, otherwise known as the Duchess of somewhere, Sussex, that's right. She apparently has been phoning up politicians, and she introduces herself as the Duchess of Sussex. Thought you didn't like the royal family, love. Nice to see you milking it. Nice to see you milking it. We didn't think you liked it. You know, to be honest with you, she's not a duchess. She doesn't behave like a duchess. It's a silly title. You know, it doesn't mean anything, but she's decided. In fact, her book had written by the Duchess of Sussex on it, if you seem to remember. And I kept thinking, but you loathe the royal family. You don't like them at all. Why would you want to sort of take a title? Because the Americans go crackers for it. The Americans love stuff like that, don't they? Go, ooh, it's a duchess, thinking that, you know, she's descended from sort of royalty. She isn't. Just happened to marry Harry, who couldn't wait to get out the royal family. You know, now, what does he do for a living? Nobody's too sure, actually. Nobody's too sure, but I'm sure it's absolutely marvellous and wonderful. What was this other one here? Two PCs who faced down a rampaging killer water buffalo are up for bravery awards. Have you ever seen... This was in Monmouthshire, where the family who own it produce buffalo milk. Have you ever seen these water buffalo? You don't argue with them. I've seen them fighting with lions, and the lions come off worse, because if these water buffalo's horns get into them, they'll throw the lion up in the air. Not nice. Very dangerous. When you've got tons and tons of... Because there was one, actually. A farmer and his son were gored to death by a water buffalo. Don't want to upset them. It's like even cows can be very dangerous. They were showing you floods the other day on the television. I'd forgotten how bad the floods were, and they were really ghastly. And there was one farmer, his poor cows were up in a barn, and the water was literally lapping around their feet, and everything was underwater. And even there was a Sikh organisation that went up there, and nothing prepared them for the amount of water that was everywhere. They opened one window of a house, the water was up to the lower ledges of the window. It was just absolutely unbelievable. The rivers burst their banks, and they were there to fill sandbags and help people out and provide food and everything else. There was about 40 of them, travelled up the motorway, nowhere near where they were based. And they said, we have to do something. And there's loads of organisations like that. And they're absolutely fantastic. I like Ali Ross's column. We like a good TV critic. Thank you very much indeed. And this one, The Chase, Bradley Walsh. What day of the week is 4 days after Tuesday? Libby says, Friday. Tuesday, Wednesday. It'd be Saturday, wouldn't it? I actually had to work it out myself. Winning combination. Name 2 UK Boy Scout activity badges. Charlie came back with camper and naturist. I don't think the Boy Scouts are doing naturism at the moment. I mean, no doubt, you know, something might come up. There you go, flying lion, buffalo. Look at it. Oh! Because what's happening is the lion was trying to eat a water buffalo as it was sitting on the ground, and the other buffalo went in there and threw it in the air, a giant male. And literally, because these horns must have gone straight into the lion's side, I'd be very surprised if the lion survived. 45 minutes that went on for. You don't mess with water buffalo. You imagine, though, I mean, literally, they just put their head underneath, throw them up in the air, weigh a ton. Axe soap star Sarah blasts back. Listen, enough already, dear. OK, so you take your clothes off and somebody pays you money. Enough already. Do what you want to do. Nobody gives a flying forex. We really don't care. If that's what you want to do it. But don't drone on about it like it's some meaningful thing, like, you know, it's my body, I'll do with it what I want. We know that. We're not stupid. Cardi B, apparently, makes £6 million a month on one of these sites where people pay you to take your clothes off. You know, if you want to do it, but don't drone on about it, dear. It becomes terribly tedious and terribly boring. Kerry Katona, they reckon, makes £1 million a year. £1 million a year. She says, I'm not showing anything more than going topless on holiday. Well, let's find out where she's going on holiday, and then we're going to take pictures of her on the beach. Then you save yourself a small fortune. Why would you want to pay somebody to do that? Goodness sake, honestly. The Telly Network. There's a Telly Network which is coming out. It's going to launch on Monday. What's it for? Dogs. Television for dogs, apparently. Dog TV will air scientifically tested shows aimed at easing stress, loneliness and separation anxiety. now even the animals are going woke. It's all happening, isn't it? Dreadful. The service already available in other countries will also help owners better understand and look after their pets. Celebrity dog trainer. Don't you hate that word? Celebrity dog trainer. Celebrity picking my nose. Celebrity picking up my phone. You know, all that kind of stuff. Will provide tips, and there will be simple food recipes too. Dog TV chief scientist, Professor Nicholas Dodman, said, with numbers of dog owners rising over the pandemic and owners now returning to work, Dog TV helps canines to feel relaxed and comforted. Animal trainer Victoria Stilwell says, people think that Dog TV is a bit of a weird concept. No, dear, no, we don't think it's weird at all. Mad as fruit cakes, of course, but I mean, you know, not weird. Not weird. It could be very interesting. And so you better sit down with your dog and watch basically doggy porn kind of thing, because that's what it is. It's going to appeal to dogs. What programmes appeal to dogs? I thought dogs just went to sleep in front of the they don't sit there going, oh, good, 101 Dalmatians. I could have been in that. I could have been in that film. Here we go. Let's watch this one. Okay. Oh, it's very good, isn't it? I love it when they talk, the animals. They're so good. I mean, it sounds like peculiar, doesn't it? Yes, Dr. Dolittle. Philip Schofield played Dr. Dolittle, talking to the animals, which came as no surprise to me. So anyway, so Lionel Blair's gone at 92, and everybody's got Lionel Blair stories. I've got a story because I got him a job on Fives Company, because I'd known him for quite a number of years, actually, and he came in to be interviewed, and we'd started Fives Company, and never one to miss an opportunity was Lionel. And he said to me, I'd love to do that Fives Company. I said, well, I'll have a word, because I know the lady what runs the programme, because she's an LBC listener. And so I went back, and the next day I said, I talked to Lionel Blair yesterday, he'd love to do the programme. And they went, oh, that would be a good idea. So they found an album. No, actually, no, he had the album. And it was Lionel Blair Does Dancercise, or whatever it was, because Lionel used to do that, and it was like a fitness thing. And in it, he's wearing a little tiny pair of white shorts. We thought it was slightly strange as well at the same time. But anyway, he brought them in with him. He said, I can still fit into them. Good, we said. So he put these on, and I think he actually did quite a lot on there. But you will find him on YouTube with me and Rodney, sorry, all sorts of other people were on there because it was Fives Company. And he broke my cake. We had to make a cake, and number 1 Stephen Street, which is where the show came from. And he was sort of showing people and asking me about it. And you can see the look of horror on my face. It was very bad acting, I have to tell you. And as he turned the thing round, it sort of fell apart. And he said, I didn't do it on purpose, Steve. He said, I'm your friend. He said, I wouldn't do that to you. So you can find it on YouTube. Just type in Lionel Blair, Fives Company, and you will see him there. In fact, I think he was leading that particular item, but I had hair in it. So we don't want to make too much of a big deal about that, okay? And I think I was looking quite smart. I think it was a very smart suit. Very smart suit. But everybody was on there. It was a very, very good programme. And it was the forerunner, although hardly anybody could pick it up, which was a bit of a shame. Great bit of a shame. But I think he also did Celebrity Big Brother. I think he was on that. And he's done loads of things. He was known as being terribly vain. And he would never tell you his age. So when people used to say, how old are you? He'd say, I'm 57 plus VAT, which would sort of give you a rough idea. But 92 he was, and he died yesterday morning, Thursday morning, in the early hours of the morning. So I like to think he was listening to this programme. He turned up on all sorts of things. He turned up in The World of Susie Wong, which was a very, very good film, which came out years and years ago, as a sailor dancing in a bar. He turned up on lots and lots of things. He would sort of pop in. But he was most famous, I suppose, for doing Give Us a Clue and all those sort of programmes on the television, the game shows he liked doing. So not with us anymore, but remembered by so many people. I think he also made a film with the Beatles, I seem to remember.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Leading Britain's Conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to be company. Welcome to Friday. Welcome to the 5th of November. Fireworks all over the place tonight. Just take care, please, because we don't want any nasty little accidents. Apparently, Lionel Blair, says Ken, appeared in an episode of The Persuaders with Roger Moore and Tony Curtis. Lionel had a hilarious scene with Tony Curtis in which he was rehearsing a group of dancers. He popped up all over the place. He was a dancer. He used to dance with Joyce, because I think Joyce was his wife. Of course, it was his sister. And then I think they fell out. I seem to remember she went to live in America, and all went a bit pear-shaped. I think they had three children with his wife. Somebody says flowers are very expensive. I got 12 roses from Tesco for 15 quid. Oh, you can get them cheaper. Get them much cheaper than that. I pay about 6 quid. You get little roses and then bigger roses. If you're buying expensive roses, well then, they are quite expensive. Winnie says, please wish little Julie a very happy... She said the number. I don't think I could say the number. I'm too embarrassed to say the number, because she can't be. We had a lovely day yesterday. Frozen is amazing. The cast, the costumes, the set, the songs, everything outstanding. A must-watch. There we go. We like sort of somebody doing it. Oh, here we go. This is the Steve Allen cake construction. That, what? Don't. It's a nice suit. I tell you where we got that suit from. You won't believe it. We got that suit from Oxford Street. We went off one morning, and I've still got it. I can't fit into it, but I've still got it because it was such a long time ago. Yeah, but it was such a long time ago. And we bought it in a shop that sold a lot of those sort of clothes to black guys, because it was run by black guys. They had the most amazing set of clothes, and we could have gone mad in there buying sparkly jackets and all sorts of things. And every time I put that suit on, and we had a guest who was black on the programme, they would always comment on it and go, Mr. Motivator, Derek said to me, where'd you get the suit from? And I said, we got it from the shop on Oxford Street. I said, well, you go down to the back of it, and they've got all these fabulous suits. And it was absolutely what we wanted to go with the set. And so I had to, sometimes I was changing clothes 4 times a day on that programme, because you'd have the clothes. See, look, he upsets my poor cake. I was trying to explain about my cake, and he just destroyed it. Look, Lionel laughed. It was funny. I was not happy. Not a happy person. And he kept pointing his finger at me saying, I didn't do it on purpose. I don't think he did, actually. I think he was mortified that he'd actually destroyed the cake. But I thought, I don't know, they just gave us bits of cake and you had to assemble it into another cake. And so that was what I came up with. Actually, I suddenly realised look, another suit already. This was on the same programme. I had to wear another blooming suit. I had suits on all over the place. And you know whose suits they were? Well, apart from the orange one, they were all Dale's suits. He gave me all his suits. I've still got them. The outfit change, I tell you, sometimes it was exhausting to just go and change clothes all the time. 4 times sometimes. You'd go in, you'd have one outfit for the opening of the programme, then I might have to change to go and do something else. Then I'd have to take that off and go into something else. Then there'd be the closing outfit. Seriously, my room, which wasn't the biggest dressing room I've ever had, but, it was sort of big enough for me. It was just full of clothes, which was lovely. You suddenly realise when you go from radio to television, my God, they've got limitless money in television. Limitless money. I mean, we had cards printed with Fives Company written on them. There was a prize cupboard. They assembled all the different teams of producers. It was really quite something. They built a studio. One Stephen Street didn't have a studio. They built it. They built dressing rooms. They built the makeup room. We had the huge set. There was a scene dock where we could make bits of furniture that we needed. It was unbelievable. Unbelievable. The dog channel must be showing Paw Patrol on repeat. It's like having a 3-year-old, says Chris. I think it's quite clever, actually, isn't it? Whether it's going to work, I don't know. I don't know whether or not a dog channel is going to be the kind of thing. I'm still trying to find out, actually, what these ginger hair jokes are. I mean, I just can't think of anything. Are they silly jokes? Silly. See, you've heard of them. I've never even heard of them. Have you heard of them as well, Minty? Jokes for people with ginger hair? Well, I must be on. I'm on the outside of this one. Ed says, we as a people, redheads, go through quite a bit of abuse by the time we finish school. I can't imagine why. It's just, somebody referred to him as an orange tabby cat. I mean, that's just, you're right, it's stupid. It's not even funny or witty, is it? Oh, you look like an orange tabby cat. No, it doesn't. Just looks like Ed Sheeran. It's a non-story, isn't it? Poor soul, honestly. If we'd known that he was suffering, I'd have bought more of his records. I never bought any Ed Sheeran records, actually. I don't do that sort of thing at all. Marvin Humes reckons his gigs with JLS are more exhausting than High Octane. And he says rehearsals for the band's current UK reunion tour were so gruelling they left him in pain. It's tough, isn't it, at his age? Tough, I should imagine. It can't be much fun. He was always the oldest, I think. But they're going to wrap up the tour, and then they're going to play the Jingle Bell Ball alongside Ed Sheeran and Lil Nas. Little Nas? Rapper. Do they have a real name, Little Nas, or they... I don't... Yeah, whatever. Ed Sheeran will claim the fastest-selling album in the UK for 4 years when he romps to the top of the charts with Equals this afternoon. Good for him. Good for him. And... ABBA is set to break. Yeah, the funny thing is, most of the ABBA reviews are fantastic, but there's got to be somebody who sort of kind of rocks the apple cart and sort of goes, oh, I didn't think it was all that. And you think, listen, all these people who are going to be buying that album are going to disagree with you. Absolutely disagree with you. S Club 7's Joe O'Meara is used to having half a dozen bandmates performing alongside, so it was understandably nervous at her first ever solo headline show. She performed at the Hippodrome Casino in Leicester Square with the release of a new album. She told the crowd, I've never been as nervous in my life as I have tonight. Yes, because we remember, of course, all the big disasters that Joe had with Shilpa Shetty and Jade Goody and Danielle Lloyd, I think. So ABBA break the record. 80,000 album pre-orders in the UK. 80,000. 80,000, God. That actually broke the previous record by Take That for their Progress and 3 albums, according to Music Business Worldwide. Good for them. But they are a long way, I think, from... Because it's called Voyage. Voyage. Makes it sound a bit posh, doesn't it? Voyage. And they're a long way from Super Trooper or anything like that. And but they've also dropped the singles. I Still Have the Faith in You and Don't Shut Me Down. Don't shut me down. Having a good time. No. I can't wait to hear it, actually. So good for them. Good for them. Why not? Goodness sake, honestly, they're hugely successful. I've got a friend of mine who's up north and can't wait to come back down to London again. He said, we must go out for lunch or do something. He knows the words to every ABBA piece of music. He's an ABBA fanatic. Yeah, like Joe. And he's heterosexual, which is so rare. It's like knowing all the words to Carpenter's songs, which I do. And I loved the Carpenters. I thought they were great. And they still sound as good today, mainly because they were such superb productions. Literally. Here's Emma Corrin. She's playing Princess Di, I think, in The Crown. She's filming a Netflix version of D.H. Lawrence's Lady Chatterley's Lover. Oh. I don't remember seeing that, actually. Lady Chatterley. I've heard of it, but I don't know anything about it at all. Also, the Queen has flown for a weekend countryside getaway, continue her rest and recuperation, so they picked her up in a helicopter, a 50-minute helicopter flight. She went from Windsor Castle to the estate in Sandringham in a royal chopper. I didn't know they had a royal chopper. I suppose it's one of those things that anything can be the royal chopper or the royal train or the royal car. They just sort of designate it as the royal vehicle of choice. The royal bicycle. I just thought of a dreadful joke and I can't do it. I really can't do it. But no, so the Queen gets in for the helicopter trip. You'd think she'd be frightened. I wouldn't want to go in a helicopter. We've discussed this over the past few weeks. I'm a bit frightened by helicopters. If I'm going to go in anything, I think I'd feel safer in a car. And also, her one, she could curl up on the back seat. It's a big sort of, Rolls Royce, and she could curl up, stick a blanket over her, stick a pair of those sort of noise-reducing headphones on. She could drift away quite nicely. Yeah. She always has a blanket over her knees. That car must be freezing. She's always got a blanket over her knees. So that's always the first thing they have to remove as they push her into the Fiat Panda. Come on, Your Majesty, you can get in there. We'll get your bottom in first, then we'll take the rest of you in. See her sitting. Do you remember, was it The Queen and I, the book written by Sue Townsend, where it was the royal family had been ousted and they'd had to move on to a council estate? And they had to cut down some of the rugs and the carpets and things like that to fit this council house. And they were having a dreadful time of it. Very famous book, The Queen and I, I'm pretty certain. Buckingham Palace? Oh, well, it would be. Of course it'd be cold. Yes. It would be very, very cold. Anybody who's got any of those big mansions, heating them is a nightmare. I mean, my godchildren have got a house which was built, I think, in about the 1600s. And in winter, even though they've got central heating, it's bloody freezing. So they've got a heater in their front room as well, which heats. And so, when we used to go to bed years ago, before we had central heating, long, long time ago, when I was a little boy, you'd go to sleep in your pajamas and your dressing gown, because it was so cold, because people didn't have central heating. So you can imagine, in a place like Buckingham Palace, that's why the royal quarters are separate from all the main rooms. So the main rooms would be freezing. Yeah. I mean, Windsor's a bit better because it's got stone walls, so it would be fairly sort of robust. But I should imagine most of their places would be very, very cold. In fact, I seem to remember seeing they had a picture of the Queen at Sandringham in her little sitting room, and she had a little bar fire in there to keep her warm, because I think the older you get, the more you feel it, isn't it? That's when people die of hypothermia, because they don't know that they're going to sleep. It makes them very drowsy. But she's been passed, so that's good. So she's allowed to have a little trip to Sandringham on doctor's orders. Buckingham Palace, strangely, didn't want to comment on it. I can't imagine why. What's the big secret? Is there some big secret? Perhaps they've been caught out before with their pants around their ankles.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Bonfire night, November the 5th. And I think over this weekend, I'm pretty certain you're still going to get fireworks going on. So just make sure the animals are indoors. If necessary, cover their ears. Makes it a lot simpler, because you will hear them inside. If you live in flats or something like that, you're going to be hearing people, setting off stuff from balconies and things like that. So just be aware of animals. Just be aware of the fact that, not everybody wants to listen to 171 repeater firework. Thank you very much indeed. But, anything that's pretty looks quite nice. In Twickenham, they've already turned the Christmas lights on. They were putting them up on the lamppost the other day. And no, I didn't switch them on this year. I've done them about 4 or 5 times before, so I think quite enough. They could find somebody. But I think they just put them on. I think so. I don't remember anybody sort of saying, oh, the lights are coming up. And so on they were this morning. They're quite nice. Because what happens is councils swap them. So, next year you buy them and then you'll sort of use them and then you'll sell them on to another council and they'll use them. Because our ones aren't exactly the biggest I've ever seen. And we should have a Christmas tree up as well. It's how you use them, isn't it? You're right, absolutely. Full use of your Christmas lights. I think. Do you have an erection at home? Do you sort of put up a tree or anything like that, Miol? Or do you not really bother? You do have a tree. Is it a real tree or a fake tree? Oh, you have a real tree. Interesting, isn't it? Because some of the fake ones, I've seen some. There's an advert on the television at the moment, and the tree seems to swing, and it's balsam something. And I remember thinking, I better check out their website, because the trees look quite good. Because I do like a real one. I like the smell of a bit of pine. It's like toilet duck, isn't it? And as you have that, and then you just sort of get your tree decorated. The kids like decorating them, but make sure you get one that doesn't drop the needles. There's nothing worse than a tree that, and if you've got central heating, remember it will drink water, because it's like a cut plant. It's growing, and then you cut it off. It's going to dry out very quickly with central heating, and it will collapse on you. So what you should buy is, I think you can buy. They're not difficult to find. Most of the garden centres do them. It's a thing that you fill with water every day. It will get through about 2 litres of water in a day. A Christmas tree, because it's sucking it up through the base, and it means it's a bit succulent, and it's a bit nice. But don't be fooled. Sometimes people say, oh no, it definitely doesn't drop needles. And the moment you have a look in your car, when you take the thing out of it, you'll see that most of them do drop needles. You pay a bit extra. I had a Norwegian spruce one year, blue spruce, which was lovely. It really was absolutely lovely, and that didn't drop anything at all, which was great. Steve, I bought my fiancée flowers online as I'd been in bother with her. Cost was £45, so I'll be on my best behaviour now, says Carl in York. £45. £45. Do you know, if ever you send flowers by post, you've got to be careful. And I fell foul of it some years ago because my mother liked fresh flowers. And so every so often, I mean, I would do it differently now if my mother was still alive. I would buy the flowers and take them down for her, and she used to arrange them and do everything else. Only on this particular occasion, I sent her flowers, I think for her birthday. And it was a florist in Henley. And so I'd gone online and I said, oh, listen, just do I want to spend, I think it was something like, in those days, it seemed like £25. £25 on flowers, and then she can arrange them as she wanted. And so the birthday came and went, and she never said a word about the flowers. And I was a bit disappointed, actually. And so I thought, you don't like to ask, do you? Did you get the flowers? And so in the end, I had to ask, because it was just driving me crackers. And I said, did you get the flowers? She went, I didn't want to say anything. I said, oh, why? She said, they weren't very nice. She said, there weren't very many of them. And I said, oh. I said, I might as well tell you. I said, I paid £25 for them, and then there was a delivery charge as well. She said, oh, no. She said, no. She had only got about 6 flowers. They put in there these birds of paradise flowers. Well, you can't arrange these things. You just stick them in a vase. They're very pretty, and they last for ages and ages, with a few other little bits and pieces, and that's what it was. So I phoned them up. And I think I'd done it via one of the flower delivery companies. And I said, my mother was really disappointed. And they said, well, if you order flowers online, and it wasn't online at the time, you just phoned up and ordered flowers because we didn't have computers. And they said, that's what we had in, and this is the price of them. Have you ever seen birds of paradise? You see them in Gran Canaria growing wild by the side of the road. They last for ever and a day. And they're actually, they're quite beautiful. Quite beautiful, and they're sort of big, and then they open up, and they're mainly roughly the same sort of colours, the oranges and the blues and things like that. And she said that's all we had in at the time, and so these were, I think she said they were £6 a stem, and I remember thinking, I've learnt my lesson on that. Next time I took flowers to my mother, I bought them and took them down, and then she liked the arranging of them. She used to get this Oasis, this green stuff, soak it in water, put it into a vase, or into a sort of a little something with its hand held out and all the rest of it. And she derived great pleasure through doing that. She really enjoyed it, very much so. David in Shropshire. Oh, please, not somebody from Shropshire, not this time of the morning. Oh, God. He says, do you remember doing the Elvis quiz on Fives Company? Yes. We had 4 Elvis Presley lookalikes, and they didn't know any of the answers about Elvis Presley at all. We had questions for them, but they didn't know. And in the end, it became like a joke. You'd ask them a question thinking you're an Elvis impersonator, and they didn't know anything. I don't think they got anything right at all in this quiz. And it just became funny because you'd think they're going to know this because they're Elvis fans. But they didn't. They had no idea. Because I think if you're an Elvis fan, you're an Elvis fan. It's as simple as that. And I was an Elvis fan, but I couldn't tell you everything about him. Kevin the Milkman says, my childhood home, Steve, didn't have central heating, and when I tell my kiddies about frost on the inside of my bedroom window in winter, they look at me like I'm 100. I got the same. I used to have a flat, well, a bedsit, really, and it was so cold, the ice was on the inside of the window. It would be condensation, which would then turn to ice. It was absolutely freezing. I mean, how we got through the winters, I've got no idea. It was... No, there was not bar heaters. There was a gas heater, but you had to put 50p in, and you turned the slot. It was, slot thing. So what basically the landlord was doing illegally was reselling the gas, because you're not allowed to resell gas, and he was reselling it. You should have had it fitted in properly by the gas people. But God, it was cold. God, it was cold. It was absolutely icy cold, but ice on the inside of the window. You'd have to go and sort of rub it away, like you do on the bus, when it all mists up and you're sitting there and you really want to look out the window and you can't see anything, so you go like that, and the person behind you looks at you like you're mad. I used to have loads of blankets, yeah. They were heavy blankets, yes. I quite like a blanket on a bed. Now I've just got a duvet, and it's very Siberian goose. It's very warm. You can't beat a Siberian goose. Well, you can. You can beat it, I suppose. But it's only because Nick Ferrari bought one. That I bought one, and they're very light, but they seem to do the job. Oh, I don't think O'Brien would waste his money on a Siberian goose. He'd probably get something from Dunelm or something like that. You know, the IKEA duvet. Honestly, poor old soul. I don't think he mentioned me yesterday. I was a bit miffed, actually. I like a daily mention on the programme, you know, because I'm waiting for his board game. Did I mention he's got a board game out? I'm still trying to find out how many he's shifted. I want to know. Just out of curiosity, is he going to beat me on the Should we phone him now? Let's wake him up now. Oh, sorry, James. I forgot the time. Bye. He'd never get back to sleep again, would he? Poor soul. What have we got here? This was the BBC Chiefs. They spent 9.25 million last year on sending out 34 million letters demanding the licence fee payments. Have you ever, fancy spending that much money? They've got loads of our money, haven't they? And they enjoy doing it. I mean, I always buy my thing because I get it on the internet. It comes through and it says your television licence is about to expire. You know, you can pay this way. And of course, if you don't do it and they discover that your address doesn't have it, they will take you to court. They don't mess around. I think people think it's a bit of a misnomer that, you know, they've got the licence detector vans. No, they've just got your address on file, and if you don't buy a licence, they're going to do you for it. You have to have a licence to watch television, which is, I've never bothered about it, really. I think it's quite good value. Just seems to get more and more expensive every year, doesn't it? Also, an ice mining machine will be sent to the moon next year. They want to sort of try and pick up more little bits and pieces for all those disbelievers that go, they never went to the moon, they did it in an aircraft hangar. No, they didn't. They went to the moon. They landed on the moon. They did walking on the moon. You know, just because the flag never moved, you know, it doesn't prove anything. Don't be mad. I'll tell you what you will be seeing in the night sky. The Aurora Borealis. In this country, you can see it as well. And Aurora watchers in Britain are going to be rewarded with another display. The phenomenon was seen as far south as Devon on Wednesday, and a Met Office space weather expert says there could be more Aurora Borealis shows. So anyway, it says a coronal mass ejection impacted with the Earth, and the result meant the Northern Lights were visible across the UK. Have you ever seen them? They're fab. I love them. I saw them inside the Arctic Circle. So pretty. I mean, it's magical. You see them in Iceland. You've been to Iceland? Oh, right. Nothing worse than a show-off, is there, really, honestly? Oh, I've been to Iceland. The supermarket, yeah. I was leaning over the fridge freezer when I fell in, and it was then that I saw all these green lights in the sky. I love looking in freezers. I always used to like Iceland. Well, in fact, I still do like Iceland, but I just like the idea at all. My days are flashing the... Who said this? Guess. Somebody in this building. My days of flashing the flesh are over. It's glam comfort all the way now. Who is this? No. You're semi-close. Semi-close, an order of semi-close. She's been mentioned on this programme frequently. No, not Amanda. No. Come on. Who's the other one? Kelly Brook. It's her. It's glam comfort all the way. So she's obviously got a new Christmas collection, I think, with F&F now. But I've not seen her for a little while. I normally used to go, if I was in... Actually, I'll tell you when I will see her. I'm going to see her on Monday. I've just remembered, because we've got the Radar meeting, which is where we go there and they pat us all on the back and give us a bag of sweets and go, you've done very well with the audience figures. Thank you very much indeed. And, yes, best in time slot. Can't beat it. And she sent me a text of about a week ago to my private number. So I don't mind her having my private number. It's when the producer starts texting. Oh, Steve, I really enjoyed it the other day. Go away. Very frightened. I don't want to be frightened anymore. Thank you very much indeed.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, Steve. Chilly morning. Says John in Chelmsford, out on my daily 5k run. That's 5 kilometres, by the way. I don't know how people manage it. I really don't. When it's freezing cold and people are running around in a pair of shorts, must be absolutely mad. Josie says, I'm going for one of those pre-lit Christmas trees. I can't stand putting up fairy lights or even untangling them. It drives me mad. Yes, I know how you feel. I know how you feel. But you can buy an awful lot of these artificial trees, which are pre-lit. And you just literally plug the thing in and it's all done for you. But I don't bother with all the decorations on the tree. My brother does, because we've had them for donkey's years. Some of them go back to Hong Kong days. Only a few of those surviving now. They don't seem to survive as well as we thought they were going to. Simon in Essex says, I've got a new big artificial tree. It's lovely but large. I'm trying to decide whether to attempt to put it up myself or put it up in the living room. Yeah, what a choice, Simon. What a choice. And Steve, the balsam hill trees are more expensive but look beautiful. I would highly recommend. I keep looking at the advert on the television, but I don't know how much they cost. Can we find them? Balsam hill trees, Balsam. I keep seeing the advert and I thought, oh, they actually look quite nice. But whether or not I have one, because we do have somewhere to store it, which you need to have. Some of these things, I mean, the last one I had was one I bought from QVC, but it just wasn't big enough. It was only 6 foot, and 6 foot, you know, we can't gauge things nowadays. Balsam Hill tree, look at these. They look really good, don't they? See, they're, oh my God. Most realistic, they say. 5.5 feet up to 9 feet. They start at £200 and go to £850. Blimey, there's one here, a Vermont white spruce tree. A 10-foot is £1,600. A Nordman, blimey, they are expensive, aren't they? Perhaps yeah. I mean, so you're going to be looking at about 100. Oh, not sure about the Alpine balsam fir. They say most realistic. It looks like a twig. Doesn't look like a tree at all, does it? A bit disappointing. That's what you'll be having this year. That's all you can afford now. You're shopping in Waitrose, you mad fool. But they're very nice, but they're not. I didn't realise how expensive they were. Do they only have white lights? They only have white lights. There's loads. They all look the same, though, don't they, roughly? I suppose it's the shape people go for. The Kensington Flatback looks just that. It's flat, so it goes up against a wall. So it's only the front bit of it. It was a bit dreary. Scandinavian. I know, Canadian blue-green spruce. That looks quite good. That goes up to £1,000. I couldn't spend £1,000 on a Christmas tree. Seriously, I couldn't. But classic white Christmas tree. Okay. I didn't realise they were so expensive, actually. In fact, I didn't realise they were that expensive. I thought they'd be cheaper. But nevertheless, at least we found out, haven't we? Because they never tell you on the television. They never say to you, this is how much it costs. They just say, go to our website. So you go to the website and then you can see them. And then you suddenly realise if you were looking for a 12-foot, it's the height that affects it. I generally have a 7-foot tree, but there's one here. This is a 7-foot tree, and they're selling it's £500, reduced from £800. Colour plus clear LEDs, candle-lit clear LEDs, so you can sort of decide what you want on it. I mean, they do look very realistic, don't they? You couldn't. I mean, I wouldn't know really whether things didn't, but in photographs they look even better. But that's quite wide. That's a bit of a girth on there, quite a bit. And bear in mind, you've got to find somewhere to put it away. You'd never get it up if you're a granny in the loft, will you? You'd be struggling with that little thing. It's bigger than you. Much bigger than you. So I think probably better. No real Christmas tree. No. Are they? Real Christmas trees about £100? Oh, not in London. I don't think so. I can't remember what I pay for them. I pay about... Gee, I can't remember. I thought I paid about 50 quid for a tree. But I have 3. So it's about 150 quid a year, 120 quid, which I like to get sorted out, as quickly as possible. Order them, because you need to order this year just in case there's a shortage. But I always get one of the lads in Paul Coop's place to take it back home for me. And they actually come round and put the other ones up for me anyway, so I don't need to worry about that on the roof. Yes, aircraft land on our roof. We're so near Heathrow Airport. Interestingly enough, lots of people sort of talk about Lionel Blair in all the papers today. And he was supposed one of the last of the showbizy type people. But everybody's got stories about over there, Lionel Blair, and he was 92. 92. I mean, it's not a bad innings, especially when you consider that mainly men don't live as long as ladies do. He's married to Susan, and they've got 3 children. I forget how many grandchildren they've got, but he had a good innings. He was sort of Jewish, but not Orthodox. The neighbours used to get annoyed because he used to eat bacon. I don't know why you tell them you ate bacon. I can't imagine. But no, I thought he was very interesting character. But you'll see him on Five's Company. In fact, you'll find him on loads of things. He also popped up on a Kenny Everett show. And Kenny Everett was sort of a jailer. And Lionel Blair had a cassette recorder. He went, wait a minute. And as he walked on, he pushed the button and there was a huge round of applause on the cassette. And he went, thank you. He took his own applause with him, as they say. Steve, have you or the producers ever received any Christmas presents that you had to return? Well, we don't encourage people sending presents to the team. It's not a good idea. They don't appreciate it. Seriously, they don't understand these sort of things. We did have one year somebody tried sending in chocolates and baskets of fruit and stuff. And I said, listen, please, do not spoil them. You know, because once you've, unfortunately, sort of introduced them to another world of fresh fruit and, you know, named chocolates like Lindt, they expect it all the time. And I'm not one to ruin their life. They're used to the cheaper things in life. You know, like, you know, yeah, I try not, I mean, I do give them chocolates. Yes, I have given them Charbonnet and Walker chocolates, but basically they are tax deductible, and I've put them down as being tax deductible. You don't think I'm going to be wasting money on this lot, are you? Did you enjoy them? Did you not enjoy them? You didn't enjoy the flower ones? Violet and Rose, you didn't like those? No. Oh, right. Oh, right. He took the flower bit off. The Charbonnet and Walker's the favourite of Her Majesty the Queen, down on one knee. Thank you very much indeed, ma'am, for listening. And he didn't like those. He thought they were a bit poncy. You know, just doesn't like things like... he'd be more than happy with a tin of toffees. Seriously, you know, there's no point in spoil. As I say, don't spoil them. It ruins them. It's like I used to bring sandwiches in years ago for the team, and I suddenly realised they weren't used to eating posh sandwiches. They were used to cheese and pickle, which you picked up in the garage for £1.50. You know, and the moment I ruined them, because I've been giving them expensive sandwiches, I rued the day. I shouldn't have done it. I'm a fool to myself, because they then came to expect it all the time. You know, where's our sandwich today? Oh, just bacon, lettuce and tomato. We used to get that kind of sneering attitude. So I don't bother anymore. You know, occasionally today, I mean, you know, he begged. Well, he sent me a text message to start with saying, have you got any chocolate with you? You know, basically that's how it starts, you know. And I go, well, yeah, I've got some Twix. I mean, I've got a box of biscuits, but I'm blowed if I'm going to open those for him. What, and spoil them even more before the weekend? This is somebody who shops in Waitrose, if you please. When I say shops, I'm hoping he goes via the tills, but, you know, you never know. And he's hoping to earn enough money next week, because I think he's doing 10 days on the trot, to actually be able to buy 2 pork pies, which has all gone very exciting. His mammy will be listening at home going, 2 pork pies, son, I can't believe it. He's made it. He's finally arrived. He is living the dream. The dream is to work on Steve Allen's programme and have 2 pork pies and a chocolate biscuit. What can Christmas be like? What can Christmas be like for him? Yes, that's right, they have goose. They're so posh. They have goose. Everybody else has, you know, like turkey, because it's a staple meat, but they have goose where they are. But they're not going to be at home for Christmas, so he thinks he's going to get Christmas dinner in Cyprus. It's not happening. You'll end up with a nice kebab. Actually, nothing the matter with a kebab. Could you have a turkey kebab, I suppose? I suppose you must be able to have a turkey kebab. There's so many different kebabs. Oh, sorry, what? Pardon? A goose kebab, yes. Do you think the goose knows that its days are numbered? Will you be having sort of a goose before you go on your Christmas vacation? No, you'll be having it sort of waiting all the way there. Oh, right. Are you a light packer for holidays, or are you a... Oh, right, you just sort of little overnight bag kind of thing. Oh, right. You don't really need very much, do you? If you're going on holiday, I mean, I used to overpack. You know, you'd always... I don't know why, I used to take a decent pair of trousers and a pair of shoes, and you never wear them. You come all the way back home and you go, well, no, so I take that for. You just need some T-shirts, you know, maybe one smart shirt, shorts, and a pair of slacks or something like that. And that's all you need, isn't it, really? You don't need to worry about anything else. But the most stuff I take on holiday is the bathroom. You suddenly realise what you need to take with you. It's like ladies taking their makeup. They go, I better take that one. Oh, I'll take that. Oh, I'll take all of those, because you might need it. Because you might get over there and discover that you don't like any of the colours that you brought with you for doing your eyes and your cheeks and all the rest of it. But then you've got to pack your shaver. Well, some ladies have to. My Auntie Enid used to have to pack the shaver. I mean, seriously, she looked Neanderthal. Seriously, I mean, this woman looked like a Yeti. She was unbelievable. We actually took her on holiday once, and she went swimming. I mean, it was like she was wearing an Afghan rug. I've never seen anything like it. I don't know what she was on, steroids or something. But no, I mean, bless her, and she's still with us. Still with us. It's marvellous. And she's nudging the 100 now. Nudging. I mean, I don't think she knows where she is, because she's in a maximum security home at the moment, the safest place for her, to be honest with you. And she's quite happy there. She's made friends, sort of, and which I like, actually. John is in Reykjavik, and he said Icelandic eiderdown duvets are much better than Siberian goose, but they cost a lot of money. You see, I thought the Siberian goose was expensive enough. I think I must have paid about £400 to £600 on it. But I mean, it's lasted years. It's lasted years, and occasionally you take it in and get it done, and it's sort of re-plumped up or whatever they do with these things. But it's very light. That was the reason I bought it. It was very light, and it was very nice. And thank you for speaking to me in Icelandic. Unfortunately, wait, what are you looking at? The price of, wait a minute, this is the Icelandic eiderdown duvet. This is nice. This is ethereally light eiderdown, the manifestation of blissful comfort, and it's £2,663. Wow. It's quite a lot, isn't it? Or they've got another one, which is £3,329. Makes mine seem a bit cheap, but they do worldwide shipping. To use that well-known French expression, I should bloody well hope so for that price. I'd expect it to be hand-delivered. Is that expensive? Oh, they do find me a queen size or something like that. King size. King size is nice. King size, how much? A king size Icelandic eiderdown duvet. Do you think Darren knows this? Do you think he knows how expensive they are? This is £4,957. I can't believe I'm reading it. 4,000. What's actually better than king size? Is there super king size? They do super king size, which must be the one that comes after. Well, there you go. They've got emperor size. I've never heard of emperor size. The emperor size is £8,139. Well, we'll not be buying that one thing. I can't imagine spending £8,000 on a duvet. Wow.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 26 minutes to 6, Friday morning, 5th of November. If you hate fireworks, I wouldn't bother going outside at all tonight. They're all right to look at through the windows, but if you don't enjoy stuff like that, you have to wrap up as well because it's freezing cold. Steve, we had to stop having a Christmas tree as the dog kept knocking it down and playing with the tinsel when she was a pup. So no tree there at all. And Paul says the old metal windows used to freeze and your fingers would stick to the glass. Had loads of blankets and a lovely spring bed and mattress. Great show. Seat warmers on today is freezing in Hertfordshire. Oh, goodness me. Anne in Richmond says, I so remember at boarding school the windows inside freezing up. And also my flannel over the jug and bowl used to wash in. We were very hardy in those days. Blimey, you were lucky. Flannel over the jug and bowl. Gosh. But you're right, metal windows used to freeze up. You get a bit of condensation between them and they froze up. But it was the ice on the inside of the window. And also when we used to sing in the local little church, it was a case of they were never heated churches. I mean, I know they had radiators in, but to be honest with you, that's why everybody kept their coats on, because it was so blooming cold. You used to warm up. You could see your breath in front of you as you were singing. And it was only a little church that we were in, only a little tiny church. So I know that. But the only time I've ever seen jugs and bowls is in a sort of a Merchant Ivory film, Anne. 1 year, Steve says, Aussie Trace, I decided to get the Christmas tree out of the loft on my own. I got the thing halfway out of the hatch when it got stuck. It was too heavy to lift back up and wasn't moving down. I thought I was going to be stuck up there until 1 a.m. when my husband was due home. It took me about 30 minutes to encourage it to budge. Needless to say, I never tried doing that on my own ever again. Sue Ann says the opulent eiderdowns, who dry cleans them? Harrods? Well, I should imagine anybody could dry clean it. It's just you've got to spend £8,000 on the thing in the first place. Roger says the only customer that would pay £8,000 for an emperor-sized duvet would be a Premiership footballer or a rapper. Yes, well, or people like Jeff Bezos. But the eiderdown is the prized natural resource of Iceland, and the first Viking settlers, from them to European royalty, they've enjoyed these eiderdowns. So it's lovely. Only 4,000 kilograms of eiderdown is produced each year. It's scarcer than gold, platinum, and diamonds combined and multiplied. 75% of the world's eiderdown comes from our native Iceland. What is eiderdown? Oh, it's eiderdown. So in other words, it's the eider ducks, because they get protection in the fords of. We provide the birds with safe sanctuary from predators, where they voluntarily nest during the summer. In return, they're rewarded with a nest of highly prized eiderdown. When the birds leave for the Arctic seas, eiderdown farming finds the perfect symbiotic balance between bird and man. That's quite a good idea, isn't it? So they wait till the birds have disappeared, then they go in and they collect it, and then it's got to be put. So that's why there's only 400,000 kilo, whatever it is. Yes, I still think it's a lot of money. 8,000. I mean, I couldn't sleep in something that was 8,000 quid. I'm assuming it must be absolutely lovely. But Roger was probably right when he said probably Premiership footballers were the only people, and they would do it to be flash. The eiderdown costs. No, they wouldn't. The girls would be saying, yeah, the eiderdown costs like 8,000, and you'd be looking. It's an hour's wages, isn't it? But also you wouldn't see it because it would be covered with a cover. So you'd have to take that off to show people this is what 8,000 quid looks like. I remember there was one Premiership footballer, and he was selling his house a while ago on the television, and it was all Versace. It was in the worst possible taste. The carpet Versace, the settees Versace, Versace curtains, Versace this, Versace rugs, everything else. It looked awful. There was such a thing as having too much, and they had too much. Everything was Versace. You've never seen anything like it. Two things I would like to say, says Connie in Stockwell. I think it's too cold for November. Does it mean we're going to have an unbearably cold winter? And why is the New Year's Eve firework display cancelled again when in Battersea Park there will be a firework display this Saturday and Sunday? Well, because the mayor has decided they don't want to do a firework display. I mean, the one in Battersea Park could be Diwali, I don't know. Might be funded privately, but the mayor doesn't want it. I don't know why. He just doesn't want us to have any fun. Which is a bit of a shame, really, because you would have thought that would make people feel a bit better watching big fireworks. But no, old Misery Guts doesn't want you to have any fun this year, so you're not having any. So if you want them, you have to go to Battersea Park this sort of Saturday and Sunday, or Friday and Saturday, and watch them there. Or if you live near there, you'll just see them above the trees anyway. But fancy not having fireworks. How miserable. How miserable. I was reading some criticism of the mayor the other day, because it's so easy. We're all going to be bicycling around. This is London, mate. This is London. The only people who bicycle around are the people who've nicked the blooming bikes that you're supposed to pay for. The amount of people I've seen who seem to have them propped up against a wall near to where they're sleeping, and you think, you can't be paying for this. You can't be. It goes on credit cards. So what they've done is they've disabled them, and they can ride them around all the time. There's a fellow who was sleeping down here the other day. He's got a wheelchair with him. A wheelchair, and he's sleeping outside in this freezing cold weather. Ridiculous. So, too cold for November? Yeah, but does it mean snow, Connie? I thought yesterday was going to snow. You know why? Because I looked up to the heavens and they were grey. It was grey, and I thought, oh, grey means snow. Grey means snow. And I said to Paul, I said, oh, you don't think it's going to snow, do you? He said, I hope not. If it snows, nobody goes out and buys fruit and veg and everything else. I'm going to tell you the story, I think, shortly, about the guard who faked an accident has been shopped by his ex-girlfriend. Because all these people, of course it's the ex-girlfriend, isn't it? You could just tell, actually. The ex-girlfriend, I'm going to tell them what you've done. And so he was in an awful lot of hot water. Actually, the one thing that people remember about Lionel Blair, apart from the programmes he was on, is that his hair never changed shape. It just went from sort of, chestnut colour to sort of white. But there always seemed to be loads of it. But he was never one to sort of hold back on anything. He was always there with his showbiz stories and a little bit of a tap dance and everything else, which he enjoyed. Do you know, 1 in 4 motorists do not clean the interiors of their cars for 6 months. See, I don't. I've got a duster in there, one of these dustery type things that you sort of, and it takes any surface dust off, but I don't hoover inside. Mainly because I don't smoke and I'm not very messy inside the car, which is quite good. Never mind the Booker Prize. The shortlist for the oddest book title of the year has been revealed. I don't know whether or not I'm allowed to... Of course I can say it, honestly. But I mean, it's an odd thing, isn't it, really? These are among the final 6 chosen by the website The Bookseller and reference book specialist Diagram. The winner will be named on December the 3rd. Apparently, The Complete Jewish History of Superman was a strong contender. But my other favourite one, by Roy Schwartz, says, and this is the oddest book title I think I've ever heard, Is Superman Circumcised? I mean, you almost can't believe somebody would actually come up with a title like that, but they do, because what they're actually looking for is the most bizarre title. I suppose you could call it anything, couldn't you? And the ashes of 12 York City football fans have been dug up from under the pitch at the club's old ground before flats are built over the site. Archaeologists and volunteers, including relatives of the fans, have been hunting for 15 caskets buried at the Bootham Crescent ground, which was the club's home for 89 years. Paul Wood was delighted when his father's ashes were found on the final day of the dig on October the 26th. He'd helped in the dig, and people could be buried there. So they found quite a few of them. The ground was sold last year, and the York City moved to the LNER Community Stadium in February. So many of these different places, actually. So York, so they've dug them up, and they will be reinterred somewhere, which is quite nice. I quite like that idea. One of Britain's last surviving D-Day heroes is back on duty, rattling his collection tin for the 68th consecutive year. Harry Billinge, 96, is raising funds for the British Normandy Memorial in France. Yesterday at Waterloo Station, all the soldiers were out in force, all selling poppies and everything else. There must have been about 30 or 40 of them down there. It's always a pleasing sight to see. And there was a band. There was a band that was playing all sorts of, not necessarily military tunes, but I don't know who the band was, but they were very, very good. I stood there watching them because I had about 10 minutes to kill. And being a brass band player myself, not for many a year, I was fascinated. I thought they were absolutely fantastic. And Jane says, where would you buy an Emperor duvet cover? Would they come in cotton and polyester? I think not. But you'd buy it online because they only make them in Iceland, these particular ones. And they, although actually, if mine's Siberian goose, that's probably the same sort of thing, isn't it? Similar sort of thing. It's just that Siberian goose appears to be an awful lot cheaper than the other ones. But you can go onto their website for the Icelandic ones, and they will ship it to you. I should think so too, for £8,500. I mean, some of them do come in a bit cheaper, but it's still about the most expensive duvets. I didn't know there was an expensive duvet before. I thought the Siberian goose was kind of pushing the boundaries a little bit. I'm sure now they're probably about 600. There you go, Siberian goose down duvet. This is we're going to find a king size and 10.5 togs. I never understand and that's £246. That's good, isn't it? That's very good, actually. Very good. If you want 13.5 togs, the price goes up. And the price goes up to, for 13.5 togs. Do Super King. Super King. See how much Super King is. There you go. £319.20, which I think is quite enough. I've seen duvets for sale much cheaper. 25 quid, I've seen them. Very, very cheap. But you get what you pay for. Yeah, IKEAs are good, but you do get what you pay for. If you're going to pay for Siberian goose, you're going to get a nice duvet, definitely. So expensive. Those other ones, I couldn't believe the price of them. It's amazing.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. So we were all in agreement, weren't we, that the next COP26 will be done on Zoom. And that would save an awful lot of time and trouble and people complaining about it and people moaning about it and all the rest of it. Paul McCartney says his romance with Nancy Chevelle was meant to be because the pair can't get enough of throwing shapes on the dance floor. I don't know where he gets his energy from. It's phenomenal, actually. Teddy and Mr. Neil are listening at the moment. Yes, we remember Teddy from the Magic Show, definitely. And it's interestingly that Neil says, please to remember the 5th of November, which was an advert for Standard Fireworks. And the other slogan was, light up the sky with Standard Fireworks. And the posters were great. One was a schoolboy with his cap on, clutching a whole bag of fireworks, which looked really, really good. And the other one is of some kids with a guy in a box with some wheels on, and it was penny for the guy. That's what it used to be. So you would go and get some old trousers from your mum, tie up the bottom of the trousers, and then stuff them with straw if you had straw or newspaper. And then you'd get a guy, and then you'd get a mask, and you'd stick him in the perambulator or whatever it was, and you'd sit outside a station, and you go, penny for the guy. I mean, to be honest with you, what God's name you could buy for a penny, I can't imagine. Fireworks were a little bit more expensive than that. But, of course, most of the kids didn't spend the money on fireworks. They spent it on sweets. So, as Mr. Neil says, happy days, happy days. It was all different. Wasn't it all different in those days? Everything was different. People didn't moan about everything. It was always fairly straightforward. My 2 trays, says Big Frank, arrived this week. I'm so pleased. They're now at home with the tea towel and the lovely Prosecco glass. So thank you and well done. Thank you very much indeed, Big Frank. So named because he's big. Okay, that's how it is now. I'm thinking about getting shoes with lifts in. I don't know why. I've decided I want to be 6 foot. Well, I don't know. I mean, I just decided I want to be a bit taller now. Because I've seen pictures of me with sort of friends of mine, and they seem to be bigger than me. And I think as you get a bit older, you shrink. I think you definitely get smaller. The Queen appears to have shrunk. I remember looking at pictures of Her Majesty and thinking she definitely looked shorter than she did last year. And I remember thinking, but she's still the Queen. Still the Queen. Paul McCartney looks, he says, after a show, we're always the first on the dance floor. Good for him. Good for him. We love him. We think he's fantastic. If you haven't seen him with James Corden, you must definitely watch it. Definitely watch it, because it's absolutely brilliant. Somebody else asking about these Emperor duvet covers, which are very expensive. I wonder if just through me mentioning them, I wonder if anybody has actually sort of bought anything like that. I can't even. £8,000. How do you pay for something like that? Do you put it on your credit card or something and hope it arrives? Can you imagine? I don't want to. Just write a check out. Sarah says the band at Waterloo were the Rifles. Yes, they seem to. No, I don't know anything about the Rifles. Can you tell me about the Rifles? Have a look, Michael. And but the band had women in, men, older men, a couple of young guys. One was playing drums. I thought they were brilliant. I thought they were so good. I don't know how long they played down there. I hope they're there today. I bet they won't be though. But I thought they were really good. And they started playing, and it was just there's something nice about hearing a band, military or otherwise. The Rifles. Here we go. I don't think it's this one. The Rifles were an indie rock band. I don't think this was an indie rock band. I mean, are they a military band? I don't know. Great day and hopefully lots of money raised, says Sarah. I hope so too. Should have been that the soldiers were all out there chatting away. Band and bugles of the Rifles. So there you go. Military band serving as a regimental band for the Rifles. They're the largest in the UK, most senior of 3 bands, blah, 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 blah. And it's part of the Royal Corps of Army Music. Because it's a real mixture. And the band and bugles uphold traditions that date back to 1665, blah, 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 blah. So when cuts were made to regimental bands in 1984, the Royal Green Jackets decided to have 2 medium-sized bands rather than 3 small ones. Well, if that's who they were very good. They were very, very good. It was so nice to see all different people playing, women and younger people, and they made a good sound. But they were playing some quite modern tunes. I was singing along with them. I thought people must have thought I'd gone completely round the bend, but it doesn't matter, does it? On a day of farce, Tories U-turn on disgraced MP Patterson after public fury. He quits, and a nation aghast at Boris's misjudgment asks, is anybody in charge at number 10? Well, the cat, probably, I should imagine. 40 years, the new album's out, and it's absolutely fab. You get the play on the words there? And how many more did this man defile? This is, I mean, to be honest with you, it's so disgusting and so revolting. I mean, I don't even know where you begin with something like this. This man... a special place in hell, they say, for one of Britain's most hideous criminals, and that's probably putting it as politely as they could do it. He had full access to all parts of the hospitals in his job as an electrician, including the mortuary. And the only reason that he got away with it is because the CCTV cameras were on the other side of the mortuary. So the actual storage compartments, which are refrigerated, opened up both ends. So you're looking at a long box, and they opened up both ends. On the end where you put somebody in, the CCTV cameras were on. On the other side where they took the person out for examination on the operating tables, did not have a CCTV camera on. They reckon he had over 100 victims. Over 100 victims. Unbelievable. It really, I mean, seriously, some of the stuff you read nowadays, you can't believe it, can you? We've managed to find a Versace full queen bed set. So it's £615. But the good news is all taxes and duties are paid. And so you can... Oh, I like that. I like that that sort of a Baroque bathrobe, but it's £375. I quite like that. I wish I could wear that in the studio. I'd like that in red. In red, that would look good. There used to be a Chinese shop in London, probably still. I've seen it in red and it doesn't look so good now. But they used to have a beautiful samurai costume, and it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen. And I thought, I'm going to buy it. I'd seen it. They do it in every colour. This Baroque bathrobe, £375. It's nice, isn't it? I have to be honest. Actually, looking at all the different colours that they do it in, and they do it in 1, 2, 3, they do it in 7 colours. I'm preferring it in the black. That is really, I don't know. I could never justify spending £375 on a dressing gown, but it's very nice. In fact, the more we look at it, the more exciting it becomes. We could go for. Perhaps we could buy one and split the cost. I could have it for 6 months of the year. You could have it for 6 months of the year. Yeah, you have it Monday, Wednesday, and Friday, and I'll have it Tuesday and Thursday, and Saturday. Imagine, can't you? They do look nice, actually. Angela says, my tray arrived yesterday, Steve. I've just used it for my early morning tea. Thank you for buying it. Scott in Littlehampton, so named, says, get yourself a pair of Cuban-heeled boots, Steve. You'd ace them. What's that mean? Is that you really do them justice? Oh, right. You'd pull. Oh, right. Okay. You'd kind of pull them off. Cuban-heeled boots. Not sure about that. Trucker Phil, thank you. And if you thought I was ever going to read that out, you're mistaken. My daughter graduated at LIPA, which is the Liverpool Institute for Performing Arts. Paul McCartney was doing the honours, so she has shaken his hand, says Jenny. I was very proud. I would think that was a bonus, shaking Paul McCartney's hand. Absolutely. He was a Beatle, for God's sake. You don't get a bigger group in the world. A Beatle. I mean, there's only John Lennon's gone. George Harrison's gone. There's only Ringo and Paul left. But, to shake his hand, how lovely. In fact, when he comes out of this house on the James Corden programme, all the people just want to shake his hand and just go good. People are so proud of him. So proud of him. I think he's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. Do you know that pets infected with Corona-19? I didn't know that cats and dogs had succumbed to Corona-19. They say they suffer heart problems. Oh, my God, fathers. What do you do if you're a dog and a cat and you've got corona? I don't know whether or not whether you explain to your owner exactly what you've got. Unbelievable, isn't it? Boris faces a third probe into Wallpapergate, and he admits he got a free holiday at his pal Zach Goldsmith's family villa. Quite normal for these sort of people. I couldn't work out the MP who threatened to throw acid at her lover's ex has been spared jail. Axed by Labour, of course. Axed by Labour, but she still refuses to quit. Well, you're axed. Take it as read, dear, OK? I can't believe it, that you threatened to throw acid at her lover's ex. Mind you, look who wants her seat if she's forced out. Only disgraced former Labour Minister Keith Vaz. Honestly, it just gets worse and worse, doesn't it, politics? I don't know you believe anymore. Probably nobody, actually. And somebody says, good to see the soldiers taking credit card for poppies these days. Do they? I don't know. Listen, I hope they raise lots of money. I wish they were down there today. Because I thought the band were fantastic. I couldn't, they didn't have a sign up saying who they were or anything like that. But either way, it certainly cheered up the people commuting yesterday. Certainly cheered them up. We've got some birthdays to celebrate. And the bitter war of words. Anne Robinson accused of being overbearing and overpaid. Infuriated by Rachel Riley, she may even quit. Don't believe a word of it. I think this is the best publicity stunt they've ever had. Who else have they got? Who else? They haven't got anybody else. It can only be Anne Robinson. It can only be Rachel Riley. And the lovely lady in Dictionary Corner. It's a publicity thing, isn't it? Isn't it?
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Friday, the 5th of November. It's, see, I always thought, I'm a bit backwards on this one. I thought that they'd be letting off fireworks around the world, and I suddenly realised it's got nothing to do with them at all. It's Guy Fawkes that we celebrate because he tried to blow up Parliament. More apt statement, you couldn't find if you were reading the front of most of the daily papers this morning, because it's all going a bit pear-shaped. But definitely next time we have COP26, I think definitely on Zoom, and that way we can save an awful lot of time and trouble, and we won't have Greta Thunberg swearing. I mean, to be honest with you, she doesn't even look as though she's old enough to know what swear words are. Barry says Ross Kemp was at Liverpool Street yesterday evening, helping the soldiers collect poppy donations. It was good. It was good. I hope they raise lots and lots of money. They're always down there. They do it every year, and you get little pockets of soldiers in their combats, and it was just good. So I hope they raise a serious amount of money. Reason being, no amount of money compensates for what people gave up. They gave their lives. They gave their lives so that we could live, and we could be sitting here doing this and sort of going out for dinner and all the rest of it. They can't. They can't. Teach 5-year-olds to be little eco-warriors. Oh, please, God, not. Oh, no, 5-year-olds can't bear the idea. Terrible. Teaching primary pupils that humans harm the planet can be our key weapon in the fight against climate change. So says the Education Secretary. Nadeem Zawi is to urge schools to equip children as young as 5 with the skills and knowledge to build a sustainable future. Because we've screwed it up well and truly, haven't we, for goodness sake? And then the activists who were sitting on the road, gluing themselves down, and unfortunately, they stopped a truckload of insulation materials from reaching its destination. They're not the brightest people, are they? They really aren't, actually. Met Police said they arrested 59 protesters yesterday. 32 members are already facing contempt proceedings for breaking injunctions by blocking the country's highways. I mean, seriously, could you really see any of them being sent to prison? I can't. And if they did, it'll be something like, you go to prison for 10 days or a week or something like that. I don't see that happening at all. But they seem to be growing in numbers as more people think they can get their pictures in the paper. That's what they seem to be doing it for. I don't think they've got the faintest idea. I mean, actually stopping a lorry with the huge words, insulation, drywall, ceilings, partitioning, screening, fire protection, insulation. And they were sitting in the road blocking it. That's how stupid they are. What else do we have? How will Santa afford Gwyneth's... This is Gwyneth Paltrow, actually. And she's got a sledge. They call them sleds, but I've always called them sledges. And it's £7,500. It's on her gift website. She's got all sorts of things here, including some strawberries. Oishi. You ever heard of Oishi strawberries? Me neither. They're found seasonally in the fields of the Japanese Alps. She's got a box of 11 for 36 quid. Oishi. Never heard of them. Here we go. We've got a cashmere blanket, hand-woven, at an arts and craft facility. That'll set you back for a cashmere blanket, £3,432. A game of checkers in rose quartz, which looks very pretty, is £1,380. A quilted goose down hug coat from the Singer's Slars fashion line, £1,853. Growing your own avocado, stone, which is lovely. A porcelain dish painted to look like the breakfast pastry it holds, because it looks like a croissant, is £180. American Wagyu fillet package, but only if you live in America, quite clearly. And here it is, the Hermes Birkin bag. The Birkin bags are about, I think, the most expensive bags you can get in the entire universe. This one is positively cheap. £16,961. I mean, some of them go stupid money. Stupid money. I think, £50,000 would not be unheard of. But, of course, they won't sell it to you if you're not the right person. You've got to be the right person. I mean, you don't want to see Jordan walking down the road with an Hermes Birkin bag, because that would be the wrong image. They're looking for, believe it or not, Victoria Beckham, who I believe has one. And because women become obsessed with handbags, and then they try and sell them, and that's when they appear on posh porn. But the trouble is, most of them have been used. And people don't, they'll buy an Hermes bag or any of the other companies, but they've got experts now who can tell you if it's a fake, if it's real, if it's been used too much because it might have lipstick stains in it and stuff like that, which reduces the value. The amount of fake items wandering through, which are so much better than they were. I mean, I actually possess a fake watch. I have a fake watch, but it's called, what do they call it? It's not called a fake watch. It's got another name. You get fake watches, which you could buy years ago. You go to Singapore, and it's not replica, but that would be very good. It's as near as, damn it, like the real thing. I should have brought it in and shown you, because it comes with a box, a beautiful wooden box. It comes with all its certification, even though it's all fake, and they cost about £300. But the real thing would be, £20,000. But they are as near as, damn it, to the real thing. So you get the fake ones, which used to turn your wrist green, because they had all this sort of cheap metal. And I used to love watching on the porn program on the telly, where people would take stuff in there and they'd go, yeah, well, what are you suggesting? Goodness sake, honestly. You wouldn't be taking your watch into a pawn shop, would you? For goodness sake. And so they take them in there and they look at it and they go, and how much were you looking for? And the bloke goes, I'm looking for £5,000. It's a Rolex. And the girl behind the counter said, no, it's not. It's fake. And he said, no, it's real. And they stand there arguing with somebody who knows what they're talking about. And in the end, he said, get me somebody else who knows what they're talking about. She said, I know what I'm talking about. Get me the owner of the shop. She said, I am the owner of the shop. And people have all these things that are fakes because they're made very, very well nowadays, because people can't afford to buy them. If you owned some really stunning jewellery, you would have to get copies made of it, because you'd never get any insurance for wearing it out on the town. The insurance companies just wouldn't insure you. Elizabeth Taylor had to have armed guards with her if she was wearing some of her jewellery. But then, you see, if you saw Elizabeth Taylor going out wearing, a stunning set of rings and a necklace, you would know it was genuine. If you saw Jordan going out with a stunning ring and a necklace, you wouldn't think it was genuine. You would think it was something else, because there's so many good fakes now. I had Versace towels, which I thought were fantastic. Guy Fawkes. Why are you obsessed with Guy Fawkes? You're obsessed with Guy Fawkes, aren't you? What's the matter with Guy Fawkes? Poor soul. He was unfortunately, he was sort of taken away and dealt with, as they say, because he wanted to blow up the House of Parliament. They managed to get in 20 barrels of gunpowder. Unfortunately, the place where they would have been in the Undercroft doesn't exist anymore. So they've got another area where they say, oh, it was here, and directly beneath the House of Lords. So he actually got them in, but then they didn't actually set them off, which was a shame. And he got discovered. He gave his name, when he was caught, when he was nicked, as John Johnson. And he remained defiant and all the rest of it. And he said, I'm going to blow you Scotch beggars back to your native mountains. And so it went on. Anyway, he was thrown in the Tower. And they had a torture session to try and get him to reveal the names of his other people who were part of it. And then they decided that he was suffering quite badly, because when he actually signed his his death warrant, you could tell it was under duress, because the actual signature bears no resemblance at all. The trial took place. He was on a barge from the Tower to Westminster Hall with 7 of his co-conspirators. And unfortunately, his fellow plotters were hanged and quartered. He was the last one, asked forgiveness of the king, because you had to do that. Not that it would make any difference. But he's sort of weakened by torture. He began to climb the ladder, but either through jumping to his death or climbing too high, because the rope was incorrectly set. He managed to avoid the agony of the latter part of the execution by breaking his neck. And his body was nevertheless quartered afterwards. And then they just sort of threw it away, which is what they did in those days. A bit of a shame. I'm trying to find something else for you. Would you like a Focus Calm electrogram, which measures electrical activity in the brain? Gwyneth Paltrow's got one for sale for £186. An airline seat cover, seems quite good at £54. And coffee table chic with Frida Kahlo, the complete paintings, £183. Although she does have a garden hose, free from toxic lead, cadmium and phthalates, whatever they are. £220. Nice pair of Gucci triple sneakers she's got for you, made from environmentally kind GG Supreme canvas at £940. £56. Do people buy this stuff? I'm always curious, aren't they? And how many of these handbags has she got? How many has she got? Happy birthday to Jo Malone. Jo Malone celebrates her birthday today. She's 58. She was the one who started off in her kitchen making these candles. She said, because I'm dyslexic, I've always used my sense of smell to remember things by. It's like having a paintbrush for a nose. And she's fantastic. Her Kate Middleton's favourite fragrance is said to be Orange Blossom by Jo Malone, whereas Jo Malone now is owned by Estee Lauder. Estee Lauder bought it. So she's got a company now called Jo Loves, and they've got one shop, as far as I know, they've got one shop, which is just off one of the squares in London before you head into the King's Road. And I think Eaton Square. It's just off Eaton Square, because I've been there. I went there early one morning to go and buy some candles, because she does a lovely one, which is lime. The original one was lime, basil and mandarin. Hers is Thai lime with mandarin. And the candles, the scent goes all the way through. And they're very nice, and they come with sort of, they're beautifully done, and they wrap them for you, and they're put together beautifully. So if you buy them, it's a nice gift. Not cheap, but nice. Very, very nice. I got sent one by some of my listeners a short while ago, and it was lovely. And if it's strange enough, I lit it the other evening. I've already lit it before, but they last for a long, long time. Also, we got some celebrations. 2001, November the 1st. November the 5th. Youngsters in capes and wizard hats. London's Leicester Square went completely Hogwarts. 5,000 turned up to see guests at the Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone film premiere. Its 12-year-old star, that's how old Daniel was in those days, was hailed with the kind of screams usually reserved for the more mature leading men. 5,000. You could not move in Leicester Square. And then when they did them in Trafalgar Square, whoa! Blimey, you've never seen so many people corralled around, and they went absolutely crackers when they all turned up. It was very, very impressive.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning. So 5,000 people on this day in 2001 for Daniel Radcliffe, and all the little did they realise just how fantastic these films were going to be, and how it would change Dan's life. Totally unaffected. Totally unaffected. If you meet him, he's the nicest person you'll ever meet. Never sounds good, does it? Jason says these watches are called super clones. Super clones. They're unbelievable. They're unbelievable. I mean, because I couldn't afford to buy a real one. That's the reason that people buy them, is because they can't afford to buy the real thing. And I just think they look very good. And somebody told me about them and said, oh, there's a catalogue. You can basically tell them what you want, and you get that watch. But it's the packaging that comes with it. It's not like it's stuck in a jiffy bag or something like that. Dave in Swanley says, during the Olympic preparations, myself and another chap were checking the stadium for health and safety issues. Apart from some security guys, we were the only people in the stadium. Paul McCartney suddenly turned up to rehearse his contribution to the opening ceremony when we were given a private concert by Paul in an almost empty stadium. That's something to dine out on, isn't it? Blimey, that really is something to dine out on. To have Paul McCartney. I mean, it's just never going to happen, is it? Never going to happen to anybody else. Chris in Brentwood says, yesterday I took delivery of my new study armchair, which I sent away a few weeks ago to be recovered in classic London transport moquette, bought directly from the museum. I picked material once used in the 1958 Routemaster bus. Quite expensive, but well worth it. My wife thinks I'm mad. I've told her I want the lounge done in it now. Have you ever been to the shop in Covent Garden, which is the London Transport shop, and all the material that they use on the buses and the trains over the years is made up into cushions, and I've got some cushions for the settee made up, and it's really good, so I'm very jealous. Very nice. Robbie says, Steve, how surreal is this? A now closed luxury Lake District hotel used to have a baby grand piano in the lounge, and apparently guests were gobsmacked when none other than Paul McCartney plonked himself on the stool and knocked out some Beatles tunes to serenade Heather Mills. Oh, yes, the infamous Heather Mills. We all remember that. Somebody else says that the watch is called a super clone. I have one myself. They're very good, aren't they? But people seem to like... I've got a Patek Philippe and a Rolex and something else. Mainly because I couldn't believe just how good they looked. How good they looked. I mean, they really are quite beautifully made. Guess what went on sale in 1935 and is still on sale today? It's a game. Okay, give you a bit of a clue. It's a game. And no, it's not O'Brien's board game. He wasn't around in 1935. That's very cruel and very misleading for people. The board game Monopoly. went on sale. And now you can have Monopoly for your area. There is a Twickenham Monopoly set. You can have all sorts of things made up. And I thought I might buy one, actually. But quite nice, isn't it? Support the place where you live and go and get something like that. But you can get them for anywhere, I think. No, I don't know if there's one for Kingston. I'm not sure, actually. I might have to check. So the idea of having Paul McCartney playing for Heather Mills, introduced, I think by who was it? Piers Morgan. I think Piers Morgan introduced Heather Mills to Paul McCartney. I'm pretty certain. I'm sure that came up. For decades, it's been one of Hollywood's darkest rumours that a teenager called Natalie Wood was sexually assaulted by a major star more than twice her age. Where do you think this one's going? I mean, this is unbelievable. The late actress's younger sister has claimed that the attacker, wait for it, was the movie legend Kirk Douglas. She said this happened in 1955 when Natalie was 16 and filming The Searchers, and Douglas was in his late 30s. The meeting had been arranged by their mother and thought that many doors would be thrown open. And, of course, now Natalie Wood, didn't she? She ended up, I think, with Robert Wagner. I'm pretty certain. And she also featured in the film about Father Christmas. She was the child in that. According to Lana, who was about 8 at the time, Natalie didn't discuss what happened until both were adults. And Lana is now 75. Obviously, Natalie Wood drowned, I believe, and I think Kirk died some years ago. I think he was fairly old, but he died. Oh, that's right. He was 103. 103. But it's very interesting. Douglas's son, the actor Michael Douglas, said in a statement, "May they both rest in peace." In his memoir, The Ragman's Son, published in 1988, Spartacus star Douglas writes briefly about Natalie Wood. He remembers driving home one night and stopping at a red light. A pretty little girl jumped out of the car in front and asked him to sign her jacket. As I obliged, the woman who was driving got out and introduced her. "This is my daughter. She's in movies too. Her name is Natalie Wood." And that was the first time I met Natalie. I saw her many times afterwards before she died in that cruel accident. And there was much talk about that as well, wasn't there? I mean, he died at his home in Beverly Hills. Cause of death was kept private. I wonder why. I mean, it was old age. He was 103. I mean, he can't have had many things, can he? But he did loads of films: The Indian Fighter, Lust for Life, Paths of Glory, Spartacus, Lonely of the Brave, and 7 Days. Plus, of course, The Strange Love of Martha Ivers, Champion, Ace in the Hole, The Bad and the Beautiful. And he'd been honoured all over the place. Isn't it funny when this stuff comes up years and years later? All of a sudden you read something about somebody, but of course convenient that both of them are no longer with us. You could almost say anything you like, because you can't libel the dead. It's as simple as that. But it does seem odd when you see somebody like that. I mean, I realise that Hollywood was an absolute hotbed of all sorts of nasties going on. You know, people talked about the cocaine parties, people talked about the gambling parties, and then people just take cocaine and then go onto the movie set and give performances of their lives. We know the amount of people who fell by the wayside. Hollywood was absolutely littered with sex scandals and drug abuse and everything else. So when you watch these people now on the big silver screen, just think most of them have got pasts. Most of them have got pasts. Very interesting. But one of those things. So that makes the papers for today. Why do they call them booby traps? Booby traps. Do you know why they call them booby traps? A device intended to surprise, maim or kill. The word boob comes from the Spanish bobo for silly, and by 1599 booby meant dunce, first applied to childish pranks and then to landmines. Who'd have thought? Who would have thought? You learn all sorts of things in the paper. I see that Men Behaving Badly's Martin Clunes was horsing around with Princess Anne the other day. That's the one who takes helicopters, because the royal family do what they want to do. We've learnt this a long, long time ago, that, it's not a case of do what we do, it's do what we say. But they do something completely differently. The Mayor of Calais blames the crisis in the Channel on Britain's benefits system, because yet another migrant has drowned trying to reach El Dorado, which is how they call the United Kingdom. And the other one here, Ghislaine Maxwell has now accused prison guards of menacingly telling her, "You're not special." She's now made a 6th bid for freedom. It's not happening at the moment. And by the way things are going, it doesn't look like it's going to be happening at all. So we'll wait and see, shall we? Also, another day, another die, but sorry, Kristen, I don't buy this version. And this is Kristen Stewart as Diana in a film called Spencer. It fails to reach, they say. Why? We're obsessed, aren't we, with Diana? Absolutely obsessed. All these years later, people are still talking about Diana. She still sells newspapers. Put her on the front page, say it's another story about Diana and who she had an affair with or who she didn't have an affair with. And before you know where you are, you've outsold the amount of copies that you were going to have. I find it absolutely unbelievable. People still talk about conspiracy theories. They still talk about the fact she was done in. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I'm really not sure. Just because she made headlines, I don't think that would be a reason for getting rid of her.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. So, presumably tonight, most of you will be either watching fireworks. I'm not even sure if they have big displays anymore. I remember in my youth, the local council would find a piece of land or something, or, something they owned, a field, and they put up a huge bonfire. You don't see that sort of thing nowadays. Although we were told ages ago that it's much safer to go to an organised display, although there have been accidents at organised displays as well, when you're putting on some of these enormous fireworks. So what tonight's going to be like, I don't know, around our way, because we seem to get it from all directions, because we've got Hounslow and Southall and Richmond and everything. I mean, there are bonfires that are out there, firework displays in London for this year. We've got a list of them. Here we go. Let's find out. How much do you have to pay for that? I've forgotten, actually. There's one here. Some have already sold out. Alexandra Palace and Wimbledon Park being the most prominent. Most events are ticketed. There's one here. This is the Olympic Park. And each ticket gets a complimentary drink, but they're £15.50 a ticket. That seems quite a lot of money to me. Perhaps I'm a bit naive in it. But there's one here, Battersea Park. They've got a German beer cellar, live music and bumper cars. And there's an impressive light show instead of a bonfire. £12, 10 pence. That's from 6 p.m. There's one here, Barnes Sports Club. They're doing theirs on the 6th, I think. And this is, where's this one? Harrow. They've got fun fair, face painting, henna hand art, pre-show entertainment and more. Entry is free, but then it's cash only on the gate after that, although it's cheaper to buy in advance up till 3 p.m. And so Morden Park, £9 for adults, £7 for juniors. That's what they call children nowadays. They call them juniors. 5 to 15. Kids under 4 and under go free. And it's a £30 family ticket. Richmond, here we go. Where's this one? They say they've got dance performances and a fun fair. Richmond Athletic Ground. I'm trying to think where Richmond Athletic... Oh, I know where that is. And so that's £10. Of course, bearing in mind, I know it sounds a bit of a swizz, and I'm sorry to say this, but if you go and you don't want to pay the money, you just go and stand by the swimming pool, and you can watch the fireworks, because most of them go up into the air, don't they? And you can save yourself the money. Enfield, you can stand on the street and watch them for free, can't you, really? But of course you have to be in there. If you want to go to the fair and all the rest of it, you've got to do it. But £5 for kids aged 11 to 18. Oh, please. What, 18 is a kid now? 18 is a kid. They obviously wandered into another planet. Where's this one? Beckenham. Long-standing favourite. The fireworks have been popping off for 70 years. Isn't it funny? All this rubbish that they were giving us a short while ago. Oh, there's going to be a shortage of fireworks. The hell. There's no shortage of fireworks at all. There's loads of them. They've got jerk chicken and hot chocolate. Tickets on the gate only, both cash and card accepted. £10 for adults. This is Beckenham. And there will be some small bangs. That's what the organisers have said. Just in case you're taking little children, there are some small bangs. But mainly it'll be up in the sky. So when they used to have the Marble Hill concerts, you could buy a ticket to go into the concert, which were held in the grounds of Marble Hill Park. But a load of people used to sit outside on their deck chairs, the cheap meanies, who would just sort of want to enjoy the music. And they used to take on their lanterns and all sorts of things. It became quite a family event, I think. 21 minutes to 7, 5,000 pensioners. I've still not got my pension. Still not got it. But almost 5,000 have not received their first state pension payments 6 months after they applied. There's a backlog of 4,900 newly retired people still languishing in the pensions queue. I can't even get them to answer the phone, let alone anything else. Staff shortages blamed, and the pandemic for the backlog built up over the summer. So 5,000 people are still waiting. Still waiting. Do they pay interest when they pay eventually? Quite a nice thing to do. Somebody says Kirk Douglas, they're backdate. Well, they'll have to backdate. They owe you the money. When do you get your state pension now? I can't remember. Is it 66 for men? When's that? When you get your state pension, or is it 67? I'm never too sure, actually. I know there's 5,000 people have been waiting. I mean, in the scheme of things, that's not a huge amount of people, but they might need that money really desperately. In which case, you know, they'll have to be backdated, but it's sort of a little bit too late, isn't it, really? State pension, so 65 for men and women. So now it depends on when you were born. Oh, right. Check your state pension age, so you can sort of check now. Let's have a look. So let's have a little check. Oh, there we go. This is start now. State pension age, including pension qualifier. And yeah, okay, continue. Okay, 17. What? We're doing it? 03? No, month 45. What 45 month do you know? Everybody knows my birthday. They know I'm 67 and they know it's St. Patrick's Day. You can't do it any other way. Go on, 54. I mean, everybody knows it. They could hack my email. I shouldn't think so. Not on that. If they can, do let me know. So there you go. You have to put in I think it's the year you have to put in. There you go. I reached state pension age on the 6th of September 2019. Blimey. That's very good, isn't it? So that's so your state pension age was 65 years, 5 months, 20 days. Good Lord above. They say if you haven't received it, contact the pension service. Thank you. This could be a windfall in time for Christmas, couldn't it? Ka-ching here. I don't think so. I don't even know what it's worth actually now, the pension. But I love the idea that, you know, what would you like to calculate? And then you can work out exactly how much you get. I don't think we'll be living extravagantly, will we? Definitely not. So I've been able to have it for all that amount of time. I love the way you're so protective of my age. Whereas in fact, everybody knows I was born on St. Patrick's Day. Looking after me. No, that's called stalking. Looking after you. So. The Duchess of Cornwall visited the set of Grace yesterday, which stars John Sim and with the book's author, Peter James. I don't know anything about this, but I just know it's filmed in Brighton, which is good. But the Duchess, who grew up nearby, I like Camilla. I do like her. There's something about her. She's quite homely. She's not, you know, she's not Diana. We knew that, but there's something about her that is very homely. I think she'll fit in quite nicely with the royal family, which she seems to do at the moment. Although we notice the Queen is more and more often now doing stuff by herself. I don't know how often the family see her. Probably not as often, because I mean she flew off in the helicopter by herself. Now, presumably she will fly with a lady-in-waiting, and it'll be somebody who she's spent time with before. They don't sort of just bung her out with anybody else, do they? Lots of tributes to Lionel Blair, who's died at the age of 92. I heard Jonathan Shalit on the news talking about him, Biggins, and everybody knew him. Everybody knew him. He was a dancer. I mean, he'd been prominent, I think, you know, from the 70s. Give us a clue, Michael Aspel and Eunice Stubbs. He also hosted Name That Tune. He was on Celebrity Big Brother, and he did the Real Marigold Hotel, but I don't remember that. I've seen a few other people on the Real Marigold Hotel, which is very good. I wonder if is that on DVD? Because it's a TV show where they went there and they see that they were seeing if they could live. Oh, how many series have they had? Loads of series. Miriam Margolyes, Bobby George. There you go. Lionel Blair was on with Bill Paul Nicholas, Rusty Lee, Sheila Ferguson, Amanda Barry, Dennis Taylor and Miriam Stoppard. Good Lord above. And that went out in 2017. I'd love to see if that's available. I'd quite like to watch that, actually, because I found them really interesting, especially Miriam Margolyes. Anything she was in took on a completely different stance. It was very good indeed. So I shall have to wait to see. It's a travel documentary series. But if you've never seen it, you should watch it. They were all just plonked over there in this hotel, based on the film, just to see whether or not the Brits could survive. So we took some of our beloved celebrities, and over there they went. And as I say, so Lionel would have been sort of late 80s, I think, when he was doing this one. And Rusty Lee and Lionel Blair, there's a combination. There's a combination. Good Lord above. But he's died at the age of 92, and as my producer said, it's not a bad innings. Yes, I shouldn't imagine he was too thrilled about it, though, was he? You know, perhaps he was hoping to go a little bit more than 92. They always say that, don't they? Of course he had a good innings. He might have gone, I could go a few more years. But, at 92, not bad at all. Not bad at all. The Stargazers, looking for the Northern Lights. You should see them, actually. You should see them. This is the first time we've been able to see the Aurora Borealis over here, as far as I know. And 84850, steve@lbc.co.uk. And a young boy enjoys a day out with his mum. Who is it? It's Prince Charles and Her Majesty. And these are pictures of the royal family playing, doing normal things. And it's very revealing, actually. Very revealing. Actress Sarah Parish has been transported safely home. She fractured her spine on holiday in Turkey.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, everybody. Roger says, Steve, if you're 67 and a half, you should receive a back payment of £10,284. Now, stop exciting me. Good Lord above, honestly. We can't have things like that. Kim says, thank you for a grand week. Have a good weekend. Talk to you Monday. And Steve, yesterday you said I was a novice. Can I be called an advanced novice, as I also have the Groovy Gang Prosecco glasses and tickets to your show in February? Cass, the aspiring advanced novice spiker, which we like. We were talking about, I don't know how this came up, actually, just in the break. We were talking about actors who are well known for boozing. And one of them, I mean, apart from Richard Burton and all the other usual suspects, was Oliver Reed, who the producer reminded me had a lovely house called Broom Hall. And I have to be honest, it does look quite nice, actually. These places require the upkeep you cannot imagine. In fact, there are pictures of him inside when they were having work done on it. But it was quite a place. I've always wanted to live in a medieval hall. It would be really quite nice to live there. Allen Hall. But the trouble is, you've got to have limitless funds because when these things need repairing, because they're listed, the repairs cost you a small fortune. You can't just go ahead and sort of stick an extension on or stick in some new windows. It's all listed. And it's such a shame. I think most of these houses would be turned into apartments because that's the easiest thing they do. There's loads of them. You can go through Country Life and you'll see an apartment for sale in a historic mansion or something like that, because that's the only way you can make these places pay. And so Broom Hall is now a grade 2 listed. It's on the market. It went for 3.5 million. 3.5. Oh no, it's another one. This is the Country Estate for 3.5 million. See, that seems quite reasonable nowadays, doesn't it? 3.5 million doesn't seem as bad as some of the other places that I've seen, which I've been looking at. But you can imagine. And also the ones which I think there's a great book out which is called, it lists all the country houses that we don't have anymore with photographs of them. Some of them were beautiful, just absolutely stunning. But because the owners couldn't afford to keep them, they fell into disrepair. And then people moved out, and now some of them are in very, very sad states. Very, very sad states. Listen to you daily, says Sean from Bulgaria. I'm originally from South Africa. So how nice, Bulgaria. I don't know Bulgaria very much, actually, but I'm sure it's lovely. Kirk Douglas owned the rights, Steve, to One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, and his son Michael later produced the film. Do you know, I never saw that film. I never saw it. I was never who was the star of One Flew Over the Cuckoo? Jack Nicholson, wasn't it? I was never a fan of Jack Nicholson. I used to enjoy his antics at the awards ceremonies where he'd sit there with his sunglasses on indoors, being the Hollywood star. And I used to think that was quite cool. But I just never saw him in any films, which didn't sort of interest me at all. The land of bonfire bangers. This is all the supermarkets doing all their food now, because if you go to a bonfire night, you've got to have food, and if you're doing it in your back garden, you've got to have food, and it's got to be burgers, and it's got to be, cheese and onion rolls and little steak roll, all sorts of different things, to keep people happy, because people like a nibble. People like a little nibble. Also, a tiny gold Bible has been dug up by a metal detectorist. It's, they say, linked to medieval royalty. This is somebody called Buffy Bailey. who's a 48-year-old nurse, was searching farmland when her detector picked up a signal. They think it could have been owned by a relative of Richard III. It could be worth £100,000 or more. Mrs. Bailey said it may have been part of a birthing girdle or a bookmark for the Bible, and it's got etchings of the patron saints of childbirth, St. Margaret of Antioch and St. Leonard. It's been dated to the 15th century. Wow. I'm quite jealous of some of these people who do this metal detectoring stuff. I always think, you find... So we had one the other day. They found more treasure, hadn't they? More treasure. Barbara Dixon runs 3 kilometres every day. Nothing the matter with that. She's 74. She said she's happier and healthier than ever, but just don't ask her if she's got any plans to hang up her microphone. I only met her once. I went to see Michael Crawford when he was playing Phantom of the Opera, and I used to go round to his dressing room and collect the tickets and all the rest of it. And I went there on this one day to pick up the tickets, and Barbara Dixon was there. And Michael said to me, "Oh, Steve, do you know Barbara Dixon?" Obviously not. So I went, no, hello. And I've always been a big fan of hers, but bigger fan of Michael Crawford's. But he phoned me to start with. He phoned me at the studio because he used to listen to the programme when he got home from the theatre. And he said, because I'd said on air, I'd complained, as usual, about I couldn't get tickets for Phantom. And he phoned me and he said, "Oh, hello, Steve, it's Michael Crawford." I went, "Yeah, whatever." You never believe people, do you? Because you're never used to hearing them on the telephone. Anyway, it turned out quite well, actually, because I went on numerous occasions to see Phantom of the Opera. He would always say, just phone up and let me know when you want to come and see the show. And I remember seeing it thinking, that is a show and a half. That's a show and a half. Still going on. I'll tell you who's worth booking for at the moment, Bill Bailey. What a clever man. What a clever man. He's touring now. I think this is for the end of this year, December, and then he's touring January as well, so he's going to be very tired. But I had to bring you the story of a hospital security guard who was caught faking a slipping accident in a scam on the NHS, has been jailed after his ex informed bosses. Rhys Williams plotted to stage an accident at Basildon University Hospital, where he'd worked for 12 years, throwing it all away. The debt-ridden dad of 2 found water leaking onto a soggy cardboard in a changing room and decided it was the perfect location as it had no CCTV coverage. He called up his superiors the day after the alleged fall and said he'd damaged his elbow. He took 3 months off, claiming he was depressed and unable to do housework or play with his kids. He claimed the accident had damaged his relationship with his former girlfriend called Ashley Barker. But just after the Mid and South Essex NHS Foundation Trust had offered him £5,000 compensation, bosses got a message from Miss Barker revealing the scam. The court heard that Rhys Williams had been struggling to clear a £10,000 debt. His lawyers said the scam had been prompted by desperation. I think so too. But anyway, he was found guilty in trying to press fake damages claim against the NHS. He was jailed for 7 months. The magistrate said he only desisted from his claim when confronted with incriminating texts. But that was the way. However, the judge rejected the NHS Trust bid for him to pay their £13,500 legal costs. Because we'd be back where we started again, wouldn't we, really? So I suppose, really, he was let off quite lightly. But people do things like that. People think that they can cheat the system and they can get away with it. But quite clearly, their relationship must have finished, perhaps not in the very best of ways. And it turned out badly for him. Not very well at all. One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, Steve. Best film ever, guaranteed to make you laugh and cry. Give it a go, says Elaine. Thank you. Have you ever seen The Shining, says Sue in Perthshire? No. I haven't. I don't even know what some of these... I mean, I know what they are, but I don't know what the stories are, and it just doesn't... They don't sort of interest me. Listen, you know the sort of films I watch. I watch Goodbye, Mr. Chips, for goodness sake. I would have been watching The Shining. Liz and Roger are in Cyprus doing ironing. Beautiful sunny weather here. We'll be back home to Esher soon and looking forward to autumnal walks along the Thames. We have autumnal weather already. And the Christmas market's getting ready to... they've started putting up some of the stalls in Leicester Square. That should be open, I think, on the 11th of this month. If you're having fireworks tonight, please take care. Please take care. If you're going to an organised display, make sure you've sorted out everything and make sure that the pets are safely installed inside. Have a great weekend, everybody.
We love tech that helps make us healthier. Watches that monitor our heart rate. Apps that count our steps. But what about your toothbrush? Achieve exceptional brushing with Philips Sonicare without any extra effort. That's up to 20 times more effective than a manual toothbrush. Find out more at philips.co.uk/Sonicare. There's always a way to make life better. Innovation. And you. Philips.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to the 9th of November. So we're racing through this month already. The Prime Minister gets as much stick as it is possible to get because he's in a hospital not wearing a mask. Everybody around him wearing a mask. And they said, oh, he did wear the mask when he was in certain... No, you're supposed to wear it in the hospital. The guidelines are if you're accessing or visiting healthcare settings, you must continue to wear a face covering and follow social distancing. That's from England's chief nurse. Staff, patients and visitors expected to continue to follow social distancing rules. He didn't do that either. I mean, really ridiculous. I don't know why on earth he didn't wear a mask. Oh, when he was in other bits, he wore the mask. Well, wear it all the time. You're in a bloody hospital, for God's sake. What is the matter with these people? Emotional reunions as the Brits return to America. 250 people trying to get one caver out. 54-hour mission. He must have been really well stuck. And the TV channel for dogs has launched. Woof! Love it. Jack D's got a new book out. Everybody's got a book out. I wish I'd brought one out myself. The poisoner who's targeted a 200-year-old tree. Somebody who's obviously got some sort of health issues, I should imagine. Why would you want to poison a tree that's 200-year-old? You know, and it's in... Well, they poured... weed killer and everything else onto it, effectively slowly killing it. It's 200 years old. These people are thick and stupid, and that's being kind. I love the bloke who and it's in a churchyard. It's a huge tree. It would be, being 200 years old, and it survived 7 British monarchs, and it's now dying. It's been targeted by vandals. I mean, are these people thick? Yep, of course they are. Are they dim? Yes. Why would anybody want to do this? It's near Marlborough in Wiltshire. It's a nice part of the country. It's quite a posh bit, full of quite classy people, apart from this person. That's all I can say. Chemical testing has revealed that the toxic herbicide, glyphosate, was used on the plant, which began dying over the summer. Well, who would have access to that? Where would you get that from? Find them. They throw them in prison for the rest of their lives. These people are scum. Absolute scum. Countdown's Rachel's got a new addition. The man who collects whiskey. He's got 4,000 miniature bottles of whiskey, and he doesn't drink whiskey. But they're worth about 35 grand, so that would be the reason. And do you remember little Bradley Lowry, the little boy who had that bluster illness, and he died when he was very, very young? Well, his parents are celebrating the birth of a daughter. So from one little angel passing on to another little angel arriving. One of the saddest things I think I'd seen in recent years. Also, the National Gallery reveals the masterpieces with tenuous links to the slave trade. One of them including The Haywain by Constable. Work on that one if you can. Amy Winehouse's clothes raised £3 million. They went for phenomenal amounts of money at auction. I mean, some of them £120,000 for a dress that can't have cost £1,000 in the first place. There wasn't much of her. Happy birthday to Karen Dotrice. Producer didn't know who Karen Dotrice was. I wouldn't expect him to. She appeared in a film really before his time, and that was Mary Poppins. She was one of the little children in it. There were only 2. One died very young, and she was lovely. She was absolutely lovely. She opens up about her sort of childhood, if you're a child star. I think her and the lad had been in quite a few Disney movies. I think they'd been in about three movies, something like that. And it was lovely. Absolutely lovely. I thought they were great. She's 66 today. Amazon are selling fake police lights, which have got a magnet on, and you fit them onto the roof of your car so you can pretend to be a policeman. What's the point of that? It's illegal to impersonate a police officer. So if you get caught, expect to spend time in the jug. Okay. Steve, I'm pleased to say that I have again, says that Steve, purchased tickets to your Christmas show at the Magic Circle. Yes, Matthew Garber was the one. Sorry to move away from you, Steve. Matthew Garber died. He was born in 1956, died in 1977. He was in Mary Poppins, The 3 Lives of Thomasina, and No Mobile. And all 3 appearances were in movies by Walt Disney. And he'd done really well, actually. He'd sort of had one of those looks. He contracted hepatitis, which later affected his pancreas, died of pancreatitis at the age of just 21, 10 years after his retirement. 21 years old, and he died. And I remember somebody asked them about it and said, because they kept it fairly quiet at the time. I don't think they sort of wanted too many people to know. But such a shame, such a cute kid, and one of those child stars who didn't make it to adulthood. They seemed to die young. In fact, even when they did make it to adulthood, they weren't very successful. Very few of them made it. They were very successful as young people. And Shirley Temple was huge, absolutely huge. Bobby Driscoll was known for some Walt Disney Studios pictures like Song of the South and So Dear to My Heart. And he focused his attention on the avant-garde scene. He used drugs, became addicted to narcotics, and his body was discovered in an abandoned building in the East Village of Manhattan. Such a shame, isn't it, when you think they have everything to live for? There was another one who appeared in one of my favourite Christmas films, and he was gay, but of course nobody knew he was gay because people didn't talk about it in those days. He was found, especially not in Hollywood, he was found dead in a motel room. He'd picked somebody up who'd killed him. And it was just absolutely tragic. But lots of people didn't make it at all. Zoe says, I start a new job in the NHS today. Can you wish me luck? Well, you'll have a great time. Great time. Of course, I'm visiting, not the NHS today, I'm visiting the doctors to get my 2 jabs. Oh, God, honestly, I know. Yes, I'm trying to be brave about the whole thing. I'm sure it'll be absolutely fantastic. And we're trying to find, and they will find her, because Chris Packham has mentioned it, and I saw the video on YouTube, a woman kicking a horse. Not just kicking a horse, slapping it around the face. They're going to find you, dear. They're going to find you, and you're going to be suffering really quite badly. They think she was part of it was a hunt situation, and the horse is there with horse boxes. This woman grabs it and kicks it in between its legs, and then slaps it around the face. You're a sick person, you are, darling. Sick person. And they've got pictures of, they'll find out who she is. I promise you, by the end of today, they will know. The video was shared online by the anti-hunt group, Hertfordshire Hunt Saboteurs, been viewed more than 2 million times already. Taken on Saturday afternoon, and it shows members of the Cottesmore Hunt. The Hunt told the BBC they strongly disapprove. Who's this woman? Who is she? Why would she ever do that to an animal? What a sick person you are. How would you like it if somebody kicked you like that? No reason for it at all, and then slapped it around the face. There's no justification for that at all. The RSPCA said the footage was upsetting. Just a little bit, dears. Just a little bit. They say, we always look into complaints made to us about animal welfare. Well, pull your finger out and sort this one out, because somebody will know. So they've asked people who know anything about this woman, and she's clearly identifiable. You could see who it is. And you can call them on 0300 123 4999. 0300 123 4999. They'll find out who she is, and she'll have the press camped on her doorstep. Not a pleasant situation to be in, but you can't go around kicking animals like that. Kicking it, and then slapping it around the face. You stupid person. Honestly, so cross about people. How can people do that? And back in the room again. The World War I soldier who finally receives a marked grave. Takes a long time, doesn't it? And a 2-timing millionaire whose wife came home and discovered he was in bed with some other woman, kicked him out of the house. He's just got a £120,000 payout. She can't ban him from his own house. So there you go. The Defence Secretary Ben Wallace has slammed the Army's attitude to women. And 9 in 10 dementia scientists believe new treatments will be found within 10 years. I mean, to be honest with you, 10 years, 100 years, what difference does it make? Tomorrow would be nice. What was the other one? Oh, you want to buy a bag of Watsits? They're running out. And the millennials go retro. And whatever happened to the Harry Potter cast? First film, 20 years old. Where did they all go to? We shall tell you this morning on the programme. We take all your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. Walker's crisp shortage could last until the end of the month. Couldn't care less. Doesn't make any difference to me. That includes Wotsits. It's crisps, isn't it? They've been forced to prioritise their most popular varieties. It's a potato. Hello? It's a potato. A very, very expensive potato. So the ones they're hanging on to, I think, cheese and onion, ready salted and salt and vinegar, as well as Quavers and Wotsits, after a glitch forced it to slow production. Oh, for goodness sake, it's a packet of crisps. They're bad for you. You know they're bad for you. They're fried potato. They're bad for you. Can't do it any other way. Tara says, I've been truly ill for a few days, laid up in bed here in the sticks away from people, and the bloke is away with work. It was over a day with a power cut. I listen online, and I simply cannot tell you how lonely and discombobulated I felt with no LBC. And most of all, no you. A real reality check. And I just want to say how grateful I am to you for being there to humanise us first thing in the weekday mornings. And the first thing I did yesterday on being able to walk was to buy a battery-operated radio. What a brilliant idea, Tara. I have a battery-operated radio. It did not get through batteries. Mine's digital. And it's very nice. I do like listening. I do. Declan in Vienna says, I turned 50 yesterday to wake up to an email that my Steve Allen tea tray is on its way. That was a nice surprise for an old man. Certainly was. Even nicer for us, because we got the money. Thank you very much indeed. Very, very grateful. I didn't know they sent out emails saying it's on the way to you. Well, that's quite cool, isn't it, really? Quite cool. There's a picture of a polar bear in the paper today. Not that exciting, except this one was risking its life by climbing down a cliff, a near vertical cliff, to scoop up a little baby. Could be a baby penguin. It could. I don't know what it is. It's a baby something which has no idea that lurching above it is this polar bear, and it would risk its life to get something to eat. Now, this little baby bird that you'll see the picture of in the paper today, I mean, to be honest with you, it can't even have been a snack. There's nothing of it. It was teeny tiny, and obviously this polar bear will just eat it in one go. Bit of a shock, isn't it? You know, you're sitting there on the ledge thinking we're fairly safe on the ledge. Down comes the bloody polar bear. And this bird's too young to fly, so it can't go anywhere. I feel a bit sorry for it. Like I feel sorry for that horse. You wish that horse had lashed out and kicked back at that old bag. Sorry, back in the room. Calm yourself down, Stephen. It'll be fine. It'll be fine. What have we got? Oh, 11 p.m. bedtime linked to a healthy heart. Going to bed between 10 and 11 p.m. God, I'm in bed long before that. Day before yesterday, 2:30 in the afternoon I went to bed. I was absolutely desperate to go to sleep, and I climbed into bed. Last night I went to bed a bit later. I think it was about 5 o'clock, 5:30, something like that. But when I climb into bed, I'm out within seconds. I don't hang around. I'm not one of these people who lies there going, oh, God, I wish I could sleep. Karen Detrice was the daughter of Roy Detrice and sister of Michelle Detrice, who was in Some Mothers. Michelle went on to marry the great Edward Woodward, says Chris in Yorks, which is Christine, just in case. Yes, thank you very much indeed. So what time do you all go to bed? Oh, the slavery links on the National Gallery. I mean, there's all sorts of strange pictures here, which apparently are linked to slavery. Grant Shapps has had an operation on his lip after a cycling accident. So, and he was wearing a helmet, but obviously nothing to protect his sort of, honestly, these people have to sort of wear everything, won't they, really?
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. They found her already, this woman. You won't believe what she does for a living. Go on, have a guess. No, she's a primary school teacher. I mean, whatever she does for a living, there's obviously no excuse for the abuse that she's heaped on that poor horse, which actually at one point was just wandering around with all the other horses on the road as they were trying to get it back into the box, and then she takes hold of the halter around its neck, and that's when she kicks it and then slaps it around the face. I mean, you seriously thought you were watching something that was not of the real world. What on earth possesses a primary school teacher to do that? What's the betting she'll have the press on her doorstep today? Steve, got my jabs yesterday, says Kim. Right arm COVID, left arm flu. Right arm feels like a major bruise. My left arm's good, but a bit itchy. Treated myself to a new jumper and a Tim Hortons donut. Well, I was a good girl. I don't even know what that is, but it's got the word donut in it. That's I'm all in favour of Tim's Donuts. I don't know where you get those from. But there's a shop. There's a shop? Oh, my God. Oh, they do lots of donuts, don't they? Oh, they can't be that difficult to make, can they, donuts? They do look good. You shouldn't show me donuts at this time of the morning. My favourite one was one that came from Dunkin' Donuts. Was it Dunkin' Donuts or something? And it was like a festive apple puree inside. Delicious, absolutely delicious. And so good for you, Kim. Well done. Richard in Marlow says the actress Glynis Johns, who played the children's mother in Mary Poppins, is still alive at 98. Is she? Glynis Johns is still alive at 98. Yes, she is. She's 98, born in Pretoria, and still going. She had that song, "We're merely soldiers in petticoats, dauntless crusaders for women's votes. Though we adore men individually, we agree that as a group they're rather stupid." She was lovely. She has such a good voice. A raspy. There was an actress in Hollywood. You'll know this, audience. You'll know this. An actress she featured in the Glenn Miller Story. And she had a very, very unique voice. And I can't remember what she was in, but she was in the Glenn Miller Story. And she played, I think, Glenn's wife. But it was her voice that was so distinctive. And I remember thinking, what a luck. She sounded as though she had permanent sort of flu or something like that. But what was her name? What was her name? Let me know. 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk. June. Sorry, found it. You've done it already. Well done. June Allison. And she died when she was 88. She had a fab voice. She really did. It was, if ever you get the opportunity to watch the Glenn Miller Story, watch it, because it was very good. Married 4 times. 4 times. She died of respiratory failure and bronchitis in July 2006 at the age of 88, but she was a true Hollywood star. True Hollywood star. We were just checking, actually, on whether Boris was wearing his mask. I mean, if you're in the hospital and walking about, you put the mask on. I don't care what excuses we're actually coming up with, but no, definitely. Also, oh dear, Rosamund Pike's up-and-coming Amazon series The Wheel of Time is a fantasy story in which only women can wield the power of magic. But for the Gone Girl and Die Another Day actress, the programme is remarkable for another reason. It turns the tables on screen nudity by featuring a higher quota of naked men than women. Honestly, really, that'll sell the film out immediately, won't it? Definitely. I don't know what I can say about the man who abused all those people. They think it could go as high as 400. 400 people have complained to the NHS about whether or not there was abuse to their particular family member who was in the mortuary. And I've got no... I mean, it's possibly... Well, the worst thing is he filmed himself abusing more than 100. That's how they know there was more than 100, because he filmed it as well, which is making him possibly one of the sickest people in living memory. That's just the ones he filmed. That's what they're saying. There might even be more. The executive, who may have thought she was within her rights to bar her millionaire lover from their 9-bedroom mansion after catching him with another woman. However, she's been ordered to pay him 120 grand in compensation, primarily for his loss of enjoyment. Dear me, honestly. Chris Rowland, a former city analyst who once earned more than £1 million a year, bought a country home in 2009 as a weekend retreat. And... this is with somebody called Sharon Blades. Several months later, their relationship unravelled after Blades discovered Rowland was seeing another woman. And so she barred him from the house. But the judge decided you can't. You absolutely can't. It's an Italianate villa built in 1830, which is lovely. And he was originally awarded £59,000. They've said it was insufficient. So he's now got £120,000. It's not bad, is it, really? I mean, I don't think they were married, so I don't know whether or not you can do very much in cases like that. If somebody decides to cheat, they decide to cheat. And it had gone on for some time, so she barred him from the mansion. But I think you'll find that he was the one who owned the blooming thing. You can't be barred from your own house, can you? Goodness sake, honestly. What else we got here? We've got... films. It's very depressing, actually, at the moment. There's some really depressing stories in the newspapers. If it's not sort of, Boris bashing, of which that seems to be on a sort of a minute-by-minute basis, it's us breathing in microplastics. I mean, I don't even know what microplastics are, but we're breathing them in, apparently. They don't break down, so if they get into our lungs and are not removed, they'd still be there when we died. A depressing thought, isn't it? And so it's got a diameter of less than 5 millimetres, and it comes from clothing and plastic pellets known as nurdles. So it's, I mean, I don't know where you get these things. Where do they come from? They have a carcinogenic property, meaning they potentially cause cancer. And our homes are full of this stuff. God, honestly, I don't like that idea. Yeah, don't go home. It's not safe. It's a plot. Will says, I can't access you this morning via the app. I'm in Australia, but I'm listening online instead, which is good. And Shane in Sydney says, Steve, Meghan Markle's brother is down here doing Celebrity Big Brother. I know. They always say the same, though, don't they? Whenever they do Celebrity Big Brother and they put somebody on who's basically a bit of a ne'er-do-well, they go, oh, of course, they'll be spilling the beans on. No, they won't. No, they won't. I promise you. I promise you. I mean, it's like sort of saying, you know, Richard Madeley going into I'm a Celebrity. Will he be spinning daughters on his daughter? Spilling daughters? So spilling sort of stories on his daughter and on his wife and stuff. Of course not. They don't do things like that. If ever you think you book somebody for Celebrity Big Brother or, you know, I'm a celebrity, get me out of here, they're not going to say anything that is controversial. They're just not. They've got lawyers. They used to show the overnight feed. Every so often you get birdsong. And I used to think, how annoying. It'll be some little junior person going, oh, I'm not sure they could say that. Push the birdsong. Like us pushing a little button on something. But they did birdsong on the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here and Celebrity Big Brother. And they'd be just having a little chat in the bedroom, you know, about, you know, how much money they're going to make when they emerge into the real world. Steve says, Roland from Chatham, I've just seen the appalling clip on YouTube of the woman kicking and hurting the horse. But of course it's even worse to discuss, and well, perhaps it's not, that she's a primary school teacher. I don't know what on earth possesses anybody to ever do anything like that to a poor defenceless animal. I mean, there's no reason for it. It's like you see people, you know, tying fireworks to cats and think, seriously, there's some sick people out there, very sick people. Only open for pre-book stuff, Barry. There you go. For Sandy's. Yes, I mean, you can pick up your... he does platters for people for Christmas Day in Sandy's, the fish shop. And so he'll do, you know, lobster or crab or whatever you want, and it's done with ice and everything else, and then people nip in and pick it up. So people have that... Yeah, they have it for Christmas. Yeah. I don't know whether they have it for their main meal or... I mean, you know, because I'm not big in... I mean, I can eat a fish pie. Stuart knows I can eat a fish pie. I'm all right with something like that, but I couldn't eat a fish platter. But it's supposed to be, it's really good for you. It comes with ice on a big tray, and people just call in and collect them, and, you know, everybody's very happy. But he's done it for years. Good luck with your vaccine, says Connie this afternoon. I'll be thinking of you. Do you think you'll be able to do your show tomorrow? I don't know. They're all going, yeah, you'll be all right. Yeah, I'll be dragged in. We had a meeting yesterday. We always have meetings. Well, we haven't had one for about 2 years. Actually, it seems ages, for a company called Radar. Radar is the way that we look at the audiences on radio programmes. So whenever anybody ever says, how do you know how big your audience is? It's a case of there's a company called Radar, and they survey a certain amount of people, and then they work it out based on that, exactly how big your audience is. So, of course, LBC's audience has gone through the cracking roof. It really has. I mean, it's over 3 million people, and we do particularly well. In fact, we are the biggest radio audience at this time of the morning. So we do very, very well. Very, very. In fact, we've actually got a bigger audience at this time of the morning than, and I can't mention the name of it, obviously, than another radio station. In fact, the radio station doesn't even, for the whole station, get as many people as I get. And then we discovered how many downloads we've had on Steve Allen's Little Bit Extra. 20 million. Well, I didn't know that. Nobody told me. It's always a bit of a surprise, actually. 20 million downloads. 20 million downloads. Blooming brilliant. So thank you very much indeed. Well done. And I bet a lot of those would be sort of new people who probably never downloaded anything in their life. Now all of a sudden they're having a little bit of a go at it, which is very nice indeed. So 20 million downloads. Thank you very much indeed. What was the other? Oscar Pistorius could be freed early, which is interesting. Gareth Southgate goes on a trip to meet the Chelsea pensioners, and surprise, surprise, Barack Obama, who I do like actually, and I like his missus too, told COP26 we're still falling short on climate change. How did you get into COP26, Barack? Was it the plane? He must still get full presidential coverage, and he must get security and everything. It must cost him a small fortune in America. Every time he goes out, I remember there was a lovely bit on YouTube. He went to a hamburger bar, and it was full of students, and when he walked in the door with all his security, they all went crackers. And he just sat down at the table and started talking to them. It was the best thing I'd ever seen. Really good. New Race Row cricket boss hails the whistleblower bravery, and standing at football games is set to return to stadiums after a 30-year ban. I had no idea. I thought people still stood at football games. All of that, your texts and emails, 84850 steve@lbc.co.uk, and we'll weave you all in. It's as simple as that. You know, not every programme can offer that as a special gift. But all living former presidents and their spouses after Dwight D. Eisenhower are now entitled to receive lifetime Secret Service protection. Their children are entitled to protection until they become 16 years of age. After that, you're by yourself. There used to be a place near where Dale lived, and it was a former Northern Ireland minister. And you knew that he had police protection because they were based in his garage. You could see them sitting in there with all the lights up and everything else. Dale didn't have a garage. They had to park the car outside.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfil orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
Steve Allen. Tweet at LBC.
Morning, nice to have your company. 26 minutes, 20 million downloads. I can't even count to 20 million. It's brilliant, thank you. Steve, heading up from Dartford, says Ashley. Is it me? Well, I assume it is. Have a look in the mirror. Does it look like you? It's you. Or is it warm this morning? I don't think so. I didn't feel very warm when I went out earlier on. Not as cold as yesterday, no. I've got things to do today. What have I got to do today? I'm trying to remember. I've got apart from the vaccine, that's not till 2:15. So that's okay. But I think, I've got to sort out the VAT and do that, because that's got to be paid by December. And you might go, oh, well, you've got loads of time. No, I've got to find the invoices and then write them down and then deduct 16.5% and everything else. Honestly, it's far too complicated. I get stressed out with anything like that. What else have we got? Oh, raging Katia Jones. She's done a lot of raging, hasn't she, Katia? She's in Strictly. But she had a backstage meltdown before her and Adam were controversially booted off Strictly. She ranted about the low scores from the judges and then started making claims that the people that they've kept in were BBC people and stuff like that. Well, it's their programme, isn't it? I mean, I don't know how it operates. I've got no idea. But anyway, they were left in tears. Very dramatic, isn't it, this sort of thing? And so they went off, and then Adam's mum, Caroline, called it a fix. Honestly, the conspiracy theory of how they get rid of people. I feel a bit sorry for a Hungry Bunny's owner. She calls her bunny Binx, B-I-N-X. I don't know what it stands for or what it means, but it's eaten £2,000 worth of designer gear. It chewed up 2 Louis Vuitton handbags worth 500 quid each. The owner, obviously revelling in the publicity, God knows what she does for a living, says she was boiling with anger to find the rabbit had nibbled on her Kurt Geiger trainers and a pair of Alexander McQueen shoes. She forgot to lock his cage up, so he came out of the cage and obviously had to go on a bit of a forage. So she's now building a walk-in wardrobe. She said he's a character. Well, stop complaining about it. He's a bunny rabbit. If you left the door open, that's your fault. Goodness sake, honestly, I can't believe it. Strictly fans have been left baffled that Dan Walker is still in the contest. He can't dance for toffee. Have you seen him? He's a bit Sherwood Forest, as they say in the business. But they finished in the bottom 3 for 3 weeks in a row, and yet they've still kept him in. And that's why I think Katia is complaining, going, wait a minute, we're doing much better than these other people. I don't know. John Terry compared a football fan's wife to a pig. And in a media spat. The Chelsea legend immediately got stuck in after joining Twitter at the weekend, referring to his alleged affair with a teammate's missus. A Newcastle fan posted, better make sure the wife doesn't follow him. Terry then replied, you're safe, just seen yours on your account, followed by a pig emoji. Honestly, there's no end to the excitement that's going on in the world today, and we haven't even got to Christmas, have we? Haven't even got to Christmas. The one thing you never do, and you have to tell John Terry this, he's not the brightest penny in the box, is respond to somebody writing something. You just don't respond to it. Otherwise you'd be there forever and a day. Kate Garraway dressed up as a Christmas tree today. And it's a charity Christmas jumper drive. So they'll all be wearing them. Even Miss Willoughby got in on the act and a few other people. So but I like Christmas jumpers. I really do. I think they're really... Would you be buying a Christmas jumper this year, Joe? No? Minty? See, Minty'd have a Christmas jumper. And not sure. Would you not? Just me again, is it, on this one? Oh, dear. Don't think I'll bother wearing it. I don't want to be picked on. That'd be awful, wouldn't it? Can you imagine? Yeah. I quite like them, though. I think they're very festive. And they're so cheap. They're only about 15, 20 quid for a sort of, and think of the pleasure it gives to little people who can't afford to have Christmas meanies next door, aren't they? Minty and Joe. Ooh, we shan't be wearing Christmas jumpers, Steve. No, far too expensive. We ate Christmas. We ate it. We're Scrooge. But, of course, the good thing about Scrooge was that Scrooge turned his life around after he was shown, the past and the future and the present. And then all of a sudden he embraced Christmas. Not round here. Not round here. Put up a tree in this studio. That'll be the last time you see it. I used to, yes, I'll poison my tree. I put some tinsel around my microphone one year, about 5 years ago. And there was one presenter here, it's not here anymore. He kept taking my tinsel down and hiding it. He obviously didn't like Christmas at all. I was a bit disappointed. I thought, I'm not going to mention any names because he's desperately trying to get an audience and can't. And it's you sort of think, why would somebody want to take down, I had a little tree in here I put some little lights on it, which I quite like. Some of the studios in this building go mad at Christmas. No. Begins with the letter. Oh, sorry. No. I have to tell you in a moment. I love it when they try and guess things. Oh, the sightings. Here we go. Welcome to the land of Doolally. Sightings of the Loch Ness Monster at a record high thanks to a global live stream of its famous Scottish home. It doesn't exist. Okay, it doesn't exist. There is no Scottish home for it. Irish hospital clerical worker Ian Fagan made the 16th claim of the year, the most this century. He logged onto the webcam. He lives in County Donegal and recorded a black object high out of the water. It'll be a bin bag. It'll be a bin bag, okay? In September, the first Nessie sighting from China was recorded. Weiming Jiang was what I love. My Chinese pronunciation is so brilliant. You know why? Because we lived in Hong Kong for 2 years, so my Chinese pronunciation is very good. And there's now speculation, wait for this one, that there is more than one Loch Ness Monster. Imagine! If there's two, there might be babies as well, and then a whole family of them. What a load of old toffee. Apparently, he claims, this is Weiming Jiang, he was watching in Shandong. He claimed to have spotted the mythical beast. Yes, it is just that. It's mythical. It doesn't exist. And apparently, Ian, who spent 34 years trying to spot the Loch Ness Monster, says the Loch Ness Monster Nessie is not alone in her watery lair. He saw something mysteriously dip beneath underwater when a cruise ship sailed. He said, I believe there are unknown creatures or an unknown species in the loch. Ian, please stop drinking, okay? And then you'll see what we see. Nothing. There is nothing there. There is nothing in the loch, nothing to find. I mean, the poor old soul, he spent 34 years trying to spot it. And he's found nothing. Nothing. I mean, keep trying it. Why don't you go and get a tiddler net and sort of dangle it over the side and see if you can coax it to come up and say hello to you? 34 years. What a waste of a life. Can you imagine? It's like looking for leprechauns at the end of the rainbow in a pot of gold. Dear me. EastEnders veteran. They always call them a veteran when they've been there a long time. Adam Woodyard is set to quit the soap after signing for I'm a Celebrity. He is desperate to pursue telework beyond Ian Beale. Why? Ken Barlow's... I'm an LBC veteran. Am I? Who says that? Is that what... Everybody says that, do they? I don't think they do. I don't think they say that at all. Clemmy... Yes, national treasure, yes. They always say national treasure, that's Steve Allen. In other words, where was he dug up? That's what it comes down to. Clemmy Moody says... wait a minute. Where's this piece that I found earlier on, actually? Oh, here we go. Until last week, Sarah Jane Dunn's body of work was not something I was overly familiar with. And in fact, the day after all this hit, she appeared on LBC. But now the lingerie-loving Hollywood actress has been axed for having an OnlyFans account, and she's not impressed. Still, the 120 grand she made from the resulting headlines must have eased the pain. Now, the 18-plus website, which allows users to put up raunchy content and pictures in return for a fee, has come under scrutiny. Some argue it's empowering women, whilst others claim it's a gateway site to full-on porn. Because it's sort of like a thin line, isn't it? And this is what Clemmy Moody's interpreted. As someone who's never wished to see Kerry Katona twiddle a nipple on a cold Tuesday night, the appeal of this site has altogether bypassed me. Another prominent user, a rapper called Fat Joe, whose oeuvre, again, I'm shamefully unfamiliar with, holds similar allure. But if someone is comfortable to put this stuff out there and titillate the masses, then fine. Their bodies, their lives. They just shouldn't come running for help when things start to sag or deflate and the money dries up. They also shouldn't be surprised when they can't find decent, respectable 9-to-5 work ever again. Which is exactly what I said. She's sort of basic. If she wants to do it, couldn't care less. Dear. You know, you can sort of pose. I mean, she says the content is in no way explicit, and it's no different to any of the bikini and lingerie images. Well, it'll be dull after a while, won't it? She said on sites such as Instagram in the past, the only difference is now making the money out of it. That's what it comes down to, doesn't it? It comes down to how much you're going to pay me to see somebody in. I mean, put it this way, you know, if I asked around here whether or not the producer was prepared to go on this site and start taking his clothes off for money, the answer would come straight back, absolutely, Steve, how much? You know, that would be it, wouldn't it? 10p, you could get more than that, 15 at least. I'd go 15, just for the laugh. But it's a case of, if you want to do something like that, you can do it, but don't make up excuses as to why you're doing it. You're doing it because you're getting paid for it. You know, you don't need to go, oh, it's empowering women. The hell it is. It's not empowering anybody at all. Men are basically holding the sword of Damocles over you and going, go on, let's see you in another sort of lingerie shot and I'll give you £5 or something. And that's what it comes down to. It's very tragic and very sad, but if she wants to do it, good. But don't, please God, try and pretend that you're an actress and you're looking forward to going back into the business, because it's not going to happen. Steve, have you been to the pop-up rock and roll museum in Twickenham? No, not at all. No, I didn't know we had anything like that. I love lobster. Does Sandy do cooked platters ready to eat? They do actually prepare lobsters. You can either have them live, or they'll do them ready prepared, which come in a box. Because I've had both. I haven't eaten them. I brought them in for one of my producers because he wanted a live. Well, he had a dead lobster, and then he wanted a live lobster. I brought a live lobster in. It comes in a polystyrene box. Seriously. And over the top of the lobster in the box, it's got wet newspaper. Because lobsters, to be brutally honest with you, they don't do a hell of a lot. They just kind of sit there, and if you see them in fish shop windows, their claws have been bound together with a little elastic band. Because otherwise they'd take your finger off. They're quite dangerous. And so I brought in a live lobster. More of which after this.
What's a skill you really wish you'd learned earlier? Cooking? DIY? What about being good with money? Help your children learn money skills with Kite, the debit card for kids by Starling Bank. They get an app to track their balance and practice budgeting, but the card is also linked to your account. You're notified when they spend, and you can set spending limits. Confidence with money is priceless, and that's why Kite is now free. Search Starling Kite today, the free debit card and app for kids.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning. So anyway, so I order this live lobster from Sandy's, and it comes in a polystyrene box, and it had a big elastic band round it, and I had a little peep, and inside was wet newspaper, which is the way that they transport them if they're live. Of course, the other thing that people do with the lobster is put them in the freezer. And it sends them to sleep. That's what people do with lobster. Otherwise you're not going to take it for a walk, are you? So I bring this thing into the studio for my producer, because he'd always said, I've always loved lobster and all the rest of it. I mean, to be honest with you, it takes quite a brave man to actually kill one of these things as well. But anyway, neither here nor there. So I bring the thing in, and of course everybody's fascinated. What does it look like? It looks like a bloody lobster. What do you think it looks like? It's a lobster. So we gingerly took the lid off the box, And there was the newspaper. It's like uncovering a grave. It was the most bizarre thing ever. And so then we lifted the newspaper up to see the lobster, which was sitting there. Well, the lobster obviously thought, hello, friends, and started moving. Well, we freaked completely. Ah, it's alive. Yes, of course it's alive. It's a lobster. And so we immediately put the paper back on the top, put the lid on and sat on it, making sure that the thing wasn't going to get out. But there's a lovely film on YouTube of a lot of lobsters going across the ocean floor, all linking tails and everything else. And I think it was in an Attenborough programme. You get about 20 or 30 of them all going along the sea floor, and lobsters going on the march or something. It was quite funny when you see them there clinging onto the one in front as if they were sort of circuses with elephants or something like that. I don't know how easy it is to find these things on YouTube. It's not easy, is it? Hard, yeah. But lobsters do that. They go for walkies. And I was sort of fascinated by it. I remember thinking, how novel. You know, they've obviously got feelings. And then people say, oh, when you put them in the hot water, they scream. And you go, no, they don't. No, they don't. That's the air escaping from the shell. And what people do is you don't plunge them into boiling hot water. That would be horrible. You put them in water and then slowly bring it up. So they sort of get warmer and warmer and warmer. And then you have to sort of, I think you put a knife through the middle of the shell or something. Whatever it is, I ain't going to be eating it anytime soon. I can't do things like that at all. I did try it. I got taken out by Clive and somebody else from here, actually. Clive, who drives Nick Ferrari's Breakfast. And it was a place, I think it does lobster and burgers or something. Oh, that was horrible. It wasn't at all as I imagined it was going to be. It just smelt of the sea. And I didn't like it. And I suppose it would do, actually. They're in tanks. And you would think I'd be, well, have I had crab? No, only ever crab paste. I've seen them opening up crabs and taking the meat out and things like that, which is great as long as it's on the television. It's nowhere near me. I'm fine with it. But I don't know how I dreamt about a fish the other day. I don't know why. I dreamt about a fish, and it might have been in Sandy's, and they were sort of cutting it up to sort of to cook it. And I remember thinking then, oh, I'm not sure about that at all. I'm a bit queasy. Yeah, what a dream, eh? Whew. Other people dream of, having sort of carnal relations with sort of sex gods and things like that. No, meat, fish and crabs. That's about it. Steve, if you look at the clock in the Big Brother house, it was 10 to 15 minutes behind our time. So if they said something controversial, it could be cut out. Well, Chris, I mean, we work on 10 seconds. So what you're listening to now happened 7 seconds ago. And people say, well, that's not long enough. It is. Look, from now, counting down, count now. That's 7 seconds. You can take everything out in 7 seconds. Seriously. But they worked on 10 to 15 minutes. Must have been very slow in the background, mustn't they? Was that something controversial? Oh, what do you think? Let's get hold of the lawyer. Let's see what the lawyers say on it. Can't even whistle this time of the morning, can I? Apparently, an Italian pop star sparked outrage. His name is Matteo Messore. He sparked outrage with a vile rap video filmed in a war cemetery. You can quite clearly see the names of the dead soldiers from the Queen's Own on these gravestones. He posted the shocking clip online before Remembrance Sunday. He found fame in Italy's version of The Voice, dressed as a policeman for the film at the Commonwealth War Graves Cemetery in southern Italy near Cassino. And it's got 4,000 Allied soldiers who fought at Monte Cassino. And I think possibly the most offensive thing you can ever see. What a stupid man. What a stupid, stupid man. Matteo, known as Mex the King, says, I don't see what the problem is. Really? Well, that's why you're stupid and nobody's ever heard of you. It's disgusting, isn't it, really? And here it is. He filmed himself making a throat-slitting gesture while draped over a British soldier's grave. Do you know, you're very lucky you're not in this country, mate. You're really very lucky indeed. You're a sick person. A very sick person. And he said, even if I said sorry to the Queen, I don't think she would hear me. I didn't offend the dead. You're disgusting. Honestly, it's obviously in the days of finding disgusting people. What with the woman, the primary school teacher, kicking the horse and then slapping it around the face? When she slapped it around the face, I thought I was watching something that was made up. Like when you see people dancing and stuff like that. But definitely not. Jessica Thompson is 11. Why would she be in the papers today? Why would an 11-year-old girl be in the papers? She's been doing something for 10 years. In fact, we've mentioned her before. For 10 years. She's only 11. She eats chicken nuggets. Every day. That's since she was 1, apparently, yes. She's often curled up in a ball to avoid food, so she sought help. And she's been diagnosed with avoidant restrictive food intake disorder. So now she can enjoy roast dinner. But up until now, it was just living off chicken nuggets for over a decade. Isn't that the most peculiar thing you've ever heard? Well, she did. She's 11. She's made it for 10 years. Relieved Julia, her mum, says people really don't understand that it's an illness, not just fussiness. Could you not have just not served her chicken nuggets? Could you not have given her something else, like peanut butter sandwiches? You know, I've never heard of anybody eating chicken nuggets for 10 years. I mean, admittedly, they are fairly cheap to give to somebody, but then just don't give them. She wouldn't be able to cook them, would she? I'd 8 years on chicken nuggets. I wish. I'm not really into chicken nuggets. I don't like the quality of the meat that's in there. You know, I'm looking for something a little bit better. Mary Beth is in Maryland, USA, and says, recently you told me I didn't count in the numbers listening to your show since I'm an international listener. Of course, that was very sad to me. I sure hope I count in the 20 million downloads. Every morning it's one of the first things I do here in Maryland. Downloads count anywhere in the world. So the answer is yes. You are one of 20 million. 20 million downloads. 20 million downloads. I thought that was very exciting. I didn't even get a round of applause for it. But, no, I don't remember getting a round. I've got a few... Have I got a round of applause? Thanks. That was rivetingly exciting, wasn't it, honestly? No point in wasting money, is there? You know, not going to get anything like that at all. Yeah, we have to go home after we've had the round of applause. Actually, I saw James O'Brien yesterday, and he said, it's on the way. It's on the way. I said, oh, good, because, you know, he's promised me one of his games. And I said, can you sign it to Chris? And he said, yep, it's on. He said, it should be arriving today. So, which is quite good, isn't it? So I'm very excited. And there's a backup on Amazon. All sold. Really? Really? Oh, well. I wonder if he'll sell as many tea trays, games and everything else. Anyway, so here's this injured caver, trapped 900 feet underground. Nothing on earth would get me underground. And he was brought to the surface to cheers. Dedicated rescuers got this man out of the huge Ogof Fion Du. It's in the Brecon Beacon. It's just a caving system. Relieved onlookers applauded as he emerged on a stretcher after 56 hours below ground. How do you go to the toilet 56 hours? Well, that's the sort of thing I'd worry about. Don't go anywhere. But anyway, the difficult recovery operation was led by the South and Mid Wales Cave Rescue Team, which helped save 12 young footballers and their coach trapped in Thailand in 2018, if you remember. But he suffered numerous broken bones, this bloke, believed to be from Hampshire. He was supplied with food and drink, pain relief, and heat packs while he awaited rescue. 250 people were involved in the rescue. But have you seen some of these little things? You go into these cave systems and you squeeze through, and then there's water. Oh, God, not for me, thank you. Pitch dark, far too frightening, Not for me. What else we got? Yeah, when you look at the pictures, there's water everywhere. Because it is, there's a blooming cave system. That's what happens, really. Steve, don't forget your Euro lottery ticket tonight. 76 million up for grabs, says Niall. Yes, I shall be purchasing. Christmas trees on sale at Streets and St Margaret's. Bit early. Not really. I mean, it's sort of... Oh, I don't know, it might be. It's November. Some people want to put them up. It's only 26 days. 46 days. I don't see why you shouldn't put up a... Mind you, round here, misery guts. Seriously. No Christmas jumpers. You know, and you say, oh, will you be having a turkey? Nah. Fish fingers. Market outside. Yeah, the market outside opens very soon. They've crammed them in. Haven't they? Which I noticed. Steve, says Kim, I think that Nessie is vacationing over at our pond. Another cygnet's disappeared, and then there were 3. That'll be a pike or something like that, won't it, really? And Steve, you dispatch the lobster first, especially if the water is boiling, as they can flick boiling water up in your face, says Ashley. Oh, whatever. Well, not going to be happening, is it? Not going to be happening at all. I get frightened enough even thinking about it. Not so good. What else we got in the paper? Sheridan Smith went from comedy actress to bona fide star when she played Cilla Black. And now she fancies her chances of being Dusty Springfield. Listen, she'll do it. She's very good.
With UK Export Finance, I'm fulfilling more export orders from around the world with working capital support.
Export insurance means I'll get paid when exporting to challenging markets.
At UK Export Finance, we believe no viable UK export should fail for lack of finance or insurance. Between 2022 and 2023, we provided £6.5 billion of government-backed trade finance to support UK exports. Learn how we could help you win export contracts, fulfill orders, and get paid. Search UK Export Finance today.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. Nice to have your company. Welcome to Tuesday. Welcome to the 9th of November. Welcome to we've got Christmas trees on sale. People are ordering their turkeys for Christmas. People have started freezing stuff, because unless you prepare, it's going to go pear-shaped. You've got to prepare for these things and make sure that you've got things. Check the lights are working for the tree. Nothing worse, is there, than, if you put your tree up late, like, Christmas Eve or something like that, you put the lights on and flick the switch and nothing happens. You're going to be very disappointed. And lights are all over the place. You can get them in all the garden centres now, cheap and cheerful. You don't have to spend an awful lot on lights. Oxford and Regent Street lights, 12th of November. I've already seen them lit, though. So they obviously have to test them. Big switch on. Do we know who's doing the big switch on? No. Normally it's somebody from Capital will do it, or somebody from Heart's done it in the past. I think Jamie Theakston's done it and Amanda Holden, I'm pretty certain. And it'll be somebody from one of the top radio stations in the capital, won't it? Won't be me, that's a fact. I'll be falling asleep. I don't know. They haven't announced it yet. Must be somebody excited. I wonder if they get paid for it. I suppose they do, actually. I suppose so, yeah. Do I get paid for it? No. I just used to be grateful for a mince pie and a glass of mulled wine. My offer for the festive season. But no, they're sort of getting them all ready. They're already up on the lampposts, our ones, and the ones here they're closing off bits of road to put the lights up there. Same as before. It's the Angels with spread wings, and I think they're sponsored. Down the Strand, they're sponsored by a bank apparently. Whereas the only bank I know down there is Lloyds, NatWest, and Coutts. So I'd love to go into Coutts. My bank, Coutts. I call it my bank because it's owned by Royal Bank of Scotland, Coutts. Steve, 5 o'clock already. Well, no wonder you remember the magic circle when you can make time fly like this, says Tara. Yes. Do you know, I saw a beautiful ring the other day. My friend showed it to me, and it's not available. Well, you can buy it, but it looks like the Magic Circle logo on a signet ring. And I looked at it, and it's about £400, so I can't afford it. But well, I probably can, but I've got better things to spend money on. And I looked at this ring. A friend showed me. He said, "What do you think of that?" I said, "Oh, it looks brilliant." It says about 450 quid, but it's unique. It's totally unique. They're not commercially on sale, but I thought I'd quite like that actually. I'm not a jewellery kind of person. I've got a watch. Apart from the medallion, the shaved chest, all the accoutrement. No, I just wear like a signet ring, third finger left hand, and a watch, and that's it. Some people wear chains, and other people wear bracelets and stuff like that. It gets a bit confusing, doesn't it? Who is that darts player? He used to talk like that. Can't remember what his name is now. No, not Andy Fordham. No, is Andy Fordham still alive? Oh, here we go. No, I didn't think so. He was the big guy, wasn't he? No, there's another one. Who's that darts player? No, not Eric Bristow. No, he's alive. This one. Darts player, but he's covered in rings. And he can't talk like that. Somebody will know who he is. He's very popular. Text in if you think you know his name. Because he wears all these rings, and I began to wonder whether I should ask him, does he take them all off or he goes to bed at night? And he's been on a few Who? Bobby George. Show me a picture of Bobby George. Bobby George. And is it Bobby George? It's Bobby George. Bobby George, yeah. He's covered. Look, he's covered in rings and watches and everything else. I mean, he's like a walking advert for the gold vaults. Really? But he's worked as a co-presenter. I'm sure I saw him on some programme which had sort of people on it. Like people on it. Yeah, that narrows it down to something, doesn't it? What was it? Was he cooking or doing something? I can't remember what it was. I always remember thinking he wears loads of jewellery. And there used to be a shop in Staines, how appropriate, that used to sell those kind of rings, those sort of what they call big, chunky, only like sovereign type rings and stuff like that, and sort of, you know, they've got sort of cat's eyes on them or something like that. But he was known for it. But so Bobby George, now you know, Bobby George. But I don't know what he's doing at the moment. They always sort of put these people down as presenters, and he did do a little bit, and I'm not sure he's still doing that now, actually. Other stories which are running in the papers today, apart from it's knock Boris again from about the umpteenth time. Gets a bit tedious, doesn't it, after they've done it time and time again. This time he's in a hospital, and not in a hospital, but at least he tucked his tie in, but he's not wearing a mask. He did when he went in to see other people, but when he's walking down the corridors with all the other staff all wearing masks, he wasn't. He's also been urged to say sorry for igniting the divisive Westminster lobbying row. And it just goes on and on and on. Vicky McClure, Anton Deck and Bez from Happy Mondays had a star in ITV's schedule for winter in early 2022. Apparently the force is still with the line of duty actress. That's Vicky McClure in Trigger Point opposite Adrian Lester after busting bent coppers. Anton Deck returned with Saturday Night Takeaway and launched Anton Deck's Limitless Win. The first quiz show with a limitless jackpot. Yeah, whatever. Listen, why we would be impressed with watching somebody else winning money, I've got no idea. Limitless jackpot. The Masked Singer is back, and Kate Garraway presents a documentary sequel to Finding Derek as he continues his COVID recovery. Gareth Southgate went to visit the Chelsea pensioners. They're quite unique. I'm surprised they're not alcoholics. Because every time they go in a pub in the King's Road, people buy them a drink. You have to buy them a drink. You can't not buy them a drink. And now they've got women in there as well. Bit of a rarity. It happened at the Tower of London, where a couple of the Beefeaters are women, and the Chelsea pensioners now are women. They'd never had women before. Bit of a temptation for the old boys, I should imagine, after they've had a couple of sherbets. Hello, darling. But I think they're great. I used to spend a lot of time years and years ago on the King's Road. And you'd always see Chelsea pensioners. Never staggering. When were women allowed into the army? Oh, God knows, I can't remember. Wait a minute, excuse me. A nice cup of tea, thank you. Oh, blimey, I've spilt it all over the place. Honestly, I'm a fool, aren't I? I'm so messy. And they always say to me, they used to have a thing. When we first moved into new studios, of which we have done on frequent occasions, they banned drinks. But the trouble is, they forgot that if you're a speech presenter, you need to lubricate on a regular basis because your mouth goes really dry. And so they then put in a table in the corner so that your drink would be on there, because if you spilt it onto the equipment, there'd be an almighty bang. I would go quiet, and the station would be taken off the air. I always thought it was quite funny, actually. I only ever did it once, and I went into complete panic. So what I need really is a straw, something, or one of those little baby mugs that they do, which has got the plastic thing that goes on the top, so even if it falls over, it doesn't spill out. Or a drip. I could have my cup of tea intravenously. I love the idea that nobody has fallen for the Loch Ness Monster rubbish again. They're only doing it because the season's dropped off a bit, and some poor old soul has been waiting for 34 years to see something. There is nothing there. Why do they think it's breathing? What do you think? It's got an aqua lung? And it sort of swims around. It goes, shall I pop up? No, there'll be somebody with a camera there. Bobby George says, Toby, thank you. I saw Toby Tarrant the other day, actually. He's he's getting taller. He's getting taller. He always hugs me. Yeah, he always sort of hugs me, you know, like lose half your ribs. Bobby George was on the BBC version of the Marigold Hotel. Thank you, Mary. I knew somebody'd know. And Tell says, it's Bobby George. See, I only have to drop the hint and you know. Have you seen these new festive drinks launched by the coffee shop chains? One of them is over 15 cubes of sugar per cup. I'd be bouncing off the walls, says Toby, if I had one. Yeah, me too. One here. This is as much sugar in a single cup as 8 McDonald's donuts. Cafe Nero's mint choc chip hot chocolate, which the chain started serving last week, has 63 grams of sugar and 414 calories in each 473 millilitre serving. Starbucks eggnog, the equivalent 32 grams of sugar. 32 grams. It's more than double the daily sugar allowance recommended for UK adults who are advised to eat no more than 30 grams of sugar a day, while children aged 7 to 10 should have no more than 24. I mean, Are they mad? Are they mad? Costa began selling festive drinks in its outlets, although actually the Sun nutritionist said these should not be regarded as drinks. We should see them like a pudding. They're an occasional treat, not something you have every day. Try telling them that. They'd be looking to sell them every day. Terry's Chocolate Orange in Costa, their winter warmer, has 45 grams of sugar for a medium cup and 379 calories, equivalent to 10.7 teaspoonfuls of sugar. I mean, it's just absolutely dreadful. Costa's baristas even give away more sweeteners, a free chocolate with each of the drinks. Our probe found this year's festive hot drinks contain more sugar in a single cup than the NHS's total daily recommended allowance. Not for me. Not for anybody who's diabetic. In fact, really not for anybody who's a child. You shouldn't have any of these things. They're absolutely fatal. I mean, that much sugar, good God in heaven. And you're taking that in at the age of, 10 years old or something like that. I mean, enough sugar to fill 7 McDonald's donuts in one of the drinks. 15 teaspoonfuls of sugar. I'll just have a quick slurp of my tea. No sugar, I hasten to add. It's ridiculous, isn't it? People, we should be more careful. We should boycott places that serve drinks which have got so much sugar in. I bet the staff don't even know. I shouldn't imagine that it's ever crossed their mind how many teaspoons of sugar and bad Christmas lattices. They're really dreadful. Seriously, I told you I had the other day. I had a pigs in blankets sandwich from Marks and Spencer's. It's not physically possible to eat the blooming thing because it's little sausages cut up, and it just fell apart in my hands. In fact, it was better just to throw the bread away and just eat the half a sausage that they've cut up inside. It was very disappointing with some gunk that they'd thrown over it. It's like going to McDonald's and having different gunk on things. I went in the other day. What did I get from McDonald's? Oh, that's right. I got confused. I got very confused. There you go. Turkey and cranberry lattice Nero's. Is there a picture of it? Because I tell you, the thing that I had was ghastly. It was almost like somebody had chopped it up so small and then put some sort of paste into it. It was really horrid. And it wasn't cheap. But I went for chicken bits in McDonald's yesterday. I had, well, they're sort of like strips. They're obviously fried. I can't think of any other way they'd be doing it. Strippers? Chicken dippers. Yeah, I had 5, and the fries. But by the time I got to the train and the railway platform, my fries had gone soggy. They'd gone limp because they don't last 2 seconds, do they? They go, when they take them out of the heat, they're great. But then, the moment they put them into their little box, then they start going limp. And you know me and limp. I don't do limp at all.
To keep my business ahead of the game, I knew I needed some fresh ideas, and fast. That's why I decided to host a young person on a T-level industry placement. My student has already brought loads of new skills into the workplace. Plus, we're getting first pick of new talent coming into the construction industry right here in the Northwest. It's been a total win-win. Go next level with T-levels. Search Skills Revolution.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, nice to have your company. Did you get around to watching the Die Hard movies? Says Robert. I didn't. I'm funny enough, actually, Roger says, am I the only one that's a bit bored of seeing Ant and Dec on the telly in shows and adverts? Funnily enough, my producer just said to me, he said, I like Ant and Dec. And I said, well, that's okay. I don't have any problem with Ant and Dec. I think they're very good. They don't really have any competition. There are certain people on television who have no competition. There's nobody like Ant and Dec. We had a bit of it with Dick and Dom, more Dom than, and so you had sort of people like that. But nobody's ever done what Ant and Dec did. But I'm not really interested in another blooming quiz show. I think I'm bored witless with quiz shows. I seriously am bored with quiz shows. There's so many of them. And their salary now is about a 3-year contract, isn't it? And I think that's probably worth 40 million? 40 million between them, so they get 20 million each. It's not bad, is it? But the trouble is, they don't... The one thing you can say about them is they don't drive flashy cars. No, they've just got normal cars. They don't indulge in the showbiz lifestyle. They just want to go out and carry on and just do it because it's a job. That's what they do. They do that job when they're working. I mean, when you used to watch their Saturday Night Takeaway, they'd learnt dance routines and you think they worked really hard at it. It was very good. But you're right. Then you start seeing adverts and you start thinking, oh, you've got into the greedy stage. Let's take the money from the building societies and all that kind of stuff. Because they're playing on it. Mind you, Pip Schofield does the same. If I see Philip Schofield in another box of gin, it'll be another box of gin too soon as far as I'm concerned. I liked it when the bloke shut the door in his face. You know. For the advertising the gin, and then he does another thing about buy any car. They all do it because they've got to make the money while it's available. And you know, for many of these people, the money is not there. It's a case of you do well to sort of make your money, but it's up to your rent to get you these bookings. You know, so for people who, I mean, Ant and Dec, I don't think have ever done pantomime. They don't need to do pantomime. I mean, whether they did it when they were younger, part of that programme they did, I've got no idea. They have done it, have they? Wow. Very interesting. Here we go. Ant and Dec in panto. Now, I saw them pranking. Oh, Ant and Dec. Oh, when they were very young. 98 with Claire Buckfield from 2.4 Children. And who else? Oh, they had the finest dwarf actors. Because it was very difficult. If you were doing Snow White and the Seven Dwarfs, it was a rare pantomime that got 7 dwarfs because they become in huge demand over Christmas. So they can you know, hold out for good prices. So some pantomimes used to have children dressing up as dwarfs, or failing that, you'd have, say, 3 or 4 dwarfs, and they would have to pretend to be 7. So if they were pulling the rope across the stage, once they got behind the wings on the left-hand side, they had to run round and then grab hold of the rope the other end and then sort of come back on again with a different hat on. So they have done panto, but not for a long, long time. Tony Beak must need the money, mustn't he, if he's doing panto in Richmond? Although, actually, I hear mixed reviews. We'll have to wait till it starts. Steve, one of the best Christmas films ever, Die Hard, says John in Smithfield. Thank you. Well, now Toby set the thing going with those festive drinks and the amount of sugar that's in them. If you're diabetic, go nowhere near it. You'll be seriously ill. Seriously ill. They go, oh, do you like cream on that? Yeah, whatever, you know, whatever. If you like, stick a bit of cream on it. So they go to the fridge and get out this squirty cream that they've concocted from something, because it evaporates very quickly, I've noticed. Because I did have the other day, I had a hot chocolate, which I do about once every month, my little treat. And I have a medium, I don't even go large. And for that and a little panini, it was like £7. Talk about rip-off, honestly. And the diabetic coma that follows. I love it. I love it. Why is there such an eye-watering amount that Britain spent on failing to stop Channel people smugglers? Nearly £600 million, and we've achieved nothing. Nothing, not at all. £150,000 a day. The French, of course, are so grateful to get rid of them. No, off you go. See you, bye. Not going to do anything about it. And it's ridiculous. 20,000 this year, more than double last year's total. Because apparently if they fall in or something like that, then we go out and rescue them and bring them here. Why don't we take them back to France? That's where they came from. I don't quite understand. And then the Home Office said securing the border. Well, you've done nothing. You've done nothing. Priti Patel, loads of claptrap, no action. Unfortunately, they say we continue to work with the French to stop people leaving France. Do you really? Would you like to explain to us how that works? Because I haven't seen any evidence of it. Absolutely ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. And another one here. This is sorry, another ghastly thing here. Sajid Javid has announced an independent inquiry into the crimes of the necrophiliac David Fuller and apologised to victims' families, as if that's going to solve the problem. As if that is going to solve the problem. It's absolutely unbelievable. He used access granted to him as an NHS maintenance worker to assault his victims, aged from 9 to 100. He filmed 100. They think there could be 400 in total. They've got no idea. This is between 2008 and November last year. 81 have been formally identified and their families contacted. How in God's name you tell people something like that? I've got no idea. No idea at all. A knife man shouted religious slogans in Cannes yesterday, and he was shot and wounded after attacking 3 police officers. Michael Gove has admitted the government let down the people of Grenfell. See, it's a bit late now, isn't it? It's a bit late to come back and go, I'm terribly sorry, we let you down. I mean, are they going to take down Grenfell? I see it on a regular basis. Hundreds of buildings have still got that cladding. Still got the cladding. I just don't understand it at all. I really... And they've covered up Grenfell. In fact, as I say, you can see it. Just go to down onto the Westway from here. The villagers who were outraged to find their beloved giant 200-year-old yew tree has been deliberately attacked with a massive dose of poison. 40-foot high, this yew tree, because they grow, surprisingly, in graveyards. Yew trees and graveyards kind of go hand in hand. And they've used a toxic weed killer, which began dying over the summer. And it stands opposite the home of Peter Crofton Atkins, who was furious to discover the tree had been attacked. He said it looked sick. A lot of the branches... are sort of, just dying. You have to ask yourself who would do it. Sick people. Sick people. You have to ask yourself who in their right mind would actually want to go and kick a horse and slap it around the face. Answer, primary school teacher. Primary school teacher. Should be on the front, should be on the news all over the place. I can guarantee it. Why would you want to do that? Even if you were unhappy with a horse, why you would want to sort of do something like that to it, I've got no idea. Steve says, Paul, my local butchers in Warner's End do a hog in a quilt, which is a massive sausage covered in bacon, and I've got one for each person at my Christmas dinner. Really? Well, they've done these giant sausages before. There's nothing new with them. It's cooking the blooming thing that's a problem. Steve, you must try the electronic diabetic patch linked to your mobile. No, I've already done that. God, you're a bit old-fashioned. I did that 2 years ago. I was doing old-fashioned now, honestly. The electronic patch, what it is, it's just linked in to your telephone. It's called Libra, and you fit this. It only works for 2 weeks. After 2 weeks, the battery expires, and you've had it. Yeah, they're not cheap. They're not cheap. I mean, I've bought loads of these things. And what you do is you stick it under your arm. It's got a needle in the middle, which goes, little plastic needle. You wouldn't think it would go into your flesh, but it does. And you put it on there, and it's got this glue which stays on, and then you leave it, and then it aligns itself with your telephone after you've downloaded the app. You wave your phone underneath, or you've got another little machine, and it will tell you what your readings are. So you could probably go into any of the coffee shops, go and get one of their drinks, and yes, I know. And you can. It's amazing to monitor it because it happens fairly quickly. You just wave it underneath and you go, whoa, 23, no thank you. You have to be very careful in these things. Kev says, 28 degrees and sunny with a cool breeze here in Brisbane. Been watching Wire in Blood. What in God's name is that, Kevin? Must be some film, mustn't it? Wire in Blood. Unless it's perhaps it's a television programme. Oh no, it's a drama. 6 seasons, and I don't know anything about it. Oh, it's got loads of people in it. Oh, right. It's got, what's his face? Who's that actor? Robson Green. I liked him, actually. I like Robson Green. So Wire in Blood. In the blood. The box sets that are available now for Christmas. There's loads of them. Loads of them. They're not cheap. Not cheap. Not cheap at all. Other stories which are making the newspapers for today. The PM skipping the sleaze slowdown in the Commons. And Louise and Jill Chambers reunited at New York's JFK Airport after tourist flights to America resumed. Everybody getting very excited about it, and they brought out bands and people, and everybody going, it's fantastic. More Walker's crisp shortage. Well, eat somebody else's. Don't worry about it. And what are we going to do? I feel a bit sorry for Ulrika Johnson. She woke up with 2 unknown blokes in her house after a boozy night out at a bar. Bit dangerous, isn't it? She went out partying with strangers, but the night took a messy turn when she fell over 3 times and got booted out of the venue. Ulrika Johnson? What's going on? The celebrity SAS star revealed she woke up with a bruised and swollen wrist as well as a sore whatever. She says, there's so much I can't remember. Well, very unwise, I think, at the age of 54 to go out and start boozing so you can't remember things. Very dangerous, very dangerous. I'm still wondering, can you buy these? Can you check on Amazon, see if they're still available? The fake police lights for cars. Because they've made no comment about these things. Oh, you can buy them. You can buy them. Oh. Are they not? Well, I don't know. I don't think they're official. I think... No, they don't look so emergent. Police sound like electric. That's for a bicycle, isn't it? Oh, wait a minute. Look, there's one here. which is a grill strobe via you can buy them. $22.99. There's one here, Police Bike Light rechargeable 18 hours max water resistant for 70 odd quid. Not the one on the front of that Sidaki 4-in-1 6 LED grill strobe warning light dash what's his face. That does blue lights. How bizarre. Nobody would seriously go out and pretend to be a policeman, would they? I don't think so, actually.
Steve Allen on LBC. Text 84850.
Morning, 26 minutes to 6 is the time. Jeff says, have you listened to the amazing voice of Beth Hart playing the Palladium next year? No, I do know about Beth Hart, though. Well, in fact, I do now. I've just checked her out on the internet. Up until then, I had no idea who she was. She's played the Royal Albert Hall before, so which I think is slightly bigger than the London Palladium. In fact, I think it could be almost twice the size. Other stories which are making the papers for today, apart from, the pandemic buys, people rushing out there buying all sorts of bits and pieces and getting, sort of worried that we can have enough stuff for Christmas. First of all, we're being told that there's not as many toys out there. Well, then you just have to tell fibs. To kids and say, well, you can't have that particular toy because Father Christmas has had a run on it. Makes it easier, doesn't it? You just have to tell a fib and then sort of get it for them later. An extra 10,000 on-street electric car chargers will be installed across England. Who was it the other day was saying about the fact not all of them work? I read it was on somebody's Twitter feed or something like that. So they've got another company, 4,500 to be live by the end of next year, the remainder in 2023. So it's no good telling us to, get electric cars, which are phenomenally expensive. But, there's nowhere to charge the blooming things. What do you have to do? Sit there and wait until somebody's done it, Richard from the Wirral says, hearing you say Sandy's transport live lobsters with a newspaper in, is that so they've got something to read on their trip? I don't know, actually. It's funny, though, because the moment we lifted up the newspaper, this thing sort of galvanised itself and sort of obviously took on the size of... it wasn't that big, the lobster. It's still frightening enough. Still very frightening. I didn't like it. The BBC weatherman, Owen Wynne-Evans, is pumping iron to build up his dainty arms for the Children in Need Drumathon. He reads the weather. I would think he had to be about the campest weatherman there's ever been. Oh, the Drumathon is because he plays drums. Did you not know? Oh, yeah, he plays drums. And so he's going to do it for 24 hours. I should imagine by that time your arms are about ready to drop off. But he's embarked on a 6-week stamina and strength programme. He's been using dumbbells. He says, because to go with my dainty arms, I've got dainty wrists. And he's going to play out the end of the news. He's on his website or on his sort of Twitter and all the rest of it, he's always been drumming. But he's decided to do it for 24 hours. How that's going to last. But as I say, he is so camp. He's not you just imagine anybody, because if ever you've seen drummers, you've got to be really strong. He's very good, yeah. But you've got to be really strong to do it. And I should imagine his boyfriend will be with him all the way through. 24 hours of drumming. At the end of it, Gordon knows what he's going to be like. An absolute dreadful waste of space, I should imagine. Not waste of space, but just a case of he'll just fall apart. 24 hours. I don't know whether you can sort of do easy things and just use your foot pedal. But the rest of it, I shouldn't imagine. It'd probably be all right for the first hour. And then you think another 23 of these things. Which is not so good, is it, really? And, Steve, I watched a review of YouTube of Christmas dinner in a tin. It looked very weird. Yes, I thought it looked fairly weird as well. It certainly didn't look like the photographs. That was a fact. Again, it just looked like, and Loose Women described it as it's just like a soup. When they emptied it out of the tin, they were a bit disappointed that, the sprout wasn't bright green and all that kind of stuff. They all looked a bit grey. But then it's a big soup. So the fact it's Christmas dinner is neither here nor there. Henry's got one. He probably ate it at the Palladium yesterday. But a solution to the festive fears, I don't think so. Put it this way, it certainly didn't look like that picture there. That's a posed picture. 500 cans available. They've all gone. But it doesn't look like that. When Loose Women did it, it was a bit disappointing. It was just this grey, blobby mass. I didn't get sent one, no. Henry got sent one. It came in a box and everything. Came in a proper box. So, well, it'd be a box and a tin. Yeah, obviously the box, when you open it up, it's got the tin inside it. But as I say, having seen the Loose Women, none of them liked it. Because it was just stodge. Just stodge. Might be Christmas in a tin, but it was definitely stodge. Definitely stodge. What else we got here? Second World War hero Corporal Donald McCaig will celebrate his 100th birthday on Armistice Day at his favourite pub. He's been going there for 80 years, up to 4 times a week for a glass of rum or a pint of bitter. Joined by, it's obviously the thing that's keeping him alive. He's 100. And he went off to fight when he was a young man. So he's got 2 grandchildren, 4 great-grandchildren and 2 great-great-grandkids for a buffet at this brewery pub in Moston in Manchester. He saw action in El Alamein in North Africa and Italy with the 2nd Dragoon Guards, the Queen Bey's Regiment. And he's still going. So he pops in to the Fairways Inn, his local, for 80 years, which is brilliant. Yorkshire County Cricket Club, they've been getting some publicity, haven't they? The new chairman has apologised to Azim Rafiq and described him as a brave racism whistleblower. Lord Kamlesh Patel of Bradford blasted Azim's treatment by the club, and within 72 hours of replacing Roger Hutton, who stepped down, he vowed there would be urgent changes. Lord Patel revealed Yorkshire had settled a tribunal with Azim, who took action after bosses failed to act when he told them he was being racially abused. Can't believe it, can you? I mean, you really can't believe it. This is Yorkshire County Cricket Club. It doesn't matter whether people thought this was just badinage. Also, people have had death threats. And Azim has now called for the chief executive, Mark Arthur, to quit, along with the cricket director, Martin Moxon, and many coaches. He said, I spoke out because I wanted to create change at the club. Asked about those urged to quit, Lord Patel says, I need to look across the system, how people behaved, what made it happen, and where we go next. Doesn't look very promising, does it? They could be losing an awful lot of staff. This television for dogs. Apparently, so they've managed to get three dogs to sit down watching, and they did watch it for a little while, and then they kind of gave up after that. Well, it's other dogs, doggy programs. So as it launches, these 3 dogs are not impressed. One of them went to sleep. Apparently the idea behind the channel is great, as 80% of dogs suffer separation anxiety. So they've got sort of dogs looking at other dogs. I mean, it helps with stress and behavioural problems. I don't really think it does, actually. And it does seem a very odd thing to put up, doesn't it? So dogs sort of sit there looking at it, and once they've realised that they're not real, they'll sort of wander away. Apparently, it's going to have shows to help owners better understand and look after their pets. That'll be a miracle. So they managed to find a couple of dogs who stayed still long enough. But most dogs would be confused by it. Would you not think so? They're looking at pictures on they don't know what it is. They don't know if it's real or not. Is it going to attack them? I think dogs do bark at other dogs. I thought, well, that's what I always thought. I love Daisy Adams. Daisy Adams is ready for uni at the age of 4. That's not university, that's unicycle. Her mum, Helen, is an outdoor activities instructor from Bristol, says people are always amazed. She's not only very young, but also very small. She first rode a bike aged 2, and she's got her own unicycle. She can ride a unicycle. I mean, it's just amazing, really. And she's 4 years old. The one-wheeled expert taught herself the rare skill. I always wanted to do that. I'd always be wanting to do something like that. It should be very nice. Steve, I've tried the Morrison's mince pies and can report they were lovely, says Lindsay in Caterham. And my friend, says Stella, has a brother who works for the post office. She told me to post my Christmas cards at the beginning of November, as there will be delays with the post. Which mince pies have I tried so far? Marks and Spencer's, Waitrose, Heston Blumenthal's. Yeah, they're all right. They're all much of a muchness, to be honest with you. I quite like the idea of having a mince pie that's got custard inside it. I think that's quite a good one to have. I know, I've got a thing about sort of that's quite a nice thing to have anyway. Not very good, actually. Steve, if you're melancholy or in a bad mood, a Tom Hanks film always is the best tonic, says John. Really? I don't know, actually. I watched Big, and I thought that was quite a good little film. Totally unbelievable, but it was quite a good little film anyway, wasn't it? Tom Hanks. Forrest Gump I've never seen. Never seen it. And it's Gump, by the way. Just thought I'd tell you a slight misprint on that one. I never saw it. I've got it on Laserdisc, but I've never watched it because I've... Laserdisc. Did you never have a Laserdisc player? Oh, yeah. You had videos, then they brought out Laserdiscs, and it looked exactly the same as a DVD player, except the tray is the size of an album. And it slides out, and you put your Laserdisc in it. I've got all the Star Trek films on Laserdisc. Seems a bit old-fashioned now. And then they miniaturized everything and came down to DVDs and CDs. They're huge, yeah. Well, the machine doesn't look any bigger than anything else. It's just that the tray that slides out is a bigger tray, and I've got a Laserdisc player and loads of Laserdiscs. But I'd never get rid of them because then they're not sort of worth it. They're probably worth more to me than they are for scrap. But the films, I used to go out and buy them. There was a limited selection of films, but they were the forerunner to DVDs. And very good they were too. It was like, what else did people have there? It was like originally when they brought video out, there was Video or Betamax. And Video won against Betamax, which not many people had. And then there was another thing you had as well, where you could record onto a little tiny miniature disc. And mini-disc players. I had loads of mini-discs, mini-disc players. You recorded on there and then listened to those. And they brought out all the Apple stuff. In fact, I've probably got drawers full of equipment, which is about useful. Yeah, cassettes. I've even got cassettes. I used to listen to all the talking books. A friend of mine, Jackie, she used to do all the publicity for the BBC. So they had all of their stock would go to her, and she would send stuff out for people to review and everything else. And I'd go round to her office, and I would help myself. She'd have to help yourself. And she'd have all the talking books out, you know, all the sort of the books that were in the charts, but read by the authors themselves, audiobooks. Really good. And I used to listen to loads of those. And I discovered DVD players, and my whole life changed.
Leading Britain's conversation, LBC, with Steve Allen.
Morning, 10 to... No, it's not. It's 11 minutes to 6. Sorry, just moved on, actually. No, never rely on the trains if you're listening to this programme. Not so good. I love the guy who's collected miniature bottles of whiskey as a hobby. Now, we used to have little miniature bottles of... We had hundreds. And we put them on this dado rail in our sitting room, and it was my father had collected them. My mum and dad had collected these things from around the world, and we had little bottles of Guinness, little bottles of Mackeson, little bottles of lager, and they were little tiny things. I mean, literally 2 or 3 inches tall, and we had whiskies, gin, vodka. There's a shop in Soho. Yeah, Dean Street, I think it is. And they've got a window full of these little miniature bottles, little tiny ones, you know, even smaller than you can imagine. And we collected them and took them around the world with us. And everywhere we went, we put these little bottles up. But this bloke's got 4,000 miniatures of whiskey. He was flabbergasted when told they could be worth £35,000. I mean, I like naivety, but blimey. Brian Marshall sourced the bottles over almost 40 years, with some coming from America, Iraq, Uruguay and Australia. He's an ex-crematorium worker. Why that makes a difference, I got no idea. Might as well have put down his age. Who finds whiskey horrible, has them in 130 boxes. He said, I thought they might be worth about £8,000 at the most, but never 35. He'll keep a few special ones, but the others will go in 2 online sales auctions in Market Harborough. The first ends this Sunday, while the second will last from November the 26th to December the 12th. Blimey. So he collects these bottles. I mean, somebody will buy them because there is actually the booze in these things. They're not sort of fakes or anything like that. It doesn't go off, no. Well, I don't think booze doesn't go off, does it? No, I don't think so. Billy Connolly has revealed a new Christmas collection of his popular artworks. He unveiled drawings, which he completed at his American home in the Florida Keys, which is lovely. And he's got all sorts of things. He's got Parkinson's, as you know. He's 78. He told how these heartwarming scenes have been inspired by the theme of family. He says, I don't like the idea of sitting down and doing a Christmas design. It's like doing a Christmas song or Christmas things. But drawings are available to buy from Castle Fine Art, with a framed set going for £2,500 or unframed £1,900. Are they original? Would there be copies, though, for that sort of price? Probably copies, wouldn't they? Still clever. And James Bond and Squid Game helped spending on entertainment surge in October. Apparently, cinema bookings have the biggest growth, up by 28.4%. It's like the LBC figures. Absolutely unbelievable. A report from the British Retail Consortium says retail sales rose by 1.3% year on year. So customers' demand is getting back on track ahead of Christmas. Oh, they'll always be moaning about Christmas. Oh, you're not spending enough money. We can't get this in, you know. Why don't let's start the sales early, and that's what they'll end up doing. They'll start bringing up the the sales early. Whiskey can, in theory, last forever. It hasn't been opened. Once it's been opened, it lasts 1 to 2 years. Does it really? I used to have, told you years and years ago, we used to have whiskey in hot milk, which was very good for colds and stuff like that. So let's see how we go today, shall we, when we have the bits and pieces. Shane says, I made the mistake. I bought a Betamax video player, then it became redundant. Then I had to buy a VHS. Yeah, well, we all used to, I tell you what, the thing we used to have over here, CB radios. You could pick them up from about 20 quid. Did you never have a CB radio? No, well, of course you wouldn't have had. You've got a car. Not, well, sort of, yes, really, before telephones. You'd stood a mag mount on the roof of your car, then the wire would sort of come inside the window and you connect it up, and then you'd listen to all these people talking, and then you'd sort of hear somebody go, oh, hi, break a break for a copy. And then you talk to somebody, yes. Oh, no, you never said over, actually. We just went break a break for a coffee. No, copy, not even Roger, no. And then somebody would say, okay, crank it up to 78 or something. So you have to turn your little dial till it reached 78. And then you could technically have a private conversation. But of course you couldn't, because everybody else had been listening. So they were all eavesdropping on your so-called private conversations. Never watched Forrest Gump, Steve. You have not lived. Yeah. Mary says, have you been able to try the Asda Irish cream mince pies? Can't find them. So we've worked on the assumption they don't exist anymore now. Steve, can you recommend a good slow cooker? No, I don't have one. No, I can't bear to wait for things. I used to have one years and years. They're all the same. They're just cookers that cook on a very low heat. You don't need a slow cooker. You can do it yourself. You know, if it's electric, just turn it down to the lowest setting and it will cook over the course of the day. Viv is still writing Christmas cards. Oh, we found them again. The Asda Extra Special Irish Cream Liqueur Mince Pies. Are they actually available, though? They are actually available. I like the idea, actually. But, you see, it says Irish cream liquor mince pies. It doesn't say Bailey's. Well, no, Bailey's is Bailey's. That's a trade name. So I'm not generously filled with Irish whiskey infused into the mincemeat and spiced vine fruits. I love the way they call grapes vine fruits. We know they are, but it just sounds pretentious, doesn't it, really? So I might try and find them again. I couldn't find them last time round. Couldn't find them. It's got Irish cream liqueur buttercream. What's that? I don't know, Mel. It does sound a bit sickly, doesn't it? Anyway, Viv's got glitter all around. Mince pie talk on the radio. How lovely before 6 in the morning. Good luck with the jabs today. Had both a few weeks ago. All good. Positive thoughts. Yes. That's what it's got to be. I mean, you can't go there thinking it's going to be absolutely disastrous, can you? Paddy McGuinness struggled to find first gear, let alone top gear, when he raced Formula One stars in the new series of the show. He seems to fit in with most things, doesn't he? No likey, no lighty. But Paddy, he's 48, you know. He's 48. I put him down as a bit younger than that. And disgraced footballer Adam Johnston is selling his home for £1.75 million. The ex-Man City and Sunderland winger is embarking on a new life after rekindling a relationship with his partner. He paid $446,000 for the mansion at Castle Eden in County Durham and refurbished it. He planned to move in with Stacey Flounders and their daughter Ayla, but he was convicted of sex activity with a child and given a 6-year jail term. On being freed, he moved in on his own, yet his romance with Stacey is back on. They have a second child in July. Johnson's dad, David, also his agent, confirmed the home was now for sale. It's good profit, isn't it? Good profit. I'd love to know what this sort of new job is going to be. I've got no idea what he can do. He doesn't play football, does he? Adam Peaty, day 2. He's got books out. His is called The Gladiator Mindset. And he's one of these people who just looks very fit. When he was a teenager, he was in the county championships in 2007. 2015, first gold at the World Championships. 2012, he was the junior European contest. And he had a son last year. George Anderson was born last year. And then he's been with his partner, Katja Jones, for the dancing. But not anymore, because they've kicked them out. And they were both not very happy about it. Not very happy at all. I wonder how many people are doing Christmas cards this year. I mean, do people do Christmas? I mean, I like getting Christmas cards, but I have to be honest. I'm cutting back. I bought a box of Christmas cards from Costco, and I gave them to my brother. Because he sort of likes sending Christmas cards, and his wife as well. So perhaps it's for younger people now. Or do you think it's older people who send them, not younger people? Younger people don't send them. But when we were at school, we used to send Christmas cards when we were younger. But you're right, now you can send a text which has got all the Christmas emojis and all the other things. I like those moving Christmas cards, which are very good. I've got the Jackie somebody. Oh, God, honestly, it's hopeless when you can't remember, isn't it? Jacqueline... No, not Stallone. No, she's passed on, I believe. She turned up on Jackie Stallone, one of the I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here type Celebrity Big Brother or something. Mad as a fruitcake. Completely mad. No, this is Jacqueline, who is it? Come on, who does those Christmas cards that I've recommended to you? And you take out a subscription. It's like 12 quid for the year. You can send hundreds and hundreds of them. And they're animated Christmas cards. Yeah, text him with it if you can remember I can't remember the name. I think it's Jacqueline. I'm pretty certain. But they're very good. You should really try them because you personalise them. So once you found the card you like, and she's got loads for birthdays, Christmas, anniversaries. She's British. She paints over here, and she uses her dog in some of them. And you click on bits of the card when you get it sent, and it will snow. The sky lights up. The fire will start roaring. All sorts of it. I can't remember who made the blasted things. Jackie Lawson. Put me up Jackie Lawson and I'll tell you. They're really good. And it's not expensive. There you go. The Christmas Cottage, that's the card that started it all off. Click on it, you preview it, and you watch. And you can send these to anybody. You click to start, and it will show you what it is. And it's got your name on it. The writing's beautiful, so I could say to Joe, have a great Christmas. So you click on the stamp, which will then open the card. She paints all of these things, and then they become animated. Click on the chimney. OK, that will light the fire inside as the house burns down, which is always very entertaining at Christmas. You need a tree, so click on the Pear Tree Cottage sign. OK, now comes a Christmas tree. Then you'll find candles in the port. No, you're not sending a text. Don't you think these are really exciting? She does, and they've got music with them as well. There's music that comes with them, and then all of a sudden it snows. You're really not adventurous for Christmas, are you? It's like, oh, humbug. Really, honestly. Mr. and Mrs. Scrooge next door, honestly. They're so miserable about the whole thing, honestly. Presents? What, waste money on things like that? They're really good, those cards. Check them out, because it's very cheap and you can send hundreds, and it will remember all the birthdays that you put in. So you can send one, and somebody likes a personalised card. It'll be to Joe, Merry Christmas, Father Christmas. You know, that kind of stuff.
This is LBC from Global, leading Britain's conversation with Steve Allen.
Morning, sleaze. Everywhere you go in the newspaper, sleaze, it's this, you're not wearing a mask, you're not doing this, and here's another one as Boris bottles out of that sleaze showdown. The Mail have revealed a Tory grandee who was paid £1 million in a year and spent weeks in the Caribbean. While the Commons was sitting. This is Geoffrey Cox, a QC and former Attorney General, is advising the governments of the British Virgin Islands, a tax haven accused of corruption. And he's earned more than £1 million from outside legal work over the past year on top of his £82,000 a year salary as a backbencher. But it's more than £82,000, isn't it? Do you not get £82,000 and then you get an allowance for a secretary, which could be your wife, or you get expenses and all the rest of it. So it's an awful lot, also, back to the Big Apple. Everybody very happy. After 600 days travel bound to America, the first Virgin and BA flights blaze a trail to JFK as it's back to the Big Apple, which is good. And so lots of people hugging each other, having not seen anybody for ages. Although nowadays you've got FaceTime. You can go onto your telephone, you can FaceTime them. It's like them being there. It's just that they're not, really. What else do we have? How cheap US books could write off British spellings because the Americans spell things differently than us. There's all sorts of colour. But they spell it COLOR, is it? And we're COLOUR. So there's all aluminum. Aluminum. What's aluminum? Oh, aluminium. Sorry, I couldn't. Is that gooseberry and gooseberry? Is that the same sort of thing? Tomato, all that kind of stuff. Yeah, potato. They don't really say potato, do they? Or we don't say potato. I quite like those sort of things. So the France seeking the truce over the fishing war because it needs our military might. Oh, good. We finally got our own back. We can't stop people arriving in the country. As I say, double what it was last year. Also, the staff forced out over the 2-jab rule. This is the social care crisis which is currently taking place. And, I mean, they really need a big radical plan on this because care for the elderly has put an enormous strain on the NHS. They said that that they're running out of beds again. So, you know, more people are sort of picking it up. But I'm still seeing people on YouTube saying, I'm not wearing a mask. It's not solved the problem at all. It doesn't exist. I'm always amazed at the people who don't even agree that the pandemic exists. I don't know what they think's going on. Very odd. The National Gallery has linked hundreds of its famous paintings to slavery, if somewhat tenuously in many cases. For 3 years, staff have carried out an audit to identify artworks that may have been owned by or were painted by anyone with links to slavery. So far, they've covered paintings in the gallery acquired between 1824 and 1880, resulting in many favourites being tarnished. British masterpieces by the likes of Constable, Gainsborough and Hogarth have fallen under the spotlight, with works by Renaissance greats Raphael, Titian and Botticelli, whose Mystic Nativity was once possessed by William Otley, who owned 17 slaves in Antigua. Raphael's Pope Julius II was bought from the collection of John Angerstein, who insured slave-transporting ships. The Dutch master Rembrandt's self-portrait at the age of 63 was bought from George Broderick, who came from a slave-owning family. All these paintings will be very familiar, and especially Constable's famous The Haywain. Also the Cornfield, presented to the gallery by several patrons, including the poet William Wordsworth, who once lived in a house in Dorset, owned by a plantation owner. And so it goes on. Now, whether or not anything happens here, research shows that John Constable's The Haywain was donated to the gallery by Edmund Higginson, who inherited money from an uncle who traded goods made by slaves in South Carolina. So whether or not they remove these from display, I've got no idea, but they're all pictures that you will know, including Titian's An Allegory of Prudence, Botticelli's Mystic Nativity, and the self-portrait by the Dutch master Rembrandt, which you will know, and you'll of course know Constable's famous work, The Haywain. So it's not so much who they were painted by, it's who they were owned by. So, I mean, it's a rather tenuous link. They were doing steam trains the other day. I remember Nick Ferrari had I don't know what the music was he was playing. I can't remember if it was Trumpton or something like that, or Windy Miller or something. Anyway, bottoms up for the Regal rocket fuel, invented to stop the French legionnaires catching malaria, pepped up to Queen Elizabeth's as their pre-prandial sharpener as Dubonnet gains a royal warrant. The Queen Mother used to love a Dubonnet. I think she had gin and Dubonnet. That's what she had. Dubonnet is rather nice, actually. I quite like Dubonnet. My parents used to have a bottle of it, which I think we had for years. And it's sort of red liquid. What it's made of, I got no idea. But you can still buy it. There you go. It's a sort of it's a sweet aromatized wine-based aperitif, a blend of fortified wine, herbs and spices, with fermentation being stopped by the addition of alcohol. Currently produced in France by Pernod Ricard. Isn't it funny? I always thought that Pernod was one brand and Ricard was another one, and I thought that Ricard was the French version of Pernod, but the company is called Pernod Ricard, and it's in the United States by Heaven Hill, distillers of Bardstown over in Kentucky. It's very nice, but the Queen Mother used to love it with a gin. She used to have gin and Dubonnet, but I think a lot of them went for things like that. Steve, it's Jackie Lawson. Thank you, read the card, says Mickey. They're really good. Do check them out. She's also got advent calendars, but they're all animated. And it takes you but 2 minutes. So as long as you've got somebody's email address, you can send them these cards. And she's got everything from the 4th of July celebrations to birthdays to special celebrations, you know, Christmas, Easter, everything. And she paints them here. Somebody animates them and puts music to them. And the first time I got, and also you can write at the end. You just literally type up what you want. You keep it in your little system. It means that every year when that birthday comes around again, it will remind you that you've got to do so-and-so's birthday card. And you just send. People love receiving them. And they were I'm sure they were cheap. I can't remember exactly what you pay for it. But it was, in my day, it was like 12 quid for a year. Might have gone up a little bit now. But you can send hundreds. The actual system for holding, you know, all your information is there. And I suppose it saves you sort of putting a stamp on anything. It just arrives in their inbox and they can see pictures with snow. You don't even have to leave the house for it, no. Seriously. And you get to keep them, which is lovely. Steve, don't MPs get a massive second home allowance? Oh, I've got no idea. And they keep the house at the end too. What a bit of a cheek, says Niall. A lot of them live down in, I mean, they're paying expenses. So the basic annual salary, I know they'd say 82,000. It's 81,932 quid. They also get, as far as I remember, expenses to cover the costs of running an office, employing staff, having somewhere to live in London or their constituency, and travelling between Parliament and their constituency. So that's what it is. I mean, the earnings, the extra ones, range from 50 quid a year to almost £1 million. So they are allowed second jobs as long as they're not a minister. As long as they're not a minister. So you could... I remember there was one person, he employed his whole family. His wife became his sort of secretary, so she was on whatever it was, and I think his son was employed in the office. It was a nice little earner, as they say. The family business. What is the family business? The family business is we make money. Make a lot of money. It was interesting. I was listening to... who was I listening to the other day? It was Lord somebody. Can't remember who it is. But anyway, I remember seeing his garden. Heseltine, that's right. And his garden is fantastic. They've just installed this fantastic water system, which has got it just looks beautiful, absolutely beautiful. And then I suddenly realised he's got a very, very successful publishing company, a huge publishing company. And I know that because they used to be based in Twickenham. And they're in this building. There'd be all these young people working just by the station, Haymarket Publishing. Huge. I don't know how many people in this building. It could have been 200 or 300 people in this building. Now, whether or not he's 88, is he? Crikey. Yes, I heard him over the weekend. He sounded very, very good. Very good. Steve, I've been using Jackie Lawson animated cards for years. I love Chudley the dog. Get the animated Christmas globe on the desktop too. Brilliant. And the Advent calendar Christmas scenes are very good fun, says Doug. I think they're amazing. I think they're really very, very nice. Lisa Spiker from Guildford says that Jackie does the Advent calendars to send to friends as well. They're really very good. Honestly, I can't tell you how good they are because I discovered them years and years ago, and then I went through just sending them to myself because I thought they were quite fun. The music Nick was playing was from the kiddies cartoon Thomas the Tank Engine. Thank you. I knew somebody would know. There's someone that goes dum 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 dum. That one and dum 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 dum. Dum 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 dum. Yes, that one. Yes, I quite like watching him, but he's a bit dreary, Thomas, isn't he? He's a bit dull. Chuff chuff chuff, said Thomas. Does Ringo still do it? Does he really? And Daniel in Herne Hill knew that as well. Thank you. Susie Dent on Countdown recently said these American spellings of honour, colour, etc. without the U with the original correct English spellings. Says Greg. Oh, you might be right. You might be right. I don't know that actually. I must go and get a bottle of Dubonnet. But I don't want it with gin. Although, how long before the Wokarati come for Thomas the Tank Engine, writes, strange enough, Richard Littlejohn. He says the railways are accused of spreading colonialism by the statue-toppling classes. It can only be a matter of time before they demand that all trains are cancelled forever. That's if the Network Rail Engineering Department and ASLEF don't beat them to it. Kind of makes sense, doesn't it, really? Birthdays. Oh, we had a birthday to celebrate. It was somebody quite nice, actually. I remember thinking, oh, good. Another celebrity birthday, which we'll come round to. The Mary Poppins girl, that's right. But this money that they got for the Amy Winehouse dresses was phenomenal. £3 million. I mean, that Moschino handbag, the heart-shaped one, 152,000. God knows what she paid for it. But the dress worn by her for her disastrous final concert has sold for more than £180,000. She was booed off stage, if you remember, in 2011. After the concert in Serbia, she forgot the lyrics. This is a month before she died. And this bamboo and floral print halter dress had an estimate of 15,000. How wrong can you be? £180,000 for a dress. Phenomenal.
Steve Allen, tweet at LBC.
Morning, 6:20 is the time. So, Karen Detrice, 66 today. Many happy returns of the day. And also Bryn Terfel. Sir Bryn, is 56. The opera singer from Carnarvonshire became only the second recipient of the Queen's Medal for Music. He said one day he'd like to perform the Pearl Fishers duet with a hologram of Pavarotti. That'd be a nice one. Also born on this day, 1936, died in 2009, Mary Travers. Got to be a certain age to remember Mary Travers. She was part of Peter, Paul and Mary. I'm leaving on a jet plane. Or failing that, the one which got everybody. Puff the magic dragon lived by the sea. She brought Bob Dylan's songs to a mass audience, marched with Martin Luther King. Mary Travers, honestly. Carl Sagan, US astronomer, TV presenter and Pulitzer Prize winner, was born on this day in 1934, died in 1996. Charles de Gaulle died on this day in 1970. He was 79. And 2014, pop star Cheryl, formerly Tweedy and Cole, became the first British female to notch up 5 solo #1 hits. It's all gone a bit quiet, actually. Hasn't it, really? We don't have to... Mainly because the TV programme's not there to publicise her records. And without that, you get nothing nowadays. I mean, you know, people used to wait for the Des O'Connor show because you could get your artists on there. Now there's nowhere to put artists anymore. You know, they're not going to put them on This Morning with Pip and Holly, are they? They're not going to feature on that. Strictly is a bit... do they put people on Strictly? Oh, right. Well, there you go. That's how it works. From the archive, 1954, a pullover fit for a Prime Minister. Mrs. Mary Slater of Scalloway, Shetland, knitted as an 80th birthday gift for Sir Winston Churchill. She obtained his measurements, chest 44, length 23.5 inches, by writing to 10 Downing Street. The pattern is from the Norwegian Tree of Life. Can't imagine Winston Churchill wearing a pullover. I really can't imagine him wearing a pullover. And also a Home Office official telephoned 2 prison governors yesterday, this is in 1965, and ordered 2 men to be taken out of the death cell. The calls were made a few minutes after royal assent had been given to the bill abolishing the death penalty. David Henry Wardry, 19, and David Stephen Chapman were the last to be sentenced to hang in Britain. But they were relieved. I bet they were really cool. Blimey. Definitely. Tom Daley hoping to make a smash and a splash in LA. He's been signed up to the biggest agency, CAA. He already had a profile in Los Angeles through his husband, Dustin. Tom's a natural for TV. Not only does he have a very great natural gentle look, but his look and accent give him a competitive edge. He's also fit, and he can wear a pair of Speedos, so I should imagine that'll go down extremely well. Extremely well. What else do we have here? Raymond Blanc has won 2 Michelin stars for the celebrated restaurant Le Manoir des Quatre Saisons, where the 7-course dinner menu costs £194 a head. It is 7 courses, though. I've never been, but I have interviewed him. But the haute cuisine left the Queen's bridesmaid, Lady Pamela Hicks, hungry. Dinner was sensational, says Lady Pamela's daughter, India Hicks. My mother was not so convinced. Is there any bread, she said. Is there any bread? People like doing things like that, don't they? Look at this. We were only talking the other day about Never Ending Story, and it was sung by Lamal. Lamal. Do you remember Lamal? No. Never Ending Story. Oh. From the 80s, yes. He was in Kajagoogoo. Group called Kajagoogoo. And then lo and behold, he's now 62, and he's taken their health quiz in the Daily Mail today. He says, I probably get about 3 helpings of fruit and veg. I've been diagnosed with irritable bowel syndrome, so I'm now on this low FODMAPs diet, which means avoiding food like onions and garlic and certain fruit. And he says during the pandemic he didn't get COVID. He said, I've been very careful. My 82-year-old mum came to live with us. I didn't want her to be alone. All my gigs got cancelled. So it's amazing. I'm surprised he's still working. Anyway, he was asked, could he run up the stairs? And he said, yes. Since I cancelled my gym membership at the start of the pandemic, my partner Steve and I have kept fit off-road cycling. I also used some weights and a bench. So there you go. But yes, we had to go up the stairs. Yeah, we had to go. The lift didn't work yesterday. For some reason, yet other people seem to make it work. It didn't work for us. Whatever it was, we stood there waiting for the lift, which is in our sister station, Capital, to take us up to the 7th floor to go in for the RAJAR meeting. And so I said, well, we'll have to take the stairs. 7 flights of stairs nearly killed us. Seriously, I thought I was going to have a heart attack. We got up into the... Yeah, the producer was okay. Puffing away like an old steam train behind me. It was quite a hefty walk. You wouldn't have thought walking upstairs... Shan't be doing that again in a hurry. I sat down. It took me a good 15 minutes to pull myself into the recovery position. It was terrible. Terrible. Any phobias for Limahl? He's claustrophobic, so he avoids lifts and the London Underground. Actually, I could live without the Underground. I can live with it. Mind you, I'll tell you one thing, I'm a little bit disturbed. You know when I told you that they want to take away my Freedom Pass because I can't prove to them that that's me living in my... It's still going on. But anyway, so far it's been working every day. Although I had a bit of a disaster yesterday. I thought, no, was it yesterday? Yes, it was yesterday. Having walked up 7 flights of stairs, nearly killed myself. I then thought, normally I get the train to Richmond, get the bus, because it sort of drops close. And I thought, no, I'll get off the bus, I'll get off the train and go to Twickenham. It's only one more stop on. And there's a bus stop outside the station. So I get off. What are they doing? They've dug up the bus stop. No, you've got to walk to the next bus stop, which is outside blooming Waitrose. I was exhausted when I got down there. I thought, honestly, obviously somebody's telling me something. What keeps him awake at night? Getting up to go to the loo, he says. And has he ever had plastic surgery? He said a couple of years ago I had a hair transplant, which I was delighted with. Lots of people. He looks very similar to Ollie. Ollie, you know, who works. Ollie, he looks very similar, actually. I know Ollie's not 62, but I mean, Ollie's only just started going back to the gymnasium to do. I don't know what he does in there. He's never quite explained it to me. I've sort of tried to feign interest, but it's not. I can't get on with people who go to gymnasium. Do you think he pumps weights? Do you think so? He's very lucky he doesn't put on any weight at all, but he does look similar to Lamal, who's 62. Which means either Ollie's looking old or Lamal's looking better than ever. He says, so he's also got an underactive thyroid. So he takes, same as me, levothyroxine. In fact, my thyroid doesn't work at all. But it seems quite good, actually. 62. It's funny, isn't it, when you look at that? He has got a new single. It's called One Wish for Christmas. There you go. One Wish for Christmas, and that's Lamal. But phobias, as I said, claustrophobia. So lift. See, I'm good with lifts. I don't worry about lifts too much. But the Underground, I'm a little bit frightened of. I try not to... I don't know. I don't know. I've got this thing about being underground. And because we've had a few sort of disasters in recent years, that sort of frightens me a little bit. So, and also, hardly anybody wears masks on the Underground. I thought that they would, but they're not. And I don't want anybody sitting near me who... I mean, there was a woman on YouTube in America, and she was being really stupid, not wearing a mask and coughing over the people. She was going like that. And I thought, I'd have had the police around there, had her arrested. She was obviously incredibly stupid. Incredibly. Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, as you know, slammed the Army's attitude to women, although there are far more women now in the Army than we've ever had before. Kate Garraway is going to take over from Piers on Good Morning Britain. No, she's not. No, she's taking over from Piers on his chat show thing, Life Stories. And in fact, I think she's already got 2 getting ready. She's going to exhaust herself. Seriously. In between that, and she's making a new thing on Derek. And she's got a record. She's got record figures on Smooth. I know. Seriously. I mean, our meeting the other day was very exciting. Had I not climbed the stairs, I couldn't believe 7 floors, and every floor we went on to, there were men taking off doors. We have 7 floors, and yet when you came out of our floor, you look up. There's another 2 floors above that. I've never dared go up there. I think it's something secret. Hospitals under huge pressure. This is even before we've got to winter. Though somebody said they think that the temperature's getting a bit milder. I think not. And I seriously didn't know that 30-year ban on standing at football games. So everybody sits down, do they, at a football game? So now they go, take the seats out and just have you standing there? I've never heard of that before. Every time something happens, they all stand up. And then you have to sit back down again. It's mad, isn't it? It's like the jump up and down thing. Which I watched again this morning for the American football. And very good it is too.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Val, good morning, says, wasn't Peter Andre on Thomas the Tank Engine? No, what he did, he read a bedtime story. I seem to remember that. He didn't voice Thomas the Tank Engine. He just read a bedtime story. But it was years ago, Val, back in 2018. But it was funny, you just reminded us, because I seem to remember Peter Andre got a gig, and it was like a DIY type programme where Peter, who couldn't hammer a nail in, which was the funny thing, he had they put him in a pair of white dungarees, and he didn't get dirty at all. But he cancelled his Australian tour to do this programme. And I remember thinking at the time, I mean, why have they not rebooked it? They haven't rebooked. And also, his film career, he was going to be making films in America, and he's got this and that and all. Well, that didn't come to anything. There was an awful lot of talk about things that he could have done and things that he can't do. Now we're told, and I can't remember if I've got this right, because if you remember, it was postponed because of COVID. What, the filming? Oh, the tour. Oh, God, we were nowhere near that. So that was another one. You still can't fly in and out of Australia. Well, why would you want to? We've got everything here. Got everything here. You don't need anything else. I forgot what I was talking about then. I've now talked about Peter Andre, yes. And there was a piece in the paper, because you know that Jordan's got a book out talking about Harvey and her, and he had complained bitterly about a piece in there which basically said he didn't look after Harvey. And I said, but I thought he was devoted to Harvey. He said he tried loads and loads of times to see him. So now she's unfollowed him from Instagram or something like that. I don't know. I've lost track of how many of these things now. She's unfollowed him because he's threatened legal, sort of details on action on her saying that he didn't pull his weight with him. I thought that was absolutely what he did do. I seem to remember him falling out with Kay Burley on a television programme where he just got up and said, "I'm sorry, I can't talk about this," because he was so devoted to him. Because he said, and you'll remember the line, he said, I look after him like he's my son. And I said, well, actually, he's not your son, but I thought he did his bit. And so now she's unfollowed him. Also, she might get the Mucky Mansion repossessed because she hasn't paid the money which she was supposed to have paid. It's split between two lots of people, I think a solicitor and somebody else, and they owe money. But then I thought, so confusing, I thought the house was being done up by a television company to make a programme, and they can't make up their mind what the Mucky Mansion is worth because it apparently was in a terrible state. And so where she's living at the moment, God knows. I've got no idea. Court case is in December. Steve, you were only talking about Dubonnet on television last week, and it's well reported the Queen is partial to one each day before lunch. 2 parts Dubonnet, 1 part gin, slice of lemon, lump of ice. So there you go. Thought I'd try it. It's delicious, Steve. However, the only place I could find Dubonnet was in Waitrose. Right. So it's 2 parts Dubonnet, 1 part gin. Does that mean a good dollop of it, or do you have to use little measures? Because, I mean, if you seriously at home poured out the same measures they give you in pubs, I always used to have double vodkas because a single vodka was pathetic. You could barely see it in the bottom of the glass. So 2 parts Dubonnet, 1 part gin, slice of lemon, lump of ice. And she has one of those each day before lunch. She eats? I didn't think the Queen ate very much, actually. I didn't think so. Jeff in France says Pernod and Ricard were separate rival companies. They merged in 1975 to form Pernod Ricard. They now own lots of well-known drink brands. It's the same thing, isn't it, though, Pernod and Ricard? Because when I worked in nightclubs, we would have Ricard night, and the company would come in and supply shots of Ricard, but it was aniseed, and it would permeate the glasses. And so, in other words, if you'd had Pernod in a glass, you had to wash it separately because it would infect all the other glasses. And it was just aniseed. I don't know what you had it with. Lemonade, I suppose. But so what does the Queen eat every day? I'll put it this way. Tea. She likes Earl Grey, which is very interesting. Her favourite brand of tea is Twinings. There you go. See, I'm all right there because I do Twinings Earl Grey as well. Me and the Queen. But they haven't revealed whether or not she enjoyed a fresh cup of coffee in the morning. For breakfast, she keeps it simple. Bowl of Special K with some assorted fruits. On special occasions, she allegedly treats herself to scrambled egg and smoked salmon if she feels like it. But lunch, there you go, gin and Dubonnet cocktail before she tucks into lunch. She likes grilled fish or chicken, tends to stay away from starch. And when it comes to food, it's clearly the simple things. She likes Dover sole, wilted spinach or courgettes. As regards chicken, grilled with a salad. Dinner, chocolate biscuit cake for her afternoon tea before tucking into dinner. Tucking into dinner. I think that's a gross exaggeration. It makes it sound like she troughs. Simply cooked meat and vegetables lead the way, with space for pheasant or venison, should she wish. Of course, she loves a Sunday roast, and she likes strawberries or peaches, and she'll wash it off with some of the best champagne money can buy. But do you think she has tinned peaches? Can't beat a good tin of Del Monte, can you? Do you think she has carnation milk all over them as well? That's right. I don't think she has. I mean, it makes it sound like she's an alcoholic. But, I mean, she does have a little... But she doesn't eat very much. It's not that she picks at food, but she doesn't... she's eating very healthily. She must be. Look at her age. So it obviously works. Perhaps we should all try drinking gin and Dubonnet every day. That'll get us through. Yeah, not when you're driving. And also, so it's 2 parts Dubonnet, 1 part gin. Or just guess the measures. I can't be bothered to do things like that. It's far too complicated. I used to want to have, years ago, a bar. My brother had a bar he converted one of his bedrooms into a cocktail bar, which I used to think was the height of decadence. Steve says Jackie in Shrewsbury. Now, is it Shrewsbury or Shrewsbury? Shrewsbury or Shrewsbury? Shrewsbury, okay. You are a real tonic. Ah, that's what you can have Dubonnet with. Tonic. I knew there was something. She said, I lost my aunt and my dear brother at just 53 from a brain tumour within a week. I have to do a reading today and a tribute on Monday. The first of 2 funerals is today. Your voice is very reassuring. You got me through some very sleepless nights, so I just wanted to say thank you. Oh, you'll be fine. You'll be fine. It's never easy, is it? I was talking to somebody the other day, actually, because we had people doing talks at the meeting. We had my boss and then my big boss and then one of my other, not my boss, but from another station that we've got. And I said, you did really well on that. He said, I was so nervous. I said, well, I didn't notice it at all. Some people, if you're talking in front of people it's generally fine. Kim says, Dubonnet's a lovely drink, Steve. I used to add it to my Canadian Club. Drop of Angostura bitters and voila, a Manhattan. Potent wee tipple. It's all potent, isn't it, in measures? I don't think you can drink very much of it, Dubonnet, because it being a fortified wine. And I've never heard of any cocktails being made with it, apart from the one that you've just told me there. But I used to drink vodka, Grey Goose vodka, and which was ridiculously expensive. I mean, ridiculously expensive. And I would buy it. And, you could get through half a bottle in a short space of time. It was fatal. So I've had to stop drinking vodka. I've not drunk vodka for ages and ages. It's an absolute nightmare. They encourage you to drink nowadays. Although actually I discovered the other day, somebody very famous, they do a pear-flavoured Grey Goose. They don't, do they? Pear-flavoured. Did you ever remember seeing the pear in a bottle? And people were trying to work out how the pear got into the bottle. It came with like sort of a brandy or something like that. And it turned out that the pear is grown in the bottle. When the pear just starts growing on the tree, they hang the bottle over it in a net, and the pear grows in, then they just cut the top off, and then they add the liqueur. Did you know that? I'm a mine of useless information, I'm afraid. Most of it is useless. But, Steve, just got my tea tray in time for my birthday. 67 years young. Many happy returns. Donna says, woke up especially to hear at 4 a.m, but fell back to sleep by 4:30. Good news is I can listen to what I've missed today in bed on the podcast. Win-win. My husband Paul, who listens driving to work, let him know I'm awake and up and about. Well, Donna's in good company. 20 million downloads. 20 million downloads of these Steve Allen Little Bit Extra. But we don't like to mention it. People go, we're a little bit big-headed on 20 million downloads. 20 million downloads. That's an awful lot, isn't it? I can't even imagine what 20 million of you look like, but you've downloaded it 20 million times, so we're very grateful. Not that I'm going to mention it ever again. Yes. I mean, put it this way, I'm not going to mention it as long as James O'Brien doesn't mention his board game. How likely is that? How likely? He tried it the other day with Sheila Fogarty. He said, I've got through all of my programme. He said, and I've not mentioned my board game once. And Sheila went, you've got a board game? Couldn't believe it. Couldn't believe it.
Leading Britain's conversation. LBC with Steve Allen.
Morning, everybody. 10 to 7 is the time. Bonnie Lithgow, who always checks us out every day, says the best thing about being in Los Angeles is being able to listen to you and drinking a Dubonnet and lemonade. Thank you, Bonnie. Lots of love to you. Dubonnet and lemonade, it's very popular, isn't it? And you do it as a tall drink, I think. So, but I can't have lemonade. Perhaps I'd have to have the gin with it. Oh, no, I don't like diet drinks. I've tried diet drinks before. I didn't like, they used to, I know they're getting better at making the sort of, but it just didn't interest me in the slightest. Chris Packham, in most of the papers today, leading calls for the prosecution of a huntswoman. Oh, she is a huntswoman. Filmed kicking and punching a horse. He was left sickened. I think everybody's seen this video now. And he was left sickened. He watched this viral video of this appalling abuse. And it was a horse that it had its reins on, but it wasn't there. And it was walking by itself, but then it didn't want to leave all the other horses. This woman was filmed striking it. She's seen grabbing the reins on a roadside when it appears to be reluctant to get into a horse box. And then she kicked its front legs. I mean, it's not difficult to find. And then, as if that wasn't enough, she then slapped and punched it at least 4 times in the face. And I remember saying at the time, because I saw it, and I as with a lot of these stories that you read in the newspapers, sometimes you think, oh, perhaps this is an old piece of foot. No, it was only done on Saturday. Droves of online users have dubbed her the pony puncher. Scores of animal lovers said they feared what abuse awaited the horse behind closed doors. It's been viewed already 3 million times, if not more. I think it was retweeted by Ricky Gervais, and it involves a member of the Cottesmore Hunt based in Rutland and is one of the oldest foxhound packs in the UK. The Hertfordshire Hunt Saboteur says the horse beating demonstrated violence running through their veins. I've never seen anything like that before in my life. And I did say, because the RSPCA is saying, can anybody help us with this one? Well, she's been identified already. She's a primary school teacher. For how much longer, I've got no idea. Because there was just no excuse for what she did to this horse. It wasn't exactly the biggest horse I've ever seen, but that doesn't make any difference, does it? It's a case of somebody would abuse an animal, and they're supposed to be animal lovers. Well, supposed to be animal lovers. I don't know. Claudia Winkleman and Victoria Coren Mitchell. I like her, actually. She's married to David Mitchell, isn't she? I like him a lot. He just makes me laugh. And she's very good as well. And they've joined Richard Radcliffe on his hunger strike because he's called on Boris Johnson to bring home Nazanin Zaghari Ratcliffe from Iran. I mean, she's in and out of prison like there's no tomorrow. What are they messing around at? It's terrible, really. And so they went down there to support him. I think he's on his 16th day of hunger strike outside the Foreign Office. Why are we not doing something? Because Mrs. Zaghari Ratcliffe is a British-Iranian dual national, been in custody since 2016, accused of plotting to overthrow the government. She'd been taking the couple's daughter Gabriella to see the family when she was arrested. She got 5 years in jail, and then 1 under house arrest, and then 4 years in Evin prison in Tehran. I mean, why she's still there, I've got no idea. It's absolutely ridiculous. So he's on hunger strike, and Claudia Winkleman and Victoria Coren Mitchell joined him on his hunger strike. He's looking a bit ill. If that's 16 days, he says, and Victoria says, she's a totally innocent woman who needs to come home to her family. They're a normal family that a terrible thing has happened to. They just seem to sort of make up their own sort of prison sentences. They just go, oh, no, you go to prison. And they just sort of dump you off there. Very odd. Very, very strange. A sozzled son who hid in bed after crashing his car was caught when his mum tipped off the police. Mum's having nothing to do with it. Liam Jones, 20, was more than 2.5 times the legal limit when police tracked him to his home. His mother told cops he's upstairs in his room. It's as straightforward as that. Jones admitted drink driving. He was banned for 28 months and fined £947. Well. Also, Bradley Walsh has laughed off claims he's a workaholic. Well, he seems to be. I mean, I don't know how many. I like playing along with the chase. I'm quite good at guessing the answers, but I'm absolute rubbish when they don't give you a choice. They do it on Eggheads as well. They give you the multiple choice of 3, and then if you get to the end and they're still the same, then you have to sort of know an answer, and that's where I fail miserably. But he says the chase only takes him 70 days a year to film. 70. That's still quite a lot, actually. Still quite a lot. Yeah, I mean, I don't know how many they do in a day. He's become one of the most in-demand telly stars, as well as The Chase. He hosts Blankety Blank. He's Pop Larkin, and he's with his son Barney on Bradley Walsh and Son Breaking Dad. They do 210 episodes of The Chase a year, 3 a day. They're doing 3 a day. So you were good, guessing at 4, but not exactly right. He makes 12 Beat the Chasers in 5 days. My biggest commitment is 15 weeks on the Larkins. I can't say working on the road with Barney is work because I'm with my son and we're having a scream. No, he's a workaholic. I wonder who would be the hardest working person in show business. Who would be the person? No, Be silly pointing at me. Goodness sake. Now, who would be the hardest working person who literally is on telly all the time? I mean, if we think Bradley Walsh is pushing it a bit, but he says he only spends 70 days a year doing The Chase, but then he's got all his other bits and pieces, that seems a fair amount of work to me. He's not doing pantomime, so that's quite good. Who else would work that hard? Anton Deck or something like? Would they be in the running for it? I don't know. Anybody who does quizzes, mainly quizzes are done quickly. Like he does 3 of The Chase in a day because he doesn't need. I mean, Alexander Armstrong must work quite hard because he's got the radio and he's got the television, and so that's quite tough. You know, if you're doing both of them, it's very interesting, isn't it? Very, very interesting. Kiri says, Steve, your Freedom Pass will just suddenly stop working with no warning. Then you have to verify the address. Well, the trouble is, I've lived there for 30 years. They're obviously a bit stupid and simple. You know, I keep saying to them, I've lived here for 30 years. Can you prove it? Yes, my neighbours know I've lived here for 30 years. I mean, they wrote to me there, and I answered the letter. What do they think I'm doing? Squatting? It really is ridiculous. And also, it's valid until 2024. So if they do it, I'll maybe think legal action. I might concentrate on something like that. So who's the hardest working person? I've got no idea who it would be. Elton John, I suppose, doesn't stop working, does he? But he doesn't do anything apart from, you know, his sort of concerts and his music and stuff like that. Adele would be a hard worker. Footballers? No, definitely not. Footballers definitely don't. They hardly work at all. But if you don't want to trigger a stroke, apparently eating hot dogs or bacon butties is out. My downfall, I'm afraid. My downfall. Not so good at all. And another one here. This is, people were dressing up the other day, which I thought was very good, as passengers were heading to New York from London. I can't believe it's been 600 days. I really cannot believe. Does that mean people are going to start coming back the other way? That'd be quite nice, wouldn't it? Steve, I know some pubs where if you ask for a gin and tonic, they say we don't do cocktails. Such an old joke. Such an old joke. And best to get it done, Steve, with the vaccine, says Kim. You'll be fine. Yeah, I hope so. Acting. You know. Apparently, Peter Andre voiced the character Ace in a Thomas. Yeah, that rings a vague bell. I don't think it was a major part. Ace was one of the trains, I think, or something. No, the producer doesn't watch it. Who's in I'm a Celebrity this year? Nobody you've ever heard of. No, you've heard of probably about half of them. The other ones you haven't. Roger says Jeremy Vine works hard. Sheridan Smith, says Davey. Could be. Oh, I've got to go. I just realised, actually. And model Demi Rose has a bit of a wardrobe malfunction, but then she seems to have them on a daily basis.